Beaver on? Anybody? Check. Lovely. Nigel?
I don't know.
Call your name, yeah. Yeah.
Hello, good morning. Okay, I think I get.
Making sure putting my phone on silent here.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Caribbean Music Conference. We are here at Movie Town, Port of Spain, here in Trinidad and Tobago. And with me, I have an esteemed panel. Today we're going to discuss the evolution of the Caribbean music industry. My name is Rome, and I'm going to be your moderator this morning. To my extreme right, we are honored to have with us Dr. Joanne Tull. Now, she has been on many panels like these. She has been called on many an occasion to discuss not only Trinidad and Tobago's music or Caribbean music, but in terms of culture, in terms of carnival. She's a lecturer at the University of the West Indies in creative festival arts. She has a BA in carnival studies and also lectures in carnival studies. She specializes in festival entrepreneurship, festival statistics, and the economics of culture. So ladies and gentlemen, help me to welcome Dr. Joanne Tull. To her left, we have a legend in our music industry, Mr. Carl Beaver Henderson, a music producer, a musician himself. He has worked with the likes of many, many artists from Kitchener, Rash I, straight up to some Trinidad artists now. So he's a man from then and now and has watched our Caribbean music industry evolve. So he will be giving us some great insights into that. He has propelled one of Trinidad and Tobago's most popular reggae songs internationally. You ever heard of Ganja Planter by Marlon Asher? This is the man behind the music. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Carl Beaver Henderson.
Nigel.
Right next to me, we have someone who I am a fan of. You may know me as an artist, but I am a fan of this gentleman here and this group. Mr. Lou Lyons, he is a guitarist and one of the lead vocalists of the band Freetown Collective. They have traveled the world spreading their joy. I would not ask him what genre of music because I know they don't subscribe to one specific genre. They go on how their music makes you feel. And I could tell you, if you have ever been to a Freetown concert, you'd be either in your seat dancing or up close to the stage, waving, being a proud Trinbagonian. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Lou Lyons. So this morning, we are here to discuss the evolution of the Caribbean music industry. And I'm a part of that industry in many different ways. Being head of the Trinidad and Tobago Promoters Association, I see it from the business side. Being an artist myself, a founder of a radio station. I've seen it from all avenues. But before we see where we're going, we need to know where we come from. And so I want to put Carl on the spot this morning. Because we're not only going to be talking soca music or music from Trinidad and Tobago, we're talking music from the Caribbean. And two of the most popular genres would be now soca music and dancehall. However, those had origins. We didn't just start off with dancehall music and start off with reggae music or start off with soca. These things had origins. So, Carl, I want to start first by asking you to give us a bit of insight. We started here home in Trinidad and Tobago as to how did our music evolve from calypso to all the different types of soca that we have?
First of all, you have to understand what we call genres are basically woven into a tapestry of change. The root of where we are in the Caribbean is calypso, but the root before that was West Africa, and that came across, with the slave trade and what have you. All right, so let's basically start at calypso in its whatever form you want to describe it at. Calypso music basically seeped through the Caribbean, again, because of the slave trade. So each of the islands had their form of what they call folk music. We in Trinidad and Tobago called it calypso, whatever it was. And we developed that. Jamaica had mento music. The French islands had whatever folk music, French folk music and stuff like that. So like even one of the genres that you did not even mention was like the zouk dance out of the French-speaking islands. So, so you had the north with mento, Trinidad, basically calypso, and the middle of the Caribbean with the zouk dance, the French influence. And we kept influencing each other. The African influence even kept influencing what we were doing. Then you also had, I'm going to spin off a little bit because I need to identify, I think I spoke to you about this before we started. Influence we don't talk about is the Latin influence that we have here, where, for instance, when you talk about the development of soca, if you go back and look at the history of soca, and one of the most different sounding styles is Ed Watson, which had a Latin influence, especially with his horns and his keyboard playing. And the reason for that is where Ed Watson lives at Carenage. In those days, we had 2 radio stations, because the radio stations are what used to influence us, what we hear on the radio. And where Ed Watson lives, he used to quicker pick up stations in Venezuela than the local radio stations. So he had that kind of Venezuelan influence in his head, which affected. And listen to Sugar Boom Boom, you will hear that kind of influence. All right? But anyway, we came from calypso. Calypso, by the way, is the first certified gold album in the history of music. Was Harry Belafonte's um, album by the same name, Calypso. So we started it globally. We started the game. Unfortunately, we are in a country that we find our culture and our arts very disposable. Um, so as a rule, every Ash Wednesday we threw away whatever we did for Carnival is in the dustbin. But we'll move along on that. But the Calypso, it happened for a while. We were popular for it. It was in the movies, and we were known for Calypso. I remember there was a time that I was living in the States. I was going to high school in the States, and I remember watching live on TV at the time, because it'd be live TV, the Nat King Cole special with Harry. We were Calypso music on a Sunday prime time in the world. And we let an opportunity like that slip by. Anyway, the music is so powerful that it influenced. So Calypso developed, and for those who are technically musically inclined, the musical pattern was very syncopated. It's nothing that you know of like now, because Calypso was very doop, 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 doop kind of situation. So from the time I sing that original Calypso, doop, doop, I could take you the whole journey into today, into dancehall, doop, doop, doop. So it's made full circle. So what I'm trying to tell you is a tapestry that we all affect each other. So the Calypso happened. Then there was a gentleman by the name of Nerlin Tate, who was on the tourist circuit, a guitarist from San Fernando, who was on the tourist circuit that was traveling the Caribbean, playing Calypso, ended up on the North Coast in Jamaica, and became in demand in studios in Jamaica. And that became the influence and became the evolution and the start of ska music into the whole ska reggae movement. So think of it as Trinidad influenced the mento into the creation of the ska and the reggae. And that developed, and then, the reggae thing developed, and then there was the rock reggae, where island music used the European influence to influence the reggae of rock to take it to the world. Bob Marley. So while all this is happening, we are developing, and our Calypso thing was very restricted to Carnival because of the Roman Catholic Church. So Calypso was from Boxing Day to Ash Wednesday. Outside of that, like anybody of my generation knew, if you sang a Calypso in your mother's house, the week after Carnival,
His licks.
licks like peas. Boy, are you mad singing Calypso in my house? This is Lent, you know what I mean? So we were restricted to that. But then again, that era of musicians, after playing Calypso music for a whole season intensely, almost every day of life, you can't do a Calypso switch off. So when you started back playing your R&B and your soul and your funk, that Calypso music also affected what you were doing. And it started to seep into that very quietly. There was pop gear, pop mania, local Woodstock. So you'll always hear not Calypso, but the influence of Calypso in pop and soul music, right? And that started happening. Then I later joined that lineup of being on stage. And our getting our Jones off was performing on stage, performing Calypso, and watching the white foreigners not being able to dance to it because of the syncopated beat. And after a while, it was fun for us, kicks in, watching foreigners can't dance to our music. But then you start to realize, if you keep doing that, that is not encouraging for tourism. And then this change, discussion was to change it slightly to accommodate the foreigners, to make it easier for them to dance. But this was parallel happening to everybody, without even trying, experimenting with the Calypso. And that era now, there were two main studios in Trinidad and Tobago, Cage Studios in Sea Lots and Sem Studios on Mokarapa Road, which I was basically producer running with some guys. And we were turning out hits like every week. And even with that, we were doing pop, what we call Caribbean pop music. So there was experimentation out of Carnival, not necessarily in Carnival. So we were starting to experiment with that. So a lot of changes were taking place individually and group-wise. Shorty, I consider the godfather of soca, because there's a an argument that still goes on after these years. They're claiming who invented soca, and if it's Shorty, if it's this one, there's one going up the islands from Dominica. I want to state categorically now, that you cannot invent a genre. If somebody tells me Shorty invented soca, I will ask you the next question. Who invented classical music? Who invented jazz? Who invented rock and roll? Who invented funk? There's no one. You could only say there's a godfather who propelled it onto the map. The godfather of soca is Ras Shorty, Lord Shorty. Full stop, full stop. But because while Shorty was doing his thing, which I was also part of, Robin Imamsha and myself were doing likewise in the Last Supper, our first band. Maestro, bless his soul, was doing somewhat the same thing. There were other people doing all kind of different things. So the soca evolution is a change that was taking place from the belly of musicians. It really came from musicians, not the artists. And in other words, it started from the back of the band, eventually reached the front of the band to the artist. Because a musician cannot sell or market something to the world. It takes the guy under the bright light in front to do it. And Shorty was the man to do it, you know. Anyway, so we reached the point of soca. I'm trying to get this as short as possible. But we could talk like this next week nonstop. And so this was happening. I mean, Shorty was, you know, like somebody asked me yesterday, Hoppy asked me yesterday, if, you know, Shorty was as big as Marshall. He was bigger. Trust me, he was bigger. He was, like I said, the Michael Jackson of the Caribbean. He was that huge. So that was happening. Then, from what I understand, there was an accident that happened at Carnival time here. Some Jamaicans were here, and there was a recording of a pan around the next side going down across Green Corner. And battery low, speed, tape change, and what have you. And they happened to pick up the pan side going up the road, and I don't know if you know, people know about the Dolby effect. So while the band is going on, the last part of the recording, you hear the bass of the pan side. The bass of a pan side is called a duduk, a two-note bass. And what they still do play, doom, 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 doom. That was the start of dancehall. Sly and Robbie. So that was the start of dancehall. That was the root of dancehall. So in other words, you have to understand, we affect each other. So you can't say Trinidad invented dancehall, this one invented dancehall, this one invented. We keep influencing, all right? And I'll take it one further before I shut up. In the 80s, which some of us call the golden era of soca, where it was, I mean, the big bands, anybody who was major in soca, like where Marshall cut his teeth in, like the Barons, the Crazies, everybody, that was the golden era of soca. That's where soca was propelled to the world. Where soca made a huge impact was in London. Now, if you go back to that era, you'll have to understand that at that point in time, when it was big in London, that was the era where a lot of African migrants were leaving Africa and heading to Europe. And a lot of them settled in London. And our soca influenced that generation of Africans arriving in London. 2 generations down, go and search Afrobeat, and you will find soca very easily. Look at any of the bands, like look at Burna Boy's band. Burna Boy's band could be easily the same structure and format band of Firefly, Chandelier, Song Rev, any of the big bands from that era. Same sound, everything. So we affect the world affects us.
Right.
It's just for us to understand the power of who we really are.
So just to make sure that we're clear, in terms of with the dancehall evolution, from what most people would think, it was ska to reggae, then to dancehall. But you're saying that the steel pan, the bass line, had an impact on that, and it wasn't really straight from reggae to dancehall, was more...
Yeah, that was the transition. But again, like I said, it's tapestry. So while that history is writing itself, an interjection that just changed the trajectory slightly, you know, to influence it. So you can't say we created it.
Right. In other words, I know in there was dub as well.
That more came out, like the rockers and dub, I think came out of the London style of reggae. Because you have to remember, there was a mass of Jamaicans, with the Windrush movement across yeah, they were influencing too. So we had influences from all different sides. So even with the soca thing, you had people like Martin Mice Raymond, who was out in London for a while, doing soca music. Anybody who's a songwriter or producer would tell you, like, if I'm producing something here, I'll produce it one way. If I'm in New York, I'll produce it with a different attitude. If I'm in Berlin, I'll produce it with a different attitude, which I've proved. So I produce in different parts of the world. And I will do the same thing, but because of the environment you're in, the attitude of production is different.
Right.
So the productions coming out of like London, even the soca, where Martin was doing with Brother Resistance, what was the name of the song again? Somewhat Nature, Mother Nature. It was a different sounding soca from that era. And we consider that ahead of its time because it was different. So the same way now that soca that is up the islands is different to soca that is here. And I go back in history, just one more thing. So like Byron Lee was the connection between North and South. So Byron was the one holding down the fort of Calypso up there. He got a lot of licks from the Musicians Union up there. But he once told me, he said he missed 1 year for Carnival because he was starting Jamaica Carnival. He said if he doesn't come down here for every Carnival, the touring season for the rest of the year is not the same. He has to come back to the source to almost get re-injected with what's happening now to take that energy to whatever is shaping the Calypso or the soca to the rest of the world.
All right. So we got a bit of an insight into how this whole thing developed. What I want to bring in, Dr. Till, on this is Trinidad and Tobago would have been known as the start of Calypso music itself, and Jamaica on that side with reggae music and ska and all of that. Back in the days where we didn't have streaming platforms and we didn't have the internet, how did these genres of music become the Caribbean music itself, seeing that the islands were separated by masses of water? How did this translate from one island to the next, that everybody was into Calypso, everybody was into reggae, that sort of thing?
Okay, thank you. Well, I think I'll have to take it from a slightly different angle to answer that. I think that in the first instance, we do have to make a distinction. There is a difference between Caribbean music and Caribbean music industry. And it's important that we understand how that evolved, as the title of the panel suggests, so that the discourse around Caribbean music is very important and will always be. But something that has always been a gap for us in the region, and notwithstanding my panelists is reflected here, is that we do not have an understanding of how our Caribbean music industry evolved. And it's very much entwined with what Carl has been sharing with us here, which is so very important. I got excited because you were giving important history that was connecting to how we understand the music industry to have evolved. And hopefully, as I share, we'll see how it connects. So that one has to see the Caribbean music industry as having evolved as a framework, if you will, that very much reflected what we saw in the global landscape. Following a cycle of cultural production, creation, the ideation, production, which would have been his musician, to produce something, to of course been disseminated. And it's that dissemination part and the production part that partly answers what you are asking. And hopefully we will get to that. And it's also that Caribbean music industry, if you recognize it as a distinct concept, we can easily see that it evolved around the 1930s and 40s as an industry. And that was fueled by the very things that Carl was just sharing there with us. I think that first record was like, what, the 1910s or something like that? The first 1912, I know Nigel will have that.
You mean the first Calypso record?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the literature, the research shows us that by the 1930s, we saw that internationalization of Calypso as an industry. That was the precursor. And there were about 650 albums that were produced between 1912 and 1945. Imagine just our little calypso doing that. And that is really what then fueled what we know as an industry. And I argue many years ago in a paper that that the Caribbean music industry is actually the first CCI of the Caribbean, first creative cultural industry. It was the very, very first. And we can see that because of the fact of that exportation. It was the exportation in terms of the talent going up to the US and making production. They said in that time, Attila and Roaring Lion, they were recording in Decca. Decca is a big deal. You know, I have jazz albums with Decca, you know, and the American Record Company. They were big up there. And of course, we know of Harry Belafonte. And global demand started to surge to the extent that then, and this is part of the question that you asked, we saw then other genres of music taking off in a similar fashion. The souk, merengue, son, salsa. So you started to see, and I believe this is where the point you were making about how those genres influenced each other. It was the start of the industry that helped to drive that. If anybody knows basic economics, industry is based on demand and supply. Somebody has to be making and somebody has to be consuming. But what is always interesting about our creative industries is that I like to say we have two levels of consumption. There are persons like myself consuming, because I love music, but then the artists themselves also consume in the sense that they share and exchange with each other. So whilst the movement that we know now of coming across islands was not prevalent then, it was the going to the north, to the pole, the metropole, that helped for that music to go across the islands. But there's something that is important to note, that the music industry starting in the region was very much reflective of how we were developing as a region. Our development was one that was very much hinged onto the developed world, and it was one where we were always being called upon to give them more than they give us. And so the extractive nature in the way in which our economies were evolving, extractive meaning they come in and take. So our bananas and the sugar and the bauxite and all of that we came to know in the post-independence era, believe it or not, the music industry evolved in a similar way. So that when studios started in the region, it would have been on account of a CBS coming in. There's this terrific book called Big Sound, Small Minds? Big Sound, Small Something, coming out of by Wallace and Mam. Those are the two authors. And they chronicled the way our music industry evolved. The major chapters in that book. They did Africa as well. The argument is that spaces from the developing frontier were very important to the US music industry. It was that we provided that difference that you were talking about.
Yep.
That je ne sais quoi that they couldn't attain for themselves. And in exchange, they saw that there were ready spaces there from which they could extract in terms of putting production sites there, recording studios, record pressing plants, and stuff like that. And so for me, this idea of a Caribbean music industry, when you look at some of the things that happened then, even though we can happily and proudly talk about connectivity, there are some challenges that were emerging then, that big brother role that USA supposedly played, where we see challenges to this day, and I know we will get there. The most I will say here at this juncture, so that Lou can come in, is to note that that big brother role, as I was saying before, was one that was exploitative. You know, the fact of the matter is, music, and by extension the arts and culture, was never really seen as part of our development agenda or for our economic empowerment. It was not seen there at all as something that we could commercially exploit. And I've argued elsewhere that I see it as an unintended economy. You know, unintended meaning something Trinidadians say, happen for spite of, in spite of. And so because of that big brother role that the USA supposedly play was one that, of course, led to things such as the infringement of rum and Coca-Cola happening. So that they took more than what we got in those early years. And I suppose as Caribbean people, we were always very confident in our cultural and creative expressions. And as we pushed on to that immediate pre-independence era, you saw more movement across, and especially with the tourism industry emerging as well, you saw that interchange going on. But there was, by that time, we did have something that one could call an industry, and that gave it the support that it needed to propel forward. And I suppose we will get to talk about past, because I have a few more things I'll say about the global era, but I want to hear
About the what?
So we're realizing how we developed as an industry on the
Yeah.
whole. But as we progress from the history of where we came from and we move forward, I want to bring Lou in here because Lou would have been part of my generation, which we are a very unique generation because we would have been one of the first adopters of the technological age in terms of the computers and the streaming platforms and that sort of thing. So I remember, Lou, in our time when 2000 hit and we had Y2K and everyone was panicking as to what would really happen. I'm not sure if you remember that, as to what would happen the night when this thing changed over and you don't know if it's the end of the world and if all the computers would take over and all this set of drama. In terms of technology coming into the space, Lou, in the eras of YouTube coming in streaming platforms, as we have Apple Music, we have Spotify, we have all of these different platforms, how would you say that has changed the game in terms of Caribbean music industry as to where we are now from where we were back then?
I would say the immediate effect is distribution. It gave us a more limitless idea of who can receive the music that we were creating. But to understand the impact of that, I just want to go back a bit to the history. To understand our music, we can't take it out of the context of communal spaces. We needed this music to survive. So even before Calypso, we had Kalinda. Kalinda was the indigenous African technology that allowed the music to survive through Lavwe, the call and response. Because you remember, during that period of enslavement, on some estates and plantations, it was actually illegal to sing. It was illegal to play an instrument. It was illegal to even amuse yourself. So how would these instinctual rhythms that we had from the motherland survive? It was because we developed, or it was implanted in us, this technology of sharing information. So when you go down to Maruga and you see the stickmen and you hear the drummers playing behind the stickmen, understand that that is the display aspect of it. Behind that is a technology, a secret order that would have allowed us to hold on to the DNA of Calypso. And that, while that was happening here, it was also happening in New Orleans. It was also happening in the Bahamas.
Brazil.
It was also happening in Brazil. And so that's why I have to concur that no one person, no one entity, no one nation could create a thing. So now we've always had the desire to distribute and share, even when we've always been behind the rest of the world in actually having the technology to make it happen. So now that we have Julian's promo, and we have Spotify, and we have Tidal, there's still an uphill battle for these distribution platforms to understand the authenticity of what we want them to distribute. Because we still have to bend what we have into their very rigid categories of music and genres. So we are still what we've always been doing, repurposing things that have been part of colonial structures so that we could achieve our goal of disseminating. That's all we wanted to do, share.
Jerome, if I may, just to piggyback on what Lou was saying there, that is such a very critical point, because even though you talked about the Y2K, it's useful for us to also consider that that whole idea of technological change was happening even before then, and it was the thing that was driving our industry. At that time, we were heavy producers in terms of vinyl, which, by the way, is coming full circle. But it was also we had pressing plants. We were being quite
We
innovative
had three in Trinidad. Three
from a
present plants.
manufacturing standpoint. When I started to do this research, which is kind of ironic that I would have ended up on this panel, Dr. Keith Nurse and I had gotten the opportunity from Caribbean Export to examine music as an industry. That was in the 2000s. And that was because of the fact that they had started to see some shifts that had much to do with what Lou and people were talking about, but more the fact that we could not respond. We didn't have any policy, anything. And the technology was changing. But we didn't even get by digitization yet. We were kind of there because we had CDs, but we had 3 pressing plants here. There was 1 in Barbados. Well, don't talk about Jamaica. You know, and we're not just talking about Tough Gong, we're talking about Dynamic Sound, and there was this other one, and you know, when Nurse and I went to do this work, we went to all these studios. And then, of course, the 2 mother of all studios would have been Caribbean Sound here and Eddie Grant's Blue Wave. You can touch them. You know, people were coming from Europe to go into these studios. So this thing about technology, you know, sharing, as he's saying, that was the way in which we made our mark. And what I found during that particular era, that, and this piggybacks on what people were saying, it wasn't so much about the performers then, it was the musicians and the behind the scenes. They were the stars, the producers. People came to the Caribbean because they wanted to work with them. And that was because even though we had that technological lie that you mentioned, it was still a case that we had something on that level to offer. In that era, I believe that's when the Steel Pan Limited was created too, not so?
Which
the
era?
actual manufacturing one that's there coming up Eastern Main Road. Trinidad and Tobago Instruments, you know, his voice.
That story, I try not to visit it as a hurtful story. That story keeps repeating itself.
But somewhere inside of there, the point is we were also engaging in the manufacturing of sound carriers.
Right.
Not just in terms of a TDK and vinyl, but there was also the pan, right? And these ideas of mass production worked for us. We were producing volumes, but of course piracy, and then technological shifts which hit that digitization, and when that came, it made certain things glaring. The idea of piracy, the idea of taking, and to be honest, I could be wrong, but I feel that if it were not that we had to change because of the global trade agenda, I feel we would have been happily still cartmen out there. I know of artists who used to go give their music to the cartmen and thing, but there was something called a TRIPS agreement that came into play, and everybody had to become TRIPS compliant. I don't know how many people know that story, but that was because one day the USA got up and realized, wait now, but we really ain't globally competitive like we think we are. And when they did the research, they discovered that the reason was because they were losing export value. Their trade imbalance had a lot to do with the fact that they were, as much as they were producing so much that was globally, and we're talking about the Nikes and all these things, you know, how they would go and counterfeit all of that, all those things that fall in the creative industries. And so they lobbied hard to the WTO, World Trade Organization, that we needed to include what they call TRIPS, related intellectual property rights, into trade. And what that meant is that the Caribbean had to, as they call, become TRIPS compliant by 2000. Which did not happen, of course, because for us, we didn't even have copyright societies. We were still under PRS. But what it also did, you know, with every challenge comes an opportunity. It started then, the proliferation of this kind of work that myself and Dr. Nurse found ourselves doing. It found our stakeholders trying to become more responsible, creating their own industry standards. I heard Voice making the joke yesterday that we don't follow laws, we make our own laws. And even though he was saying it as a you know, a challenge, that is what was done. Industry norms was a big deal in that global golden era of which you speak, you know. So technology is something that didn't just happen with digitization. It was always a driver of change, and it was always the thing that helped with that exchange. I just keep coming back to what the others
Right.
are saying.
So now we get in a picture in terms of the technological advances from where we would have started with vinyl, and then it went to cassettes, it went to CDs, and then it went to streaming platforms.
Napster
we had Napster.
Yeah.
We had streaming platforms. Now we at where we at now, where you could record a song today, and by tonight, the whole world could hear this one track from anywhere in the Caribbean. We could get our music out internationally. However, what I've seen is that there has been a lot of discussion for the past couple of years as, okay, reggae was popular worldwide because of Bob Marley. Mm-hmm. We had Calypso was popular worldwide. You mentioned Harry Belafonte.
And
we
Sparrow.
had Sparrow. Mm-hmm. We had Kitchener traveling the world. Mm-hmm. But now there's an argument as to how come reggae and dancehall has made such a global impact. Mm-hmm. However, we're not seeing soca music making such an impact globally as reggae music and dancehall is currently. The question was also asked, do we need to revert back to Calypso versus soca? So I put in this at the entire panel.
All right. I want to, even before you answer that directly, I did an interview a couple of years ago for said Nigel Campbell. And one statement I made in that interview, and I'm still in search of we as a country to look at this. To me, there are two sides of culture. I call it heritage culture and commercial culture. And I still feel we are yet to define what is which of the categories. I think we are still caught up in just culture, where you find either a politician or somebody in a private enterprise, when they talk about culture, whatever is convenient to talk about it at that moment in time, your art form fits into how they shape it for you. So somebody might shape it as, oh, this is a great culture, this is heritage and thing, is because you're asking for sponsorship, right? But if you do something magnificent that hits the world, they will come to you with a sponsorship check or support check and talk business side of it. You know, it depends. We in the industry, quote unquote industry, depend on the externals to define what we do and who we are. And until we define that, we're in a little problem. So what you found is, coming through the years from the golden era of soca, so let's mention the golden era of soca. When I formed Fireflight, my management was one of the most powerful boards in the country. I mean, I'm talking about, we could have blown away Neil Massey boards, any one of those boards. I was the first one to start doing contracts. Start defining, playing 2 45-minute sessions in an engagement. In other words, before that happened, when a promoter hired you, you just show up at 9 o'clock for the gig, and they tell you, well, you're going on next and you're going on next. You don't know how many times for the night you're playing. There's no contract. So things like that, but change after a while. And we are yet still to define where everybody's place is in the industry that does not exist. Because we keep saying we have an industry, we don't. We have an industry like Apple and iCloud. Is a virtual industry, because we still cannot identify certain parts of what we do, who is responsible for, and what we're doing. So maybe that's why Voice made that statement, we're operating by VAPs. Right? Jamaica, on the other hand, and which is repeating itself, the Afro beats, these people sit down and they come up with a plan to do what they're going to do. When have we sat down in this country with a plan to execute anything? Give you an example. We all know here where Carnival Monday and Tuesday is every year from now till Jesus comes back home, whenever 30 something. But yet we plan Carnival every December before Carnival. Why? But that is the general concept and how we operate in the industry here. So until we sit down and say there's a 2-year plan, a 5-year plan, a 10-year plan to take this art form here, this other art form here, and place it here and place it in this market, we operating by valves.
So you thinking that Jamaica would have had a structured approach as to how they were going to export their music industry to the rest of the world versus Trinidad and Tobago not
yes
having
and no.
a strategic plan
All
as
right.
to how to get this out there?
All right.
Let me hear Dr.
When
Paul,
island music,
when
island music arrived with Bob Marley, that is when structure changed.
That's right.
Right?
Uh,
So before that, they were kind of, yes, operating the same way like us.
Yeah.
But when the label came, same thing she's saying.
Yeah.
It takes a foreign entity,
Yeah.
a foreign energy
Yeah.
to come and structure it for export. So, in other words, they weren't really, island music wasn't interested in exporting it.
Yeah.
They were interested in extracting it and then
Bob.
basically launch it out of Europe
Yeah.
for their purpose.
Yeah.
So it was never never about us. It was about them, what they're doing. And until we realize we have the gold, it is our goal, and how to use that goal, it will always be about them, about us feeding them.
I think it's also that in terms of the question you asked, Jerome, about that difference, I think we also have to give considerations to cultural nuances in the sense that we all know that our music on this side of the Caribbean is very much tied to the carnivals, so that seasonality impacts tremendously, which is what Carl was talking about in terms of when Ash Wednesday come and so on and so forth. The thing that has helped that to survive is the explosion of the festival ecosystem, the festival economy, which I generally love to talk about forever, amen. And so now it's not a case where you're reliant on a local context. When Carnival finish, you take a little breather, you go take your ashes, and they go on their way. Next stop is Jamaica, and so on and so forth.
The circuit.
The circuit, yeah, which is now, I mean, Bermuda Carnival going on right now, you know, right? So there is that. And it's also that the geocultural position of Jamaica would have made that easier. They're closer to the U.S. We lower down. We take these things for granted, but those things do make a difference in terms of the cross connections. I remember years ago, one of the original conferences of this nature, maybe even the father of it all, CME, Caribbean Music Expo, used to happen in Jamaica. It was created by Lloyd Stanbury and some others. And when you see those panels come out, there are people of Jamaican heritage and thing, you know. Sir Coxsone, granddaughter, and but guess where she working? Sony. Right? That's what was going on. And their showcases is Mary J. and thing, you know. Right? And that geocultural positioning of Jamaica in relation to that particular metropole did make a lot of difference. I would also say that from my observation, when you look at the music business now, which is not music industry, the way how they do that, we don't have that here. And that was mentioned yesterday. That gatekeeping thing, they don't really do that. You know, if they come on stage and they have about 5 others who want to rhythm, before they come off a stage, they get in to do that. And finally, before Lou talks, another thing that I observed, which might be going on kind of philosophical kind of thing. I remember when we first used to research that industry, I was shocked. Like, we not hungry, you know. We not hungry, right? In Jamaica, you are seeing 15, 20, 25 young men outside the studio waiting, you know. That when Sly and Robbie and whoever push that door, over so, right? They fly in our studio, and I don't even know where it has come from. Bam, Next thing you know. We don't have that here. We posturing. I mean, no, I go write it. Me no, I go sing. Whatever, right?
Am I bringing Lou? Lou, what do you think? Why you think Jamaica has done it, but we are struggling?
What the two panelists before me said is absolutely true. But I will also add to that, we lack a certain political will
Yes.
to see industries be created through planning.
Yes.
I'll give you a story. Dr. Tull mentioned Dynamic Sounds. Dynamic Sounds was owned by a former Jamaican Prime Minister called Edward Seaga, who sold it to his business partner, Byron Lee. You know where Byron Lee was spending all of his time? Beaver said it, Trinidad. He was recruiting Trinidadian musicians and engineers, learning from them and going back to Jamaica. A young intern that Byron Lee had, by the name of Sly Dunbar, took many calypso industry tricks back to Jamaica. And I implore everybody, when you go home, listen to a Peter Tosh album called Medicine Man. The way those background singers sing, it's calypso. The way they utilize the talking drum as a percussion instrument, that's calypso. Tamba Gwini and Jaja Unilu pioneered that in Trinidad. What I'm saying is, if you follow the investment, you will see where the innovation comes from.
Right.
They've planned to deal with their music as a natural resource to be refined.
They structured it.
So by the time you had foreign investment coming in, there was already a plan. We know we're going and get exploited, but here's what we want out of it. We have not had that approach to it. So much so that you could go on Discogs and look at some of Sparrow's releases. One of his most successful ones internationally, Only a Fool Falls in Love. That's categorized under reggae. So they knew what they wanted to offer the world, and infrastructure was built so that that could be the funnel out and in.
So I hear now we don't have a proper structure in place.
No, but I'll tell you, let me sew up the point like this, right? Our creative and economic peak period is Carnival period, Carnival time. And we still don't know when it actually starts from an industry point of view. Like when our attention on other things should close off and we say, all right, we only focusing on music to be released for Carnival, yeah.
The reading of the budget.
Okay, all right, the reading of the budget.
September.
Right? But here's what happens, right? When we go into that peak period, we do not have, and I'm speaking generally and objectively, people whose job it is to pay attention to the trends and have the market be informed by the data. Because everybody drinking, everybody going to the all-inclusive, including the policymakers.
I beg to
So if there's no sobriety at our highest industrial peak period of the year, who planning?
No, I beg to differ.
All right, let's.
She doesn't drink that much.
Now I know you specialize in festival
And that's
statistics. She
generally,
specializes in festival
Dr. Tull,
statistics.
You are one
Yeah,
person.
well,
You're
I'm so happy you
broad
said
enough.
that, Lou, because
You can't be the only one doing it.
I'm going to give what is a semi-personal joke, but it fits here. You know, to this day, sometimes people would see me and say, "You don't rest." So I confused because I don't know if there are non-Trinidadians in the audience, but when I Trini say you don't rest, they want to know why you don't stay home. But I confuse because if I don't go outside there, I don't know how I'm going to be able to do what Lou is talking about. And yes, I am one of the few, and it is so very critical on many levels. First of all, I think as supporters, but I consider myself a term I have recently coined, a creative technocrat. I am here as an expert based on however I got that. And by the way, I do not have a degree in Carnival Studies. I run the Carnival Studies program.
Right.
My degrees, and this is important to this discourse, my degrees are from social sciences. My PhD is in international relations. And I basically took what I was taught and trained and applied it in what I consider to be a very important pillar of development for the region. So that's how I arrived there. And my sensibility is that people need that kind of support at the macro level and micro. Where government will is concerned, we have been very lagged. So it's 24 years ago when we went to Jamaica. There was a JAMPRO in existence, and JAMPRO is the export agency that dealt with all aspects of industry that they considered exportable, and music was one. Right? We don't have a JAMPRO here. As a matter of fact, I know that particular structure, policy, institutional structure that is similar to JAMPRO is currently undergoing change. I think they're going to merge them all from what I understand. So we are coming from a place where you had an ID code. You would know about that. That's when I came into the industry as a babe in the woods.
Some of the words I don't like to hear.
To then, what was it? TNT Ent. It was I who recommended that when I did the strat plan for Trinidad and Tobago. And then it went to Music TT. So now there's no focus on music in a direct way. Now music is going to be within export, whatever. And for me personally, based on the way in which the world is going, and in this, don't let me generalize, increasingly more young people are getting into the cultural and creative industries. Increasingly, we are training more people at the university as creative entrepreneurs and music professionals and so on. But yet still, you are taking what I would consider to be a retrograde step by squeezing in. So the policy is lagged. This is a serious challenge. And so even though Voice said what he said, it is almost a necessary evil that you create your own industry structures.
So I want to jump in with you on this one. And I know that the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts is sponsoring this, right? And it is backed by the Trinidad and Tobago government, which is a great step. But what I would say directly to them, and I'm watching the camera directly into the government of Trinidad and Tobago, I would use K-pop as an example. The government of Korea sat, strategically came up with a plan, pumped millions of dollars into this to say we are going to take a genre of music, we're going to develop it and export it to the rest of the world. BTS has become one of the most popular groups in the world when it came to pop. People didn't understand everything they were singing, but this boy Psy who sang Open Gangnam Style, all of these things.
That was the first experiment.
Right. Yeah. They didn't just say, boy, I go down make a song and send it out on YouTube and let me see where it reached. Their government sat and planned this thing out. And yet we have Music TT. Have you all ever seen the budget for Music TT? It is crumbs. It is, and I'm saying this with no apology, if we are to be serious about our music industry in Trinidad and Tobago, in the Caribbean, we need to have investment into the industry.
All right, hold on. Can I ask a question? Of all the policy makers we have across the world, this government, non-governmental, NGO, wherever, how many people are creatives? And when I say creatives, I don't mean people who do this and do music as a sideline. I'm talking about true creatives.
I think we have. I think sitting at the university, I can certainly attest to that. We have some in this room.
No, but that policy making, like a governmental level.
So let's talk about that a little bit. We do have them, you know. They're there because I train in them every year. Arts and Culture Enterprise Management Postgraduate Diploma. You can still come in. Applications are still being taken. We have them. But here's the problem, Carl. There's always that overarching. And the reality comes right back to what Jerome was saying. If there is no, and Lou, if there's no government will, they could be the most expert in the world that they want. I sometimes think that I am fortunate to be sitting where I am. I don't have to answer to a government. So I can write what I need to write and advise at the level of industry, which is why I had created Creatives Clinic anyway, that I could make that difference on that level. But as we all know, when it comes now to making those big waves, such as what Rome was talking about there, you still need.
It has to be a collective.
It
Yes,
has
Everybody
to.
on
yes,
board.
yes.
Now,
Everybody
mind
on
you,
board.
let me rest on the table, not to raise any further ire, and I hope that you all respond to it. Creative and cultural industries has been recognized at the CARICOM level as things that we are to be pursuing in terms of, what is it called, for the further development of human capacity and youth in the region. Okay? And we have a council that is responsible for cultural development and so on. But again, you have to have national government will that would do exactly as Rome said, that thing where you map it out. Ironically, to me, it's strange because we do it for the carnivals. So, and the carnivals depend on the same music. So I am not clear as to why is it we don't understand the importance of that connectivity between strategy development and policy intervention.
Well, I wanna pause for a moment here because we're running out of time, and I want to open the floor a bit to some questions to the panel. I have one to hit you all, but I want to give our audience a chance to throw some questions at the panel. We're talking, remember, we want to stay within our theme, is the evolution of the Caribbean music industry.
Everybody except Nigel.
Yeah? So we have someone who will come with a mic. All right, here's what I will meet you until the mic comes.
I need next to Nigel. Yes, boy.
Much thanks. Good morning to the panel.
Morning, brother.
I'll stand so that everybody could see and, well, hear basically what I want to say. To me, everybody spoke here about the policies and the evolution, but to me it starts with the people. Where is the desire from our people? And when I say that, I mean a serious desire. We say we want this. Where are we with our investment? That's what I'm saying. So when you talk about Jamaica this and US that, I looked at it as a patriotic thing. You can't be more patriotic than them. And that's where we need to start. So the question is, how do we, based on our culture and our history, instill that national pride, get it back? Because who is the we? The few? I go to many seminars and I see the same people. Right? Since I'm young, and again this now, gray hair. So what is the investment from the collective?
I do agree with you. I agree and I disagree. So I agree from the standpoint that this is always a challenge for me. And I'm going to call a Tia name inside here because that's why I hear. In the sense that we too much have a disconnect. For me, when I see industry say they want to have a conference, I jump up so fast. I reach out one time. Because it is rare in this part of the Caribbean. That is actually another distinction between this side and Jamaica, as I was telling Atia. The culture in Jamaica is that these things tend to be industry-led, and so you will see the same hungry fellas outside there in the conference, whether they understand totally or not. We have a way, I don't know, this side of the English-speaking Caribbean, whereby if this thing is not partnered with an institution, say the university, I'm not going to call my university's name, the university or an IADB or CDB, we kind of watch it like we're not sure. Keith Nurse always says we lack cultural confidence. But I like to add to that and say, and sometimes we lack intellectual confidence too, you know. Because we kind of want it, you know. We kind of want it, but we have this fear that we are not in a position to get at this. And part of that fear comes back to the gatekeeping, whereby because this entity do it, therefore, me, I know if I want to be part of that and these kinds of things. But connection along with people is so very critical. And our networking down this side, I would say, is quite weak. Notwithstanding though, again, I'm teaching in university. I can tell you, I can roll out the number of graduates that Department of Creative and Festival Arts has produced that. Basically, I would say, supporting this creative industries we have now. So there are persons, and it may also be that what we are discussing here, because we got our DCFA, plug in again, they've learned it. They've learned it, right? So they won't necessarily come, but what we also have to grapple at, and this is what I had appreciated this conference for, is the young ones, is the secondary schoolers, the ones who might have just finished SEA, because they love it, but it's never somehow made available, in the sense that, yes, this is here, but they will need a parent or whoever to bring them, and so on and so forth. So I feel as if, and this kind of going into future, the youth are who we are supposed to be targeting.
Thank you.
Where the sustainability and that plan in that room talking about, to me, and I guess that was the purpose of K-pop anyway, K-pop. We need to target the youth and find ways to bring them in, even at this level, so that they can start to feel that cultural and intellectual confidence and build that hunger that you basically are saying lacks. Us old folks, we gone clear. Too late shall be the cry.
So I just want to.
Sorry, quite right. Just want to add to something she said. And that's why when Hoppy called me for this, my main thing with this was, because I'm 50-something years in the industry, the biggest problem I've seen is what I call a generational disconnect. And to me, this is one of the first major opportunities to try and heal that or mend that somewhat. And so something like this, even though you don't have the young ones here, this is where the schools should have been placed, at least represented from the schools, even if they didn't want to, at least come to find out if you are really interested and start, generating.
But I know
interest from
yesterday, Carl, you were there with the youth day. So I know that they had a youth day.
that. So why should they only have one youth day? Because this whole industry is about them. It's not about, I'm 50-something years in the business. It's not about me. It's not about us. It's about them. I have spent the last 30 years passing on the baton.
Right.
But then after a while, you start to realize, where's the baton going to again?
He right, He right.
Because my whole career has been built on pulling up and
Right.
teaching and pulling up and teaching, even with all my successes. But then when you start to look, it's such a, wow, where's the next generation coming from?
Right.
I mean, I've been lucky for the fact that I've been involved with Soca Star. So when you start to see like The Voice and all them who are successful now, they pass through us and Soca Star. What next? But it is a small clip of them, But this thing should be, like, again, through the schools, the same formula that happened with K-pop and Korea. In Korea, the music industry is answerable to the Bureau of Standards, Governmental Bureau of Standards. That's how far it's reaching. As Voice
So I know that, and before you jump in, Lou, I just want to just touch on all of those points quickly, right? Because I think it's going to be a combination of efforts. One, the government definitely has a role to play in this in terms of developing the industry. But you are very right in that people need to take personal responsibility and personal interest. Because, Carl, as much as we targeting the youths, this conference has been advertised on all the social media platforms, on the radio, and so people know about it, and sometimes you had to take your own personal interest. If I want to be an artist or I want to be a musician and I see that there's a conference taking place and it is free, I should have no excuse why I not sit down here trying to get some knowledge. And that's just my opinion, because that's the kind of person that I was in the industry. Any little book I saw on it, I bought a book to read on it. And you don't have to buy a book, you can go in the library and you can get it.
You know why you're not hungry? Are they not hungry?
Why?
Because every carnival they could sit down and watch TV and play games whole year, and they know November, December, there's $1 million prize waiting for them. Soca Monarch and Road March.
But Carl, here's where I beg to differ with some of the points, right? Because you're right with that. However, if you ask any youth to give you an idea of anything they're interested in, they could type up something and research and give you all the information a day on the internet. So that is why I would say a lot of the youths nowadays, I wouldn't give them much of an excuse why the knowledge is out there, the conferences are out there. You disagree, jumping, Lou?
I too.
Why
Lou,
fight
Lou,
with
I'm
that
with
now?
you. I am with Lou.
So in order for us to correct some of these behaviors, we have to tell the truth about it. And
Push up his mic
one-
if you could, someone.
one of the things that we don't mention, most likely because we don't know, is at the start of our nation, when we was granted independence, we had a very stellar thinker by the name of Eric Williams, who was nominated as one of the world's top 100 most intelligent people, right? That's relevant, right? And as one of the architects of our political framework, he declared arts and culture to be a merit good. That means it was never investable. This is a welfare load that the government has to carry. If we've done that for the past 50 years, and we've always scratched the frustration itch with Carnival, we have invested in a bad behavior in our own identity.
Unintended.
So we've
economy.
never seen ourselves as investable. That's actually part of our political architecture. We need the government to show up and fix that. And now declare that our creative industry is a real industry.
That's correct.
And incentivize behaviors in other industries to now come into this industry and fix some of the plunder that has happened over the past 50 something.
Well said. Well said.
He's
I wanna take another one from the audience.
Hold on. Welcome. Welcome.
So we have our fellow
The other half.
the other half of Freetown Collective. We have Mohammed with us
One
here.
for the record's sake.
Yes.
Even after 50 years in the biggest, I'm one of their biggest fans.
Yeah, I'm a
Yeah,
big
so-
fan. He now came in, but he know that
Yeah.
since UV days, I'm a fan of this.
No, the thing is, so, as well, right? Adding to what Lou said, those of us, some of us who have been successful, right? So Lou and I always say, when we look back at when we started to now, when we started, there were 10, 15, 20 bands. None of them, except maybe one, is still around, right? You cannot base an industry on expecting people to sacrifice their life and be like, all right, I'm going to try this thing and I'm going to put my family on the line and I'm going to put... That's not a sustainable model in a way. It's not. And every time you go to a government institution, it's like you're begging somebody for something, like you're feeling as though you're a vagrant off the street, like you're not walking in with gold. Me and this man sitting down here we have a platinum record with Major Lazer. We've opened for Damian Marley. We do all kind of things that children I have no idea about, which is fine.
No, it's not fine.
No,
But
it's not
continue.
fine.
When I say it's fine,
It should be celebrated more, but go ahead.
whatever. We cannot expect artists to just emerge out of primary school, secondary school, out of the swamp and be like, right, I'm going to trek on this long, lonely road every single time. That can't be an artist story every time.
Right.
You have to see people like Kutin, like Annalie Prime, who are outside of the soca, right? And know that there exist myriad festivals all over the world. And all these people need, just like the rest of us, is a little support at their growing phase to push them into another place. You know, we're not talking about billions and billions of dollars. We're just talking about a little bit of love, really, and a little bit of care, you know?
No, but I talking millions and millions
Yes.
of dollars.
No, I said not billions. I
that
mean, yeah,
need-
millions is fine. I'm just saying.
to be pumped into our industry,
Yeah.
that I would see government come, government go, and they would not
Yeah.
focus on our culture and our music as an industry, and they keep being spoiled by the oil and gas industry. And I'm a person from the oil and gas industry because my background is engineering and I worked Petrotrin for 10 years, and I could have seen it as a young engineer that the oil was running out, and I would see it in the news where they keep saying the oil running out, and I want to know what is going to happen when the oil run out.
So and the last thing I'll say before I sit my ass down, the reason why youth's not here as well is that they don't really see music as a viable thing. Yeah, it's cool, but not viable, right? They have like 10 artists that they will look up to and be like, yo, Bungie doing it, this one doing it, that one doing it. But they don't see it as viable. They see that as a real pipe dream. Whoever getting a chance to talk to or reach that level, that's how they think in their head. And no one is showing them the different levels of existence that you can have as an artist, right? So-
I don't know if I could totally agree with that.
Fight me. There we go.
I have
No, I don't mean fight. I
here.
mean tell me. I mean tell
I'm
me.
telling you. I don't think I could totally agree with that. I mean, and I don't really, I want to explain it this way without necessarily being critical of the space and the context in which we're in. But I feel as if there was a dilemma here. This is Think and Dirty Week Festival, right? It just unfortunately happens to fall at a time where schools are concerned, where who in finish exams, they're going into exams now. Right? That can be a problem. I mean, even our project at DCFA, the old yard, at times can be affected by that, depending on where Carnival falls. We can't, if Carnival is early, as soon as we get back out, even before we get back out, we have to run into the schools, and that's another thing too. Because of, and I guess maybe there's a generational gap, you have to literally go into the schools now. Even to market University of the West
Quite right.
Indies, this thing of social media and whatnot, people consume that differently. Schools, kids, these kinds of things.
You have to go to them.
You have to go into them. You have to have a very structured approach to ensure, and they would be here, you know. I disagree about the not interested. You know why they're not interested? Because we're coming right back to what Luwin is saying, the lack of the infrastructure. Lack of policy infrastructure would make someone feel that because they're not seeing it, it don't have. You know, you see, she said, because she learned that at DCFA.
But I think we're saying the same
right?
thing, eh?
You-
It's not that they're not interested. I didn't say they're not interested.
Right.
But when they look at it, it looks insurmountable. It don't
We
make
are saying the
sense as
same
something
thing.
to do, you know? I mean, rather go on.
And that is because of
sell a
what is
weed or something.
lacking. And I mean, it's quite an unfortunate situation whereby we still lack those policy mechanisms. I saw on the prompter list there at the bottom, economic impact of music industry. Well, I had to laugh. Because when I went back and scroll, I said, but the last time anyone tried to literally count the music industry here was at the time when Professor Ralph Henry first started doing work, along with Alvin Daniel and somebody else name on the study. I thought, no, that's the one before Allison. I know that one too. But why is that? And that has to do with will. When we do economic impact of festivals, it's because a government or some institution pay for it, you know. It's not a simple thing to do. And so where is that government will or interest to invest? Because that is where it starts. Lastly, and then I'll hush, I think also that we need to give consideration to diversification platforms. And I'm saying this here because it does not necessitate government, even though you might find yourself still butting your head there. But if I give the story of the Carnival Museum, that came out of Rosalind Gabriel's dream. You know, how long people in Trinidad and Tobago say they want a Carnival Museum. It certainly was not coming out of governance, but it came out of industry will. And by that same token, I believe that heritage entrepreneurship has an important role to play. Museums, music museums, big, you know. You know, of the top 7 music museums in the world, you know who's inside of there? Bob Marley Museum. It is considered one of the largest generators of revenue. And I am using that as an example to say, again, we know the family started that. These are the kinds of things that can be industry-led by extension to the conference, where you can start to see that ripple effect. Heritage requires training, requires education, requires touching on persons such as Lou and Carl and some of the others, Nigel in the room, which will connect the young people to the older ones. But it also gives opportunity for employment. It allows for a different kind of packaging of your music and stuff like that. And so I feel as if it's not just about the production cycle model in terms of create music, consume music. I feel we need to get to that place and see how else we can diversify music, that we consume it differently. And in that way, we kind of go down a different sustainability.
And before we wrap, and I agree with everything that you said. I am someone that I would advocate and I would lobby with the government to invest more in our culture, invest more in our music industry. And we all agree here that structure needs to be put in place. I think the audience as well agrees that structure needs to be put in place and to market it more and to get the youth involved, and is an avenue out of crime, and it is lucrative. In terms of what Mohammed was saying, two things quickly. One is that a lot of the youth may see it as a pipe dream because that is a reality. In terms of being in the soca industry, let me speak on the soca, not only soca, because Mohammed, you know how it is outside of the soca genre. There is only a handful of people who actually make it. And this is, and I know Nigel saying this is the music industry worldwide, but you would have soca artists who would run the circuit, Carl, and if you don't have a hit, you're running that circuit. Unless you reach legendary status as a soca artist, where you have a collection of a catalog, you're not going to be booked on that circuit. So it is a hustle industry where it is try and get a hit for this year to get booked in as many fets as you can. And then if you had a hit in this season, you're going to be able to travel the carnival circuit and head to Jamaica and all the other islands and through North America to do it. If you don't have that hit, you're going to sit down on the bench for the whole year and hope that September come and you could release another hit and catch. And then the cycle starts again. Right. So that is why we need to have, and we need to have the powerful minds sit with the funding of the government and come up with a strategy, I would say, to get us out of the hustle mentality and into the industry mentality.
But I can also inject some, Lou, I know we're bullying you today, but let's forget Calypso and soca for 1 second. There's so much other music outside of that, which has existed in the last 50 years, that we have just put in the garbage. My career did not start on Calypso and soca. It started on what we call, Caribbean pop. We were into pop rock, into everything else. Matter of fact, we worked so much of those 9 months, we took vacation at carnival time. And I'm talking about the era where Robin and I'm sure myself, you were doing, pop music at the time. Nappy Mears, Clive Bradley was doing some of it. The Bootmans were doing some of it. Callian was doing some of it. And Carl and Carl J, right. So, but all of a sudden the industry has just become a carnival industry, a carnival music industry, where there's so much to be done. And so I can just give you an instance, all right. When I first did Ganja Farmer, it was refused across the board here in Trinidad. And we could talk about the Pirates, how I made Ganja Farmer successful with my partner, Jaron Woodward. We gave it to the Pirates. The Pirates were our marketing tool to do that. It became a hit globally before it came back here, and people recognize. There's also another side of the industry we have not spoken about at all today, which I was very much at the foundation of, chutney soca. Chutney soca could be so huge because of the Bollywood market, but we have, again, choked it down to carnival. So it's the chutney soca monarch, right? So there's so many things we could do. There's pop rock, but Caribbean influence. So that is why these guys here, the reason I'm their fan is because I'm seeing a success of where I started my career 50 years ago, out of carnival. That's why you cannot define a genre that they're in. You'll be disrespectful to define a genre. They are just creative spirits. But the outside of our creative selves, other people are defining who we are and putting us in these small boxes.
All right.
And that has to stop.
So this is the final question, and then I will get comments from everyone before we wrap.
Good morning to all attendees and all panelists. I actually have so many questions. I actually forgot I had 3 questions before, but I just wanted to address.
We could talk afterwards.
We would definitely will. And that's concerning Mohammed's concern about the youth interest. It's more of a statement / question because I come representing a youth mentorship program here today and working with a lot of young people. They seem to have a mentality that the world of music is so detached from them. That's one aspect of it. So detached from them that they are unable to reach it through any given means in their community. And as well, they also seem to be gravitating to what could be deemed more worldwide accepted genres. And if we consider soca, chutney soca, and a lot of the different forms of music that I would have grown like rap, so we see that there's no deep connection with the young people and these genres of music, right? So I'd really like to frame it as such. If we don't have that kind of connection with young people and music, how do we expect to formulate a framework around these young people moving forward, considering the evolution of Caribbean music?
All right, so Lou, I'll bring in you because we're taking closing statements from each of you with this one.
That's a little question.
I actually thought that most of the discussion would have been based around that today. Just to touch on what Biba just said, it's hard to compete with the carnival machinery. We're talking about, anybody in here ever drink alcohol? How you just feel when you drink alcohol? You just feel productive? You just feel to do things? Right? Forgive my candor. When you are under the influence and you see scantily dressed women, how do you just feel? No, don't embarrass yourself. But I just want to paint the picture of what the machine of carnival is built on. Let's stop kidding ourselves by saying that carnival is representative of a national identity. It has been commodified to a point now where we are responding to some deep upfront conditioning to make us consumers. And we are up against that. We're trying to showcase what is
who we are.
Deeper heritage, identity factors. What happened a couple generations ago is you had these same communal spaces that existed in the time of Brother Resistance, Mighty Duke, Mighty Sparrow, where black identity was needed in the Caribbean post-colonially to find a self, because there was no self. Your colonial masters didn't give you a self when they left. That was up to us to figure out. So our communal spaces were centered around that, and our art reflected that. Something happened between that generation and their children, and their children, when they started getting disposable income. Not going to throw anybody under the bus, but we had some children who transcended certain class and economic brackets in this country, who then invested in the creative / entertainment sector and focused on parties. So you have, I don't want to call names, but you have so many party promotion companies that have built their business model on fetes, the same alcohol and the same nakedness, right? And that now influences the primary creators, the songwriters, that this is how I'm going to pay my bills. If I'm not booked for a boat ride, how am I paying my rent? If I'm not making the carnival circuit around the Caribbean and North America and in the UK, how am I paying my bills? How am I covering the studio session that I trust and the producer with? So unless we as a community create other communal spaces outside of bars, outside of parties, outside of fetes, then we don't have any downstream for the art that the youth men want to create that will magnetize other youth men like himself or like herself.
I could gain one. I could gain one. I love this.
You paying for this? Or
Who's a hopping? Leave your 25 cents by the door.
Jump in.
So I like where the conversation going now. But what's that? Well, you need to see me. But what? I know we ran out of time too, and they tell me we are no time. But I haven't heard about Trinidad, which, when you talk about the evolution of soca or the evolution of the Caribbean music industry, and we had the youths.
We didn't have the time because it was a late start.
But
well, I know we have a whole panel on Trinidad music to come, right, Uppy? From what I see. But you're right, he's right.
Come back.
And what I want to piggyback on what Hoppy is saying there is that when I was a youth, and I was in, let me say, secondary school, I read a book called Hit Me, because I would recommend it to any person involved in music and in the industry, and you're coming up, a book on Hit Me, because kind of explaining how things became hits. And they were saying that, in the book, they were saying that the era of music when you were a teenager, when we were in secondary school, you never remember when you were younger, your parents would say, what kind of ragga music are they listening to? And their era of music, they would always think is the best. And we now as adults would think our era of music is the best. And the young people, because that age of when you were in your teens is really your formative years of loving music, and you're attached to it. So I forever attached to the music of the late 90s, early 2000s. And when I look back at when I was that age, I wasn't really into soca outside of the carnival time. And when you look at the music that the youths would latch on to, a lot of the soca artists, I'm one, and as Lou is saying, a lot of the soca artists, when you're writing songs so that you can get a hit, so that you can get booked, so that you can make money, so you can mind your family. A lot of the hit songs were songs that were about wine and jam, drinking alcohol, and in a party space, carnival, jump and wave, that kind of thing. Thank God, Michael Teja changing that a bit, right? A lot of artists have been trying it, and it's not that successful. But if you look back in the past, a lot of these soca songs were about the carnival space and how you act in that space. When we were growing up, 12, 13, 14, when I was in a household where we're not allowed to go to fetes at that age. So we had a disconnect. Well, let me talk for myself. I had a disconnect to soca music at that point in time because I ain't going any fete. So I don't know what all they're really singing about. I like the melody and I like how I could jump and move to it, but I can't really connect with it as much. So I gravitated more towards the dancehall and to the hip-hop, and I was on the conscious. I'd love Sizzler, Capleton, all of those things. Because to me, as a youth at that point in time, I could relate to those things than just the soca thing, because I didn't really experience a fete or a party at that point in time. So with Trinidad now, these fellas singing something that the youths more feel as though they look up to, and they're singing about what's happening in their neighborhoods, and the thing has evolved. And I find a lot of the youths now more gravitating towards the Trinidad music versus gravitating towards the soca music.
Okay.
They're singing
I
live.
think that okay, so your experience is coming more from a consumptive standpoint. You know, you consuming. We talk about industry. If we are to give consideration to that, when I look at Trinidad as a genre and even the sub-industry, it would seem to me, and this is an example of in spite of, because they have a lot going against them, they seem to have inculcated their own structures, which is the point that I was making before. In the absence of government policy, governance, you can create your own governance. It's called industry norms, industry standards. I don't know how many of you know, but most times, when standards in a country have to be created, whether it's like a national training agency or bureau, it is the industry that they call in to advise them. So there's nothing wrong with actually having your frameworks. And that is why institutions like Caribbean Development Bank and Export and IADB and these entities are important in that regard, because they have the technocrats, of course, that can assist, and of course, university, to help propel those kinds of things within the industry. That's one. The other thing that I would say about Trinidad music is I do agree even with what the panel was saying yesterday about the fact that this is a reflection of their reality. And I think that, and this is where now I would be cautious about the way in which we perceive soca music a la carnival, because that was also a reality. That is a reality, and that is part of a Caribbean sensibility. You might not like it, but people spending real money to come down here when the year comes. You might not like it, but because of that, there are people who can consider that they work. As a matter of fact, I could be wrong, but we sitting down here because Scorch would have thrived on account of that. And they're not the only ones. And so it is important, you see again, music, industry, two different things. For me, the challenge that we have, Lou, is like you said before, it has much to do with lack of infrastructural support. You could have as much creativity as you want. If you don't have that, you don't have streamlines for capacity building, research and development, innovation will not thrive as you want it. And it comes back then to that generational gap that everybody's talking about. So because we don't have an overarching framework for music industry, Trinidad, because remember now is, you know the themes, you know, we had to struggle and we had to survive and we had to make it, and they will create their own structures. I also think it is important, as for any genre of music, because they're not the only one, please let us not be sanctimonious. In hip hop, it had the same thing and two-man dead fit. And right now, one may be facing the courts because ... as we know. I calling nobody names. I ain't rich.
Yeah, no
right?
close.
Same thing in dancehall. But I don't know about you. I thrive on that. Who are the rivals? Beanie Man and who? Oh gosh, Ninja Man and who? This is how, what was the festival called? Sunsplash. Made it big. I think sometimes we have to be real with ourselves. No, there's also that commercialization is very critical. Please, if there is no money spinning, we cannot have development. What we are concerned about, though, which I think all of us, is sustainability. And that is where, to me, we have to identify these different streams. So commercialization, let us do what we need to do, but we also need to foster a lot of what my colleagues, the panelists, said. And as I've said before, for me, right now, youth development, youth entrepreneurship are the critical pillars there. And because I'm an educator, of course, I am seeing my structures as ways in which that can be informed. But it don't only have to be that. Fellas, ladies, all of you who are in the industry, who are you mentoring right now? Right? What apprenticeship system do you have? Yes? All of that is critical. So we must pay attention to that and see that as something that could also push us forward.
All right. I know we had a rap. Blue. You wanted to say something as your closing remarks. What is that? Time up?
Yeah.
All right.
Last. Right? Last.
That's a song.
I would say that one of the things that we can be guilty of is othering people because we don't understand it. And that actually creates more harm than good. And the cure for that is knowledge. Any contemporary music that we know and enjoy now, you can trace it back to a folk origin. And the fact that we sometimes look at Trinidad in hyperbole is because of the lack of balance. But if the thing was balanced, Muhammad will tell you that there are some love-way songs that are even more violent than these fellas could even dream of. So, when we are unaware of where we come from and the musical DNA that we are inheriting, and the challenge is always to provide society with a balanced reflection of itself, which is the responsibility of the artist. We can fall victim to the habit of creating monsters when they are just shadows of our own selves. And that's it.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to give it up for our panel. I know we went way over time, but we had a late start, right? So thank you all very much for joining us on this very, very thoughtful discussion on how we would involve our Caribbean music industry. And I hope that the powers that be would have heard this and we could put some action items into place moving forward. Thank you very much. My name is Rome, and it was a pleasure being here.
Yeah. Check.
Thank you. Well, I think we're probably closer to afternoon now, but still morning. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you to our esteemed panel for also being here with us, faring the weather as well. Before we get into our charting success in the Caribbean music scene discussion, I am Crystal Cunningham. I'll be your moderator for this workshop, and I would like to take some time for each of my panelists here today to introduce themselves, starting with Dana on my far right, just so that you guys can understand the wealth of experience that is sitting on the stage before you.
Hi, thanks for having me, Dana Shigon. I am a music executive. I've been in the music business for over 20 years, over half my life, specifically working in Caribbean music with Russian, the producer and artist from Jamaica, who's had success internationally. And I'm the co-founder of Monk Music with Machel Montano and Shea Kutari. And I handle the distribution, marketing, royalty collection, IP rights management for many of the soca songs that you've heard in the last 5 years. Hard Fet, Carnival Contract, Family, Savannah Grass, many of the hits that have driven, Carnival for the last few years, and super excited to be here. I'm from Los Angeles, and I worked in the music business there many years, but I relocated to Trinidad. I love Caribbean music and culture, and I'm dedicated to working with artists here, artists, producers, executives, anyone who's interested in the music business to make a living doing what they love and creating.
Lorraine?
Hi, thank you for having me. I'm Lorraine O'Connor, and you're what you call a creative entrepreneur. I've been working in the music business, well, Dana said 20, 30 years, a little older. And I'm born Trini, but I grew up in Europe, so I bring a lot of networking from the European side. I'm responsible with the co-management of Calypso Rose and making her big Grammy win in France, and her multi-platinum selling album, Far From Home. I find this is a highlight, and because we're focused on music here, I'll mention it. Also organized for Calypso Rose to perform at Coachella, the oldest artist to ever perform at the Coachella Festival. And that year she brought Machel Montano and Nyla Blackman on stage, who I worked with both of them. Worked with Angela also here when she had the big hit Party Done. So, that's me. I also work in film a lot. I have produced many films, including Bazodi, and I was the fixer behind the Anthony Bourdain, very controversial, Parts Unknown, and the Amazing Race that was shot here. Currently, I'm the general manager of C15 Studios, which is a company that's offering financial solutions to creatives across the Caribbean, and that means capital and funding and investment. So, I'm really happy to be on this panel. Thanks, Crystal, and thanks to Caribbean Musicon for having me.
Thanks, Laureen. Angelo? Needs no introduction, but Grammy Award-winning artist, singer, songwriter Angela Hunt.
Thank you for that introduction. Hi, everyone. My name is Angela Hunt. I'm a singer, songwriter. I'm also a director. I'm also a producer. I've been in the music for 30 years plus. I've been singing since I was 3 years old. I have definitely had my share of this music for a very long time. I've seen it go from, a certain type of industry into a technology industry, and I have learned to be a constant figure in this music because I continue to look toward the future as to what is happening instead of waiting for it to happen. My knowledge in music, songwriting, singer-songwriting, and producing is extremely vast. I've traveled the entire world. I've written all over the world, and I've written for many artists, too many to count. And I'm just really happy that I'm able to make a living doing what I'm doing and doing what I love. And I am excited to be here, to be able to talk to my people and share my wealth of experience. I have so much knowledge and experience, and I'm just extremely excited to let people know that I was that young girl in my backyard in Barataria on 6th Street with a brush giving a Grammy speech. So I'm excited to let anybody who's willing to hear and willing to take what we all have to offer, that anything is possible, yes, from here. Absolutely.
Thank you so much for that, Angela. And
welcome. Thank you for having me also.
Yes, and save the best for last. We have Steve Greenberg from Esco Records. Well, I'll let you introduce himself to you.
Well, I've been in the music business for 37 years. And I've kind of done most everything I think you can do in the music business. I was president of Columbia Records for a while. I was head of A&R of Mercury Records, where I signed a band called Hanson, which became a massive worldwide phenomenon. And then I started my own label, S-Curve Records. And I actually started the label with a Trinidadian song called Who Let the Dogs Out, written by Anselm Douglas. And we covered that song with the group called the Baha Men from the Bahamas, and I actually produced that in my friend's living room, and it went on to become this crazy worldwide success, and it actually gave our label a jump start and it allowed us to have the resources really to continue to build the label. And we had a lot of hits over the years with a lot of different artists. I signed the Jonas Brothers it was close to 20 years ago now that I signed the Jonas Brothers. They're like real men now with children of their own. And I've worked with a lot of artists from all around the world, including a lot of Caribbean artists. I've worked a lot with Shaggy and Maxi Priest. A couple of years ago, we had a big hit with Conqueror, who is a Jamaican artist featuring Shaggy, called Banana, which was a massive worldwide hit. And just now, in the past few months, we've been having success with Afrobeat artist named Bruce Melody, who's from Rwanda. He's actually the biggest artist in Rwanda, and we teamed him up with Shaggy for a song called Funga Macho, which has been really, really successful around the world, especially in Europe. So, I'm always interested in trends in Caribbean music, and happy to be here.
And I'm so happy to have you guys here as well, and I'm sure everyone who is tuning in also feels the same way. And given the wealth of knowledge that you guys have and all the experiences that you touched on with respect to working with various artists, then it is ideal to start with this particular question, and that is, success is obviously different for everyone, and not just in the music industry, in any creative sector that you are in, but specifically, how do we measure success for a Caribbean artist? Because one, with our carnival industry here, we think success is, well, I have a big hit for that season, I get booked for 50 events, and yeah, I'm on top of the world. But outside of Trinidad, you might not really be on top of the world. But then you might have another artist, as Steve mentioned, the artist from Rwanda, who is big in Rwanda, and he probably has millions of streams and collecting revenue on the back end. So what exactly is success, or how should we measure that for any artist?
Who do you want to start with?
Anyone can start.
Oh, okay. Well, I want to jump in because I really like this question, especially as I just came out of a training of an IP valuation workshop that was organized actually by the Ministry of the Attorney General here in Trinidad. And interestingly, a lot of bankers attended it. And so I think success is not just about having that big song. It's also about having a name, a brand, a trademark, and there are not very many artists that we could see out of the Caribbean who have that. But those who have it, they were talking earlier about the Bob Marley, like Bob Marley, that's a trademark. That's a very valuable trademark. And so I think success is not just about the money side, it's definitely also about your name and that trademark and that brand value that you have.
Dino?
Yeah, I think it's important to start by asking, what does success mean to you, or how do you want to be successful? Because, I know artists who are happy to be successful in the soca music business and to do the music from October through Ash Wednesday and do the 50 shows and then live the rest of the year happy. I mean, you can make a very, very good living doing that, right? And I think it's
certainly.
I know that a lot of, people speak a lot about it like from a negative perspective, but I think there is a very positive perspective that you can look at it with as well, right? That you can earn a living by just making music for Carnival is actually pretty cool if you think about it, right? But then, there's also, do you want to be a successful producer. And if you want to be a successful producer, what does that mean for you? Does that mean you want to produce local music? Do you want to produce for people away? Or do you want to be a successful executive? And what does that mean for you, right? And I think the good news is, from my perspective, is that because you no longer need the major label, it's probably like 10, 15 years that there's this idea of disintermediation. You don't need the major label as a gatekeeper anymore. You have your own access to the digital platforms, DSPs, digital service providers like Spotify, YouTube, Apple Music, iTunes. Because you have those, the access to those on your own as an independent artist, you can kind of define success for yourself, and then figure out a path towards it. And there are multiple paths towards that success, which I think some of the other panelists can talk about. But I think defining what success is for you as an individual, whether you're an artist or executive, is the first place to start. And then we can talk about some practical strategies for achieving that success. But I think that's a very important question.
Agreed. I mean, there's always two sides to a coin, and how you definitely would define or see that success for you. At the end of the day, as an artist, you have to have a plan, and then that plan, like with any career, will define the path that you take. Angela?
I think I'm coming from a totally different angle because I didn't even know what I was doing when I was making this hybrid music. It was just, my mother coming telling me what it is you doing for Trinidad and Tobago. And I was like, do what? What could I possibly do? So it started with something simple like that. So I wasn't trying to be successful. I was already successful in America. And when I came here and I saw the way the artists were being taught how to be an artist, I was shocked. I was disheartened because it would be looked upon in America as like, this is a chitlin circuit. So I don't know if you guys know what that term is, but in America a long time ago when black artists couldn't perform in white arenas, they would be in these black shows, and they would call it the chitlin circuit because they would just get treated really badly. And it's not that people are getting treated super unfairly, but what is unfair is to tell someone, hey, make this record, you might hit, you might not. You're going to have this much amount of shows, and you get to make this much amount of money at this time of the year, and then that's it. There's so much more to music than that. And so I was like, how is this it? And yes, you're right, Dana. There are some people that are okay with that, but that is not okay. Just because it is okay, it is not okay. There's so much more than that. And the first thing I said was, because people don't really realize the reason I came back to Trinidad and Tobago was because I came because the U.S. government sent me to talk about royalties. There's a task force in America, when you have a counterfeit bag on the corner, there's a task force that comes in and swoops in and goes, hey, you can't do that. Now you're under arrest. When I sat in front of Parliament, the first thing they told me was, why do we have to pay for music? I was like, huh? What? So we just wake up in the morning with bongos and sit in front of fire and make music? No, this is an intellectual property. We get paid for it.
And royalties is a huge part of the success for an artist.
Royalties is a huge part. And it was to my dismay of how many people didn't really understand the business of music. This is, we would say it's the music business. No, it's the business of music. It's 10% actually talent. And now most of it is, where does my money come from? How do I get money? So, your success and how you look at your success is based on, what am I willing to learn about my craft and what is it I'm doing? If you don't like something, then change it. So if you don't like to just be limited to this point of the year or this, I've had major labels come here and the first thing they told me was, well, this can't be a genre. And I was like, why? And he's like, because you only put out this much amount of music. That can't be considered a genre. I've said it so many times. And I've also sat in rooms where I've said to artists, what happens if the world stops? You have no royalties coming in, so what do you do? And the world stopped. And in America, our government was like, hey, what do you need? How much money do you need? Oh, here's this grant. Here's this loan. The artists survived because there were things in place to give people money to pay their rent, to pay their bills, to feed them. What do? There's no more shows. So
Exactly.
So the level of success is based on what are you willing to change? And the change starts with not just, it's the mindset of how we look at things. It needs to rewire everyone's brain here on what an artist really has to do to make it.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, a lot of the artists are new artists, and they're not going to get into that funnel to be able to make the, let's just say, the November to Ash Wednesday period. So for the established artists, sure, it's a small window, so many songs, a lot of great music every year that gets lost in that funnel. I mean, Laurie Nyla is a perfect example. Not all of her music is meant for Carnival. But then after the Carnival period, a lot of her songs are on that circuit outside of the Carnival period because, again, the investment is different. But I just want to jump to Steve because, you've worked with so many artists, and just touching on what Angela has said in terms of defining that path to success and given your experience in developing a lot of artists. What would you advise any young and upcoming artists, some of the steps or practical steps they can take, given everyone's contributions, to help them define that success from early, or define the path to help them determine the type of success they will have?
Yeah, I think every artist and every record kind of finds its own path to success if it's going to be successful. And I think it's not one size fits all. It's not that one path works for everybody. I think in today's world, there are kind of two primary ways to get fans and to get noticed with your music on a global level. One of them, and they're very opposite. One of them is social media, right? The biggest platform ever created, the most global platform, the fastest spreading platform ever created, right? And then at the other end of the spectrum, there's the very local. There's playing live in front of people in a room or outside at a festival, and that's in some ways those are opposite things. But those are the two tools really that artists have more than anything else right now in the world to become successful. The one where you're really trying to win fans one at a time by playing in front of them and building a community and being local. And then the other one, which is really like trying to do that same thing but on this platform that is disembodied and that reaches everywhere in the world at once. If you're lucky enough to crack the code, you can do that. So I think probably most artists that I've met that have done well and have managed to sustain success have kind of done both. I think being just a social media artist is a very ephemeral thing. Yeah, if you're fortunate enough, you could have one that connects, but it doesn't guarantee that anything else you ever do is going to connect. So you can go down that path, and I think you need to go down that path. I don't know any records anymore that are successful globally that haven't gotten some success on social media. I think it's not really possible to have a successful record anymore that's not popular on social media. But I think that you can increase your odds of success and have a much better battle plan if you actually have a community of fans who've seen you, who have a connection to you that's deeper than just a 30-second TikTok clip.
I'm glad you mentioned the community of fans. I know, Dina, you want to say something, but I guess you can touch on this as well. How does an artist go about building that community of fans? So even when the world stops, like you mentioned, you have the ability to collect revenue by leveraging digital platforms.
Right. So that goes hand in hand with what I was going to say, right? So practically speaking, if you do want to, be music, create music for the world and export your music beyond just Carnival, it really starts with the planning, right? And a lot of times what I've noticed in my work here is that artists will make up a date in their mind for why they need to release something, right? Whether it's their birthday event or because of the Carnival season, it always happens where you're trying to get it out to get in the Carnival race, and you end up not really planning properly because of that. So, I think that if you're a Carnival, a soca music artist, you still should put together a 24-month plan for your music and try and at least get maybe one song a month, that you can plan sort of to release outside of Carnival, where you're actually going to have a social media plan. This feeds into the building a social media following, because it all kind of goes together. But say I have at least 6 or 8 songs that I'm going to pitch to the DSPs with 4 weeks.
Before you continue, just explain what a DSP
Okay, DSP is
is.
digital service provider. So Spotify, Apple Music, iTunes, YouTube, Amazon, Pandora, etc. Right? So because they have massive hyper engaged audiences around every genre and playlists that feature music in almost every genre and mood, one of the best ways to sort of export yourself and get your music known internationally is to be placed on those playlists, right? And this is how you can build fans and followers, because if you get into a playlist that has 4 million followers on Spotify, then you're automatically going to be put in front of people who can listen to your music, decide that they like your music, and then follow you, right? And so having optimized profiles on all these relevant DSPs and social media sites is important too, because once they do discover you on those on the playlist that you get featured on, you want to make sure that they can go and easily find your Instagram and your TikTok and your YouTube so that they can follow and subscribe. And then when they visit those profiles, make sure that they can easily discover your other music. So having a robust content strategy is really important. But sort of going back to the planning part of it, if you're always rushing to release something because you want to get it up for Carnival, you want to get it up for your local event or whatever, then you're totally bypassing the whole ability to be featured and then have new people discover you, right? So planning and having, say, like a 24-month schedule where you can plan in advance that you're going to drop a single, and then you can have all the marketing materials and things, ready and in order to, release properly. That's really, really important, right? And then so just some practical ideas for building audiences is when you have that single, what content can you make around that single? You can have an acoustic version that's a 30-second clip that you can put on TikTok. You can have a visualizer video, which is just like the moving artwork to put on YouTube. You can have a lyric video that goes along with that. You can have a behind-the-scenes video that goes along with that you can put on YouTube. So you can create maybe 10 to 20 pieces of content around one single, and then you feed your social media profiles with that content. And that becomes the strategy for attracting people, driving comments, likes, shares, engagement. And when you do that, you kind of spike the algorithms that drive these profiles. And then those algorithms put your content in front of other people that might like that, right? And so it's really about planning out the music strategy and then planning out the social media strategy around that, with the goal of increasing your audience size, and the idea that increasing your audience size on these platforms will then increase the streaming, which will then increase the revenue. And then the last part I'd say is that when you get that revenue, like what we did for Russian back in 2012 was, we just put out songs on his YouTube channel, and anytime it made money, we just reinvested that money into the next piece of content, and then the next piece of content, and the next piece of content. And then we had enough money to make a music video. And then when you put that music video out, if it got shared a lot, then everything else you put out before that got more views as well, because you had it all optimized. So it was long-winded, but that's a very practical strategy for growing an audience online and how it translates into making money digitally.
Right. So, of course, for a lot of the young artists who are looking at this, sometimes these things seem so far-fetched. It's easy to say, well, you do this, you connect with a DSP. And for those who know the formula, it's fine, it works. But for those who don't know the formula, and let's just say they have been doing this, uploading their music on different platforms, how do they break the international markets? Angela, I don't know if you can answer that, or Lorraine or Steve. How does a young artist break or get the recognition that they want? Because again, it's all about what they deem success to be, and that is seeing their name emblazoned somewhere, or at least get a paycheck for a song, and they see, like when they check their balance, oh my God, I got 5,000 US for that song. For them, that's a milestone. So how do they break that?
All that sounds great. But to a person who's sitting in their bedroom, who has no money, living in their mother's house, trying to make a record and trying to make themselves seen and trying to be successful, does seem miles away. So I'm talking to the people who can't really sometimes put all that together. Because in the reality of it, I've had songs that have millions and millions and millions and millions of streams. And at the end of the day, the checks are this small because all these platforms pay us literally no money. So trying to redirect what we're trying to do. I've sat on Capitol Hill and fought Spotify. We cannot see how much money they make. So I have songs with 30 million, 50 million, 60 million. I have a song that I'm celebrating today with 1 billion streams. Thank you.
Congratulations.
That's great. I would like to see that money. That would be awesome. Both of my kids would probably college be paid for, so forth and so forth. But the reality is that's not going to happen. Because I'm not going to see that. Because they get to decide how much money they get out of this 100%. These are the things I feel like people need to know. That's great. We can look that all up and go try to find how to find a distributor and, all those things. That's great. But, okay, so let's get to some of the facts. It's 100%. They get to figure out how much they get. We have 3 judges who decide how much we get. How does that work? How do you have 3 judges on the justice system that decide, I'll give the writers this much amount of money. And by the way, you'll never get to see how much is in their bank accounts. So here you have companies, Spotify, Pandora, blah, 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 who exist off of the content that we create. And we are getting paid 0.000001 nothing. So in that process and in knowing that, which is a complete mind blown, right? You're like, I was like, oh my God, this is crazy. And you have people like Taylor Swift who's like, okay, fine, we'll take all my music down and I'll put it on my website. And that's something a little person could do too. Take all your music, hey, you want to buy my music? Come here and buy it. There's things that we can do, and you can also go that route. But I think fighting to get on these playlists, it's hard because that was a way for us independents. We were like, wow, we could just put out our music and we could get on these playlists and people would hear us and they would listen. And it was working until they found out that we were doing that. And then they're like, oh, okay, now you're going to have to pay to get on these lists. Now you're going to have to pay to get your video played. Now you're going to have to pay to do this. And so now they've almost taken away our freedom and our independence. And now we're paying for everything now. We're paying for these lists. We're paying for all these DSPs. And it makes it really harder. I don't want it to be a deterrent, but it has to strengthen your path and your planning on how you are releasing your records, the way you're releasing your records. Your phone is your ammo. There's nothing you can't do with your phone. You can go out, you can shoot videos, and you can just place them anywhere. Although there's so many platforms for us, but yet at the same time, it still seems really hard. And that's the reality of it. And it's a battle that we all fight. I am an independent artist. I fund everything that I do. I don't have a major label behind me. So everything I do has to be calculated. Everything has to be planned out. By the time you say, hey, I need this guy to film this and edit this, that's $100 there. That's $100 there. That's okay. That starts to add up. Mm-hmm. So even myself, someone like myself who's successful, that still in turn ends up to be a lot of money. So how do we get past that? Planning, plan.
Which goes back to what Dina said.
Absolutely.
Having that plan. And obviously reading as well is important because before you sign up with a DSP or before you sign that, people think signing with a record label is cool, and it is. You get some type of backing, but you have to have that knowledge and understanding before you make that deal, because then you have to stick by that deal.
I would also just add one more thing that's important to acknowledge AI, right? So in a way, AI is kind of scary because theoretically, Spotify or the major labels can make music with AI and flood the market and really kill the independent music game. But that's not what I'm talking about. But use ChatGPT and ask the question of like, hey, I want to I'm from Trinidad and Tobago, and my goal is to have a hit in Europe, and I will record 24 songs in the next 24 months. How can you help me with a strategy, as an independent artist with a budget of X, could be very little. How, can you give me a practical strategy? And ask ChatGPT that. That's a very practical thing. It will give you a very good strategy.
Yeah,
I can tell you that because I put it in there sometimes and I get it out and I'm like, it's like I wrote this, like it knows, and it gets better. You can use something called custom instructions as well with ChatGPT, where you can explain to it who you are, what type of music you make, where you're based, what your goals are, and then as it goes along, it starts to give you better, more and more accurate information and better strategies. Then you can feed in like the results that you've had, and it can just constantly be going. So I would say take advantage of that. And then with regards to not having a budget, TikTok, I mean, maybe this is a controversial statement, but in my experience, it really is the most effective music marketing tool right now. If you can get a hit on TikTok, Steve had one with Conqueror, it blew up. If you can get hundreds of thousands or millions of people listening to your song and tagging it on TikTok, which you can do, it's very hard, but if you start, you just have to start. If you start and you commit to it and you make content over and over and over and over and over again on TikTok and you can get some pickup there, you can start your music career that way.
I'm glad you brought that up because one of the things we wanted to obviously touch on is an example of a Caribbean artist who definitely, found success in a avenue that our local artists or the youths recognize, which is definitely TikTok. So Laureen, I guess you can touch on Nyla with that, and then Steve, you can tell us about the experience with Conqueror and how he was able to get that success by tapping into the TikTok market.
Well, I just wanted to say that both Dana and Angela made it's two different approaches, but I think both of them are so valid. And I think what's great is that we actually have the choice to not go, the DSP and all that route, to go the more independent route with your own website and so on. And interestingly, Calypso Rose broke in France because Manu Chao, who is an artist, a totally rebellious French artist, that actually refused. I mean, if you read his history, it's incredible. He refused to play at shows because certain sponsors were on the sponsorship. A nightmare for a record label, kind of guy. But he was responsible. He took the album and gave it a flavor and touched it, and of course added his name to it. But yet he was signed to a label. I'm just using this as an example, just to show how you have the choices. If you don't want to go one way, you can look at going the other way. And yes, you can basically sit down in your, and we live in such beautiful country, that too, that we can, the images here are incredible in Trinidad. So to make images on your phone and so on and upload them, they will be appealing. I mean, we know because we've seen, the effect. And to come back to Nyla, Nyla is on a drive right now, actually, on social media. I don't know if, those who follow her would see she's posting a lot more. It's a lot more thought out content, it's engaging more, and the numbers are growing. On social media, you have to be consistent. It's work. It really becomes a job. So, and that's how you use it. You have to be clever, and I love that Dana gave the example with Chad. Like, use the tools that are there, let's not just feel like it's unattainable, because look, we have examples that
and it goes back to where we started.
Exactly.
It depends on charting success for you, what it means to you, and what path you want to take.
Exactly.
So just to get back to Steve and using the success
I think,
of
you
Conqueror.
have to understand that there are sort of, hidden or maybe not so hidden rules in all of these platforms like TikTok or Spotify or whatever, right? TikTok rewards you for consistency. Their algorithm likes artists who are consistent and post a lot. If you are somebody who posts occasionally, the algorithm will punish you for that and just not spread your stuff as far as it might. So for starters, you got to kind of understand that and play by those rules, because you ultimately at this moment can't change those rules. And you also have to remember that there is a range of success in a platform like TikTok. Not everything is the big worldwide viral sensation. There's lots of just nice successes all across Instagram, TikTok, and all of those platforms. And so if you post consistently and you post high quality content and the music is good, you know, there's decent odds that somebody's going to pick it up. Because here's one of the things about TikTok is that like every TikTok goes to somebody. There's not a single TikTok that anybody makes that doesn't go to anybody. But the thing about TikTok is you don't get to decide who gets your content, right? If anybody's not familiar with how TikTok's algorithm works, right, is you make TikTok and it goes to the people that TikTok's algorithm thinks might like what you just did. And so you don't have control. You can't say, "Oh, I want to reach all my fans," because you're not really doing that on TikTok. You can do that on Instagram. So basically, you make the best content you can. But now, the thing about the TikTok algorithm is very often, while it can amplify your music, it also can keep you in a box, right? Meaning, let's say if you are a soca artist and you have your music tends to resonate with people who like soca, you might just keep getting fed into the Trinidadian market, into the soca market, into the carnival market. People who like those kinds of piece of content. Now, what if you say, "Oh, I want to go global," because there are records from every genre of music, including Trinidadian music, that occasionally go global and break out of that box. How do you do that? Well, that's where you've got to be a little bit more clever, right? You've got to think about, okay, my music is soca, but what am I doing visually? What am I doing thematically in the content that I'm marrying to my music that might actually get me out of the box and get me to travel to other parts of the world? And it's really worth being educated on platforms like TikTok, what's happening around the world, not just in the world that you follow, but what's happening in Europe, what's happening in Asia, what are the trends? Is there a trend that might be happening in some other part of the world that might be fun for you to hop onto with your music? Is there a way to enter the conversation in another part of the world outside of just the box that you're starting in? And all those things take a lot of thought and a lot of trial and error. And it's very easy to get frustrated because you try it and nothing happens. You try it again, nothing happens. Then all of a sudden, one day, you try it and something happens. But it's just, you got to just keep going and keep trying different things and try to think about, how do I break out of the box? Because the TikTok algorithm kind of works best by keeping everybody in their little box. Yeah. And if you can figure out a way to get out of that, and that's what happened with Conqueror, which I know you'd asked about. We did this record with Conqueror featuring Shaggy, and it was like, okay, we put it out, and it did whatever it did in the kind of limited dancehall sense. And then all of a sudden, somebody in New Zealand did an unauthorized remix of the song, and another person in New Zealand did like an interesting dance to the song. And the dance was sort of marked by this one part in the song where like they dropped their sunglasses over their eyes. Like they kind of knocked their head and their sunglasses go down. And that thing, within 24 hours of that young woman doing that TikTok in New Zealand, it already was trending in Brazil. 24 hours. It went from New Zealand to Brazil in 24 hours. And all of a sudden you had people all over the world dropping their sunglasses to that song. And we did over a billion views just on TikTok and had a platinum record in about 30 countries around the world. So sometimes you just get lucky.
Yeah. Well, I mean, before we wrap, because everyone has shared valid points, but I think, one of the consistent, at least three of the consistent things I've heard is success. Obviously, you have to define where you want to go in this industry. And once you kind of define where you want to go, then you plan around what you want to do or where you would like to see the rewards come for you. And when you make that plan, then you research, as Angela was saying, research and educate yourself so that you know exactly what you're aiming for and you're not just like a deer in chasing in the headlights. And then you leverage the different platforms available to you, not just one. And then with what Steve was saying at the end there is to be consistent. Don't give up because you feel like you're not getting the reach that you want.
I would say it's in my experience, 18 to 24 months. If you can stick with it for 18 to 24 months and not give up, because you can definitely, I've seen it with popular artists that and producers that I've seen them make content for 12 months straight with nothing. But we made sure that even when they did that, everything was set up properly and optimized, proper titles, tags, descriptions, everything looks good, looks like it's professionally run. And then they got that moment, the sunglass drop moment, and then everything that they did before started to rise, right? But if you can stick to it, something will happen for you within 18 to 24 months. You might not be a multi-platinum artist, but there will be a spark. And if you use the tools like Steve's saying, do the research, what's popular. You can literally ask ChatGPT, what is popular in Europe today? And it'll tell you, like, how do I come up with a strategy? If you can stick to that, it can happen. And just one last thing I'll say is about, in terms of the money side of things, right? I don't disagree with you at all. The money, especially for songwriters, that gets paid out by Spotify is not fair. It is not fair. It's very, very low. On the record label side or the independent artist side, if you own what they call the master recording, though, I still feel it's low compared to what Spotify earns. But just to give you an idea, like if you release a song and you own it fully, and you get 1 million streams on Spotify, that's probably between $3,000 and $4,000 back to you. Okay, and so if you I was with someone in Jamaica last week, and they told me they're a music producer, and they've been doing this for 14 years, right? And they put out 1,000 songs. They make $50,000 a month off 1,000 songs. Yeah. So on the other side, there is hope. Like if you can get and you can retain most of your ownership, you can. And on Apple Music, it's even more. It's probably between $4,000 and $6,000 a month, right? And so, like Russian, we just did a song, and Russian's from Jamaica, and he kind of employed the strategy that we're talking about. His song, we released on April 4th, has 217 million streams just on Spotify, right? And I say this to say, it's possible. He was just another kid in Jamaica producing records in his bedroom, but he stuck with it, and he employed some of these strategies that everyone on the stage has said today. And it is possible.
Yeah, being consistent so that you can build up that catalog so that the streams will eventually add up, and not giving up, of course. I mean, we're coming to, our time is pretty much up because they signaled me twice already. So if you guys have any questions that you would like to ask our panelists, they will be here as well for other panels during the course of the week. And we have a songwriting masterclass with Angela from 5 to 7 p.m. this afternoon. If that
definitely
is
go to that.
Yes.
If you're an artist here, if there's one piece of advice I can give you, go to that for sure.
And we would have other
Otherwise,
panels,
you're not serious.
As you mentioned, the masters to your music. We have another panel on intellectual property and copyright so that you can learn and understand what that means so that the revenue streams would add up for you even more when you continue to produce music consistently and not give up. So we'll open the floor now for any questions. We'll take just about 50 minutes of questioning because we have the other panel, Trinidad panel, coming up shortly. We have a microphone coming down to you guys. So if you have any questions, Ayana is coming forward with the microphone. You can feel free to either pass it around and can't really see. You're free to ask a question. What's your question? And I'll ask it.
Good morning, everyone. So I was trying to figure out how to phrase my question. As somebody that is a songwriter and wants to write for other people, I've realized that there are very different models when it comes to the way songwriters are paid, right? So I did a course online a couple years ago with, I can't remember the name of the school now, but it's an institute in the UK. And basically, when I asked the question, because our model in the Caribbean, when it comes to writing soca, is that a lot of soca songwriters are paid upfront for the songwriting. Whereas in some other countries, and in the UK, that's not the way the model works. They work on the songs, and then they receive part of the royalties. So my question is kind of a how do we now? Because when we see that songwriters are not being compensated, probably, because the song is what makes the artist. If you don't have a good song, a lot of people believe that the artist makes the song. It's really the song. If the artist doesn't have a good song, they're not going to get very far, or if they can't maintain good songs. So songwriters are really essential to the industry, even more than the artists who are the face of the industry. But sometimes we really not going to get paid the way that we should get paid. So my question is, in terms of charting success in the Caribbean music scene, as songwriters, how do we now begin to change, I guess, mindset so that probably we have a hybrid of the two, whereby songwriters are paid upfront and also able to be sustained by the success of the songs that they are driving within the industry? How does that change now come about? Especially for me as a person that is trying to now begin to network with people to write for other people as well as myself.
Angela, you want to take that question as a songwriter?
Well, you did the first step. You educated yourself, right? So being that you're the only person in the room who is not paid up front. The producer has already been paid. The engineer has already been paid. The artist is about to make millions of dollars. And you are about to see your money 3 years later. Maybe. So because it was like that, what has started to happen is now we ask for a fee now. Because it seems ridiculous because we are the most important person in the room. Right? No one wants to hear instrumental, per se. Yeah. Right? So the start of it is asking for a fee, but be fair. The person might be able to really afford what you're worth. What do you feel you're worth? If you feel like you really haven't had the experience to really come in the room and like do damage, be easy. Right? And work with their budget. And no matter what someone's budget is, give them all the same quality, no matter what. Right? I approach it that way, but I have what we call a buffer. That is my buffer. He's going to go in the room for me and not make me look like the bad guy and say, excuse me, but you're going to have to pay her if you want her services. And it's about being brazen in a way where you just want people to know your worth, because we're at the bottom of the pile, but yet the most important person in the room. So that hybrid works. And then specifically in Trinidad and Tobago, when I first came on behalf of the U.S. government, that was the first year that it was the largest flow payout. Because I was like, you can't just put people's song up on a commercial and not pay them. It doesn't work that way. So it stops by the artists and the songwriters like yourself standing up going, listen, how do we get together with the government to say we need to start respecting royalties and finding a way to be in conjunction with America and all the other countries with their societies, with cotton, a BMI, or so forth and so forth. Because nobody can put my music up on a commercial without paying me. Wow. It's a sync. That's what it's called.
It happens all the time here. I'm constantly I have always something going on with some brand and some agency here because they've done it. So it's
the custom and the norm.
I am fighting for it. I'm
You
like,
guys
yo.
need to know he's here because he fights for that.
They're like, we have low budgets, and I send a link to like the article. It says this company made $1 billion last year. It's like, don't tell me there's no budget, right? So, but you do need someone to stand up for you, for sure.
Yeah, because I'm also a jingle writer, so I've written jingles for companies, and I am currently in a situation where I wrote a jingle for a company about 4 years ago. I was working through an ad agency, and the fee my contract was very specific. Within, it specified the rate for the use of the song for 1 year, and then ongoing use of the song. So imagine my surprise that I was already paid for the 1 year, and here I am 4 years later, still hearing my jingle with my voice being played, not only in Trinidad, but I went to St. Lucia on my honeymoon and heard it in the groceries there. And
pocket's still empty.
Empty.
Yeah, it's called cease and desist.
And and I spoke to the ad agency, and they said, no, we don't do that. Residuals.
Wow.
And so because of that, I don't work with ad agencies anymore because I can't.
Yeah, but you shouldn't stop working with them. You should correct them and call them out on it. And you have to get together. In America, the writers came together and got what they wanted. And that's what it's hard. It's easier said than done. But if you don't start somewhere, There are people here to help you. Lorraine, I couldn't guide myself being here if it wasn't for her and Lady and like Dana, who has come in, who has a wealth of knowledge of, how it works.
You see, the sad thing with the industry here is that, with islands, they say we are so small, right? And what happens is, as a new person starting, you often feel like, boy, if I make a stand to this, would I be blacklisted? Would nobody else want to work with me? And that's what they use.
If you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. I'll
So
leave you with that.
oftentimes, and then it's like, well, if you don't do it, they get somebody else to do it, and it perpetuates because that next person is looking for a come up. So she might make a stance, but then the next person. So it's almost like this rat race or this crab in a barrel mentality. Well, okay, I took somebody else's spot, and then I'm making money now, so I'm not going to complain, albeit you're not being paid right.
Just one other piece of practical advice that I always tell artists is if you're in this business, you also need to find an entertainment attorney. That you have to do from day one. Not your aunt and uncle that like does real estate law or whatever. No, like find an entertainment attorney. They do exist here, and you probably should have one in the States. You don't do anything without signing without having a lawyer review the contract. You have to never sign, and be careful what you check off online, because you can sign your rights away, and that's a very real thing. So that's for anyone in the music business. Just from when you start, find an entertainment attorney that is experienced in entertainment business contracts, and never sign anything in music without having an attorney who's reputable read it.
Just before we go to the next question, and extending on her question for the songwriters. So obviously, let's just say they wrote a song, they got paid for it. It's a regular song, but then the song takes off, and sometimes a song becomes a hit. A lot of them may not necessarily know that additional compensation can come their way when a song goes from just being a regular song to being an international or multi-platinum hit. How do the songwriters then, like say for example, like how do they deal with that? Steve, do you have any advice where that is concerned?
I think first thing is to educate yourself on what are the real revenue streams that are available to a successful song. There's so many, because there is money from streaming, of course, and as Angie said, it's pitifully low, but it is a revenue stream. There's what's called public performance, meaning every time your song gets played on the radio anywhere in the world, you should be getting paid, or television, same thing. And then there's sync licensing, which is licensing your music to film, television, video games, commercials, whatever. And that's the one area where conventionally you do get paid up front for that. The other ones you tend to have to earn out based on exposure and success. But know all the revenue streams, because I think a lot of people forget to register songs in the right way that'll make them eligible for the revenue streams. Make sure that you're signed up with with the Public Performance Society here in Trinidad or wherever you live in the world. And what's great about those societies, that all those societies have mutual, agreements, reciprocal agreements with all the other societies all around the world. So if somehow, your song breaks out on TikTok in Korea and somebody starts playing it on the radio in Korea, you're going to get paid as long as you're registered with the society here in Trinidad. So just make sure that you've done all those things to identify and monetize all the revenue streams.
All right. Yeah.
You can fix it by cut your losses. It happened. Don't let it happen again. That's how you fix it. It cannot happen to you again. You got me once, but you will not get me again.
Go to that?
Next question, please.
No problem. This is for Steve. You just gave an example of how the song with Commander took off based because somebody in New Zealand did something quasi-legal or quasi-illegal. And I think a lot of us know the story about Shaggy's song. It wasn't me. A DJ in Hawaii downloaded it illegally and that kind of stuff. And it seems as though it's like luck, or that doesn't seem like a strategy. That just seems like something just happened. I'm curious about the example of Who Let the Dogs Out, if that was something like that also happened. Or if not, so be it. But there's something that seems very, which in China we use this word ratchifi. And it seems very ratchify. Learn it, ratchifi. one word, right? That there was no plan to do it this way, but somebody dropped their glasses on their face and bam, it's a hit. Is luck part and parcel of how the Caribbean music becomes
Luck
popular?
is part of everything in life, I think. Of course. But you can help improve your odds of getting lucky. You know what I mean? Like we talked about TikTok. If you post consistently, you have a much better chance of getting lucky than if you post every 3 months, right? It's just going to increase your odds of getting lucky. And in response to your question about who let the dogs out, that actually was 100% planned and executed in a very step-by-step way. And we were lucky in the sense that, like, all the things we imagined we could do if we did X, Y, and Z, they all happened. Sometimes they don't, right? Sometimes you fall at a certain hurdle. For some reason on that one, we just never fell at any hurdle. We just kept going. But it was all completely planned. I have a podcast called Speed of Sound, and there's a whole episode about how Who Let the Dogs Out happened, like the whole plan and how it unfolded. And it's, if you're interested in that kind of thing about how pop music phenomena can actually sometimes, if you're lucky, actually but you can sort of mastermind a plan to dominate the world, essentially, and every once in a while it actually works. Listen to that podcast and it'll tell you the story.
I will. As you talked about, this is just a follow-up. As you all are talking about songwriting and royalties and things, I think we in Trinidad have heard about the story of Who Let the Dogs Out in terms of who wrote the song.
Yeah, crazy story.
Has that ever been finalized, or that's still an ongoing thing?
Luckily, those lawsuits were finalized. If people don't know, the thing about the song Who Let the Dogs Out, it was written by Anselm Douglas for the 1998 Carnival, and it was called Doggy. And when the song became really big, he started to make a lot of money, as he should have. But then another person named Ozzie Gurley came and said, no, I actually wrote that hook before you, and you were in the studio with me and you heard it. And Anselm Douglas said, oh yeah, as a matter of fact, that's kind of true. So then all of a sudden, Ozzie Gurley's name got added to the song. But then, over the years, a lot of research was done on the song. There's even a whole documentary that you can see online called Who Let the Dogs Out. And you see that there's like artists in the late 90s who used that hook, artists in the mid 90s, early 90s, and then in the movie, the guy who did incredible research, he actually he found this high school football team in Ohio in 1989, and they're singing the hook. And so he goes, oh, I found the origin of this because these guys must have made it up as like their fight song for their football team. But then all of a sudden, by the end of the documentary, he finds a Little League baseball team in Texas in 1983, and there's a home video of them doing the hook. So clearly, it was just this thing that was in the air. And Anselm Douglas didn't write the hook, and Ozzie Gurley didn't write the hook, and none of those people wrote it. It just was like a thing. It's like, there was another one like that years ago that was called The Roof's on Fire, if people know The Roof's on Fire. Nobody knows who wrote that. It was just in the society, Just sometimes culture just comes up from the underworld somewhere.
It's like they said in the panel previously that, music kind of influences music and other music from before. But just to add back to when you asked your question about luck, while luck is a part of it, what is not a part of it is your plan around and how you capitalize on that luck. Yeah. Because luck may come for you and you sit there and you don't do anything with it. And then Angela gets lucky and boom, next year Angela is still making money off of that luck because she had a plan to capitalize on that luck. So when luck comes your way, you have to be prepared, which goes back to Dana's point. You have to have that 18 to 24 month plan. You have to educate yourself, as Angela said. You have to be consistent, as Steve said, and then not giving up. As Lauren's point is, it doesn't matter how old or how young you are, using the Calypso Rose example, that you have to keep going at it and don't allow time to expire on you because the world is a global stage. I mean, we have to wrap up. I see Rome has a question. Yes, I'm coming to you. So if you just let us know who else have a question so that we can quickly take them. If not, we'll just do Rome question and just wrap up, if that's okay with everyone.
All right, so good afternoon, everyone. Great discussion. And I know you all touched a bit on the streaming platforms. And in the soca industry right now, there has been a trend for the past couple of years of where soca artists are giving their music videos and their song releases on YouTube to Julian's promo. So this is a platform where he has probably, Angela on the hot seat, where there's a guy who started this YouTube platform and he amassed probably over 1 million subscribers. And instead of the artists putting their videos and their songs on their own platforms, they are handing it over for him to publish. So I just wanted to get an insight on what is your take on that in terms of propelling your career. Should the artists put their music on their platforms and promote it there, or hand it over to not only, I just use Julian promos as an example.
I thought about this so many times in the last 10 years, like, to be honest with you.
I'm curious.
I mean, first of all, Julian's a good guy, and I honestly, like, I've thought about this for, I started working with Marshall 12 years ago. And every single year I think about this exact question. Honestly, I think over the years, I've realized that it's probably better if you're an artist, it's probably better to put it on your own channel, to be honest. Over time, if I have to look back and think about it, today, right now, as I sit here thinking about it, I would honestly say, like, yeah, it's probably put it on your own YouTube channel. But on the other hand, if you don't, it's hard to start, you know. But if you don't start, you know, how are you going to ever build something, right? And then also, Julian's channel has been flooded with content, like with so many people, that it's not like it used to be where if you upload it, you're sure to get X amount of views. It's hard to say now. It depends on how many songs he's got that day and what, you know, how many people are visiting it. But it is important to note that if you do decide to go put it on Julian's channel, your distributor monetizes it. So don't think that if you put it on Julian's channel, he's making the money.
So that's what I was going to ask.
No,
you
no,
can explain that once you're signed up with a DSP.
If you're signed up with a distributor, so it could be a company like ours, Monk Music, where we handle the distribution to the different platforms and the royalty collection, or you could go to like DistroKid or TuneCore, which is a DIY service that allows you to upload it yourself. Any of the options available that you can use to get your music on the DSPs will put in what they call a content ID claim on your music on YouTube. So if anyone uploads it, it automatically gets caught by their system, and then you can choose to monetize that or to block or take it down or not monetize it. We just choose to monetize it. So you will get paid, but you're missing the opportunity to build an audience on your own channel. Right, and I think the trend is the more established artists over the past few years have gone to their channels more and more because of, I think, the fact that Julian's channel now, you know, it's a bit flooded. I mean, I love Julian. Julian, I think, has done a lot. That channel has done a lot for soca in that it was one place and one hub that everyone, you know, goes to discover soca music. So, but there are the pros and cons.
So would you say that if, as a, I guess, to assist Room with his question, do not upload there unless you are registered with a DSP as a way to help protect you to some extent or get your revenue?
I mean, I would just say if you're an artist and you're serious about music, you have to figure out a distribution plan, right? You have to have someone delivering your music to the other DSPs. So yeah, I mean, yeah.
And I want to bring it back to the IP. Because remember, your name is valuable. So building that name even from day one is, you know, going to be something that you can't get rid of it unless you change your name, obviously. But, you know, that name is really so important.
All right. Any closing remarks from Angela and Steve before we close off this panel today?
I'm just so happy that everyone is here in the room can get a piece of just hopefully something that has inspired you to start thinking differently, start doing your things differently. And I'm glad that you know what Julian looks like, because a lot of people who don't and who have given their money to, you know, people like that, not per se him, for what he's doing, to put their video up. And, you know, the money doesn't reach them for whatever reason, but everyone is a lot more educated now. Let's move on from what was happening in the past. People would get their little change together and they'll put their stuff out, not just on promo, on many platforms like promo. Now take that money, put it together, hold it for a second, and come up with a plan. because the plan is what's going to make you get ahead. This is not a small island. I beg to differ. This is a thriving, beautiful country that can do incredible things. I could have shot my album release anywhere in the world, but I came here because there were so many things that I can do that offers nowhere else in the world. So I don't think there's room to think small here. You could do anything. There's so much talent here. And I think that's what I would like people to know more. This room should be absolutely filled. All these panels should be absolutely filled. The school should have let them be here because this is important to the culture. So hopefully, next time we do it again, it would be filled because everyone needs to hear this, that nothing is impossible. Absolutely nothing. If you stick to it and keep doing it and keep doing it. It has nothing to do with where you are. We have a thing called the internet. We can reach anywhere in the world. And you can research anything. So keep digging and keep researching to find out what's the right plan for you. That's what works. What is the right plan for you? It may be a label. It may be just Dana. It might be Lorraine. It might just be following me like an independent artist who took the song right away and then came back being an artist. Find what's right for you and then make it work for you. Because what you see may not be the right thing for you.
Thank you so much.
And I want to build on what you said, because you said what you said is just so true and great. And just to build on it, I know people get frustrated. I've heard people get frustrated this morning, from about sort of being in that box of carnival season and everything that entails. But just know that every once in a while, one of those songs does break out and becomes a global sensation, and you never know which one it's going to be. And that's why it's just so important to set your sights high. You're involved in that culture and in that world of putting out music on that schedule and doing that circuit. I get it. It's a way to pay the bills. It's a way to get your music known in Trinidad. It's all great, but set your sights higher, meaning maybe this one could work around the world, because every once in a while one of them does. And sometimes it's because some A&R guy from a record label finds one in Trinidad and says, I want to try to bring that to the world. Other times it just emerges from social media, sort of more organically, and the world says, hey, this is something great. But just know, every great song, every great song could be popular in the whole world. Any song that people love here, if people really love it, there's no reason people can't love it in the U.S. and in Europe and in Asia and everywhere in the world. So set your sights high and go for trying to reach beyond your community while at the same time doing everything you need to do to succeed in your community. That's my advice for success.
Well, guys, thank you so much. Dana, Lorraine, Angela, and of course, Steve, thank you for everyone joining us here. We have additional panels that will be continuing for the rest of the day and the rest of the week. So please go online at islandetickets.com, register for the rest of the panels. The schedules are there so you can see the panels that Steve will be on additionally, as well as Lorraine and Dana and Angela, so that you can learn more and get more wealth of knowledge from them. So thank you so much, and we hope to see you in the next panel.
Right. Test, test, test. Good day, everyone. So, we spoke a little about the Trinidad industry yesterday, which was day one. Today is day two of Trinidad. We have a slightly different panel today. I want to introduce my guests one by one, starting with the big man himself, DJ Pun.
Check, check. Yeah, blessings.
Yeah, man. Next, we have Jazzy Blaze. No, before that, DJ Pun. DJ, obviously the name DJ Pun. You know, DJ, producer, and a vital part in the Trinidad for all who know. No, right? Jazzy Blaze, artist, you know, elder in the industry, same way too.
Elder way?
Oh God, all you like that word at all. Yeah, man, you know, elder in the thing, you know.
Yeah, man.
A
Good
big
afternoon.
brother.
Well, it's morning, afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, man.
Thanks for having me.
On my right, we have Delicia Patterson, Dye Media, management, the business part of the thing, you know, big up yourself. Then we have Rian Elbon, you know, artist, elder too. Right? And then we have the eldest, Johnny Bravo, you know, the man with less words, little words, I should say.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, man.
I just want to say something for 2 seconds, 2 minutes. I want to say good afternoon, everyone. I would like to first say I didn't prepare to come here, and this was last minute, and I would like to start saying everyone is not perfect. During my time in school, I was a big bully, and I used to take students cookies and brownies. You know what I mean? So I just want to make y'all laugh. And being a youth, it's a particular stage of life when an individual is young, and it often means the time between childhood and adulthood. The age represents their appearance of freshness, vigor, spirit, and etc. These are the makeup of one of the two young youths is mentum, experience, and the way they shape an individual and create a level of dependency. At this phase of life, some youths are driven by fantasy and freedom, and you have the power to choose your response. The future of our country depends on you, and you have to represent it in every level. Every youth is equally respond for the future, and you are building blocks for the country. You cannot make changes or progress without the youths. Life is given us a huge and noble gift, and that is you guys are the youths. Drug abuse is one of the major youth problem of the use of drugs and dealing with issues affecting society. Turns into addiction, peer pressure, and poor parenting. Also results in drug addiction. School violence these days has been a major issue in school where youths fight, get violent, and even get killed. Carrying weapons to harm and injure others among the youth is a dangerous issue. Some get into the race and allow who is powerful, materialism, and another major youth issue. These issues are not only harmful to the youths and society, has to pay for this. Proper parenting, education is the most vital and should involve bringing up children in a way that they understand that is going on society. The basic step is solving the problems from the roots. Starts from home and our education system. The education board should include youth issue in the system so that they are addressed to dealt with even before the youth gets involved. In conclusion, I would like to say being a youth is best period in life, and cherish big dream, full of passion, energy. This is the full of joy, dreams, and adventure. It is actual time when we can provide from the shape to our ideas for the economic development of society. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, man. Big up Johnny Bravo straight. So I want to start this because the topic is Trinidad, right? So yesterday, day one, we spoke about a lot of things concerning Trinidad. And one of the points that we ended off with was the business of Trinidad. And does the Trinidad artists them make money? Happy say that most of them broke. I want to go to DJ Pun. A man that, would know about if it have the money in the Trinidad.
Well, we all know it have money in streaming, but not all artists would be knowledgeable of ways to earn all the different revenue streams. So it will have Trinidad artists who they can say broke, because they're not probably capitalizing off the songs. But we can say that about other artists too, It has soca artists who broke too, it has reggae artists who broke, We just have to educate the youth and teach them all the ways to earn online money now,
Right. So for the youths and them, we're probably looking on what are ways that we could make money with the Trinidad?
Well, I just always teach all artists, first thing, merchandise. So this is my clothing line called Trinidad Urban Apparel. I just advise every artist bring out a clothing line, a merchandise line. You dig? After that, there's trademarking, registering of merchandise and songs. When they register your songs online, they could get monetization, from all the platforms.
Yeah. And for the youths that don't have this knowledge, where do they get this type of knowledge?
Well, I don't really see much ways besides probably YouTube, which just giving you a general description of how to earn. But, the youth can reach out to any one of us, me, KG, Dime, and we will always guide youth and tell them all the ways we know to capitalize, but we ourselves still learning,
Yeah, for sure. Well, I know, Dime, you would be handling the business behind the scenes, So how do we go forward when it comes to that?
It is still a learning process for everyone, because I'm sure those who it's working well for in terms of understanding the process of distribution and publishing, I'm sure they themselves can attest to the fact that there's still so much to learn, from like syncing opportunities and movie placement opportunities. Even within more recent times, we would have seen Drift by TJ, a fellow Caribbean artist. His song made it to, I can't remember the name of the game, but one of those big games, right? So it's just a matter of understanding the business aspect, which is why being a part of the Trinidad movement so forth, and also my experience in the soca industry, I realized that a lot of the things people are complaining about the Trinidad artists about, you could say the same thing as Pun rightfully said about other genres. So I saw there was a need for upcoming artists, or even artists who have probably established themselves already because they probably got a hit or whatever, but they're still lacking with their business knowledge of certain aspects of the industry. And I saw a need that there's no foundation. Unless you have connections, you may know someone like Dana personally, you might be lucky to have his contact number. You may know Pun, we may know KG, we may know Kelly Beats. He does apologize that he couldn't be here today. Unless someone is directly connected to these people. So many people reach out to me as well, just like I'm sure many of you, younger persons reach out to you all for help. But there is no like structure, no standard format where a young person can say, I can go to this platform and understand the foundational aspects of the industry.
Right. So Rian Elbon, you as an artist in the industry,
Yeah, man.
you would get some royalty checks from certain music. It could be through the DistroKid, it could be through Cut.
Mm-hmm.
The one or two songs that you probably had in the Trinidad industry that quote unquote catch.
Mm-hmm.
How was that financially for you that looking on and say, if I get a song with 1 million views or I get a song with 2 million views, how would that statement look?
Honestly,
I know this. I ain't reached like 10 million views like some of the other artists. So I like reach 3 million views over 5 years, and that is the reason I investing in myself right now, and I'm not working for nobody else anyhow. Is where I place the song and the territories that the song reach to. So it's like different markets. I mean, Trinidad is 1.3, 1.4, somewhere around there, but Africa kind of take the tune and run with it. So in terms of streams and TikToks and this kind of recreation of it, a lot of people reach out to me to actually use the song for their productions, use it in certain games. Not just that, it have various streams of income. You know what I mean? When it comes to the music at the end of the day, and that's kind of what just keep me up and alive. I just more or less try my best to find out about the business side of it, because it's music business. Anybody I come into contact with, young or old artists, I just let them know it's not music alone we come here to do today. We come here to do music business. We just start with the business first before we start the music. Yeah. Because we don't want to go and catch our vibes and X, Y, and Z walk inside, contribute intellectual property to it. And then all of a sudden you're having a dread discussion because now we can't release the song because of disagreements. Agreements that could have been made before, you know what I mean? So just to understand the business in it, for me, was a period of time I actually had to take a little step back, and with that knowledge now I just try with as much as I learn to give it back to whoever is coming after or who do have the knowledge at the point in time. But really and truly, the numbers they still connect. People mightn't see it because we didn't choose to drive wrong and set a nice car or go and flaunt with money with champagne all over the place, but we still buying equipment and investing in ourselves and our craft and things. So, but the money does come back in at the end of the day. It's just how you market and distribute it. You mightn't get the money from Trinidad and Tobago, but you will get a Wells Fargo check, you know what I mean, to the same way. So.
Yeah. So, before I come to you, Jazzy, Rian said, invest in yourself. Pun, how important is it to invest in yourself in this industry?
Boy, I used to always tell them too, you never know when your thing get cold now, boy. So, in the earlys, I just started investing in the business. So, I make sure I had all my equipment to do every kind of job, from audio to visual to graphics. And when I had everything, I started investing in other businesses, because you never know when, one day you will have no more income coming in, so it's good to have something to fall back on as well.
Yeah, a lot of artists, especially in the Trinidad industry, they would see DJ Pun, and they would be like, once I link with DJ Pun, I could get through.
I wave my magic one and poof.
Yeah.
That's what they really feel going on. Mm-hmm. And I encounter plenty of artists who really thought it was about that. Mm-hmm. So I had to tell them, before I help you, you gotta help yourself now, boy. I always tell them, I can't award this more than you. Mm-hmm. You have to award this more than me. Because really and truly, sometimes I worth more than them,
No lie.
I just invest more all into artists who doesn't take it serious. So I myself had to learn to really sit back and analyze somebody and study what kind of person it is, if it's worth my time and efforts to really get them where they have to be now, I think.
No lie. So Jazzy Blaze, he was an artist coming up over the years passing. And no matter what, Jazzy Blaze still here, regardless if it high, regardless if it low. What does inspire artists like you to just remain in this industry?
Basically, the love for it, The love for doing music has keep me going at it, and the support of my brothers and sisters in the industry. Let us make sure that I don't sidetrack or give up. You know what I mean? It does be hard in my shoes. And then remember that as well, Rion and a lot of us we still learning the business side of it. So I decide, during the COVID timing, I decided I want to spend more time dealing with the business than fighting up with the music. That is why you'll find people will say, boy, like Jazzy Blaze, stop singing. Right. I never stop singing. I always recording music. Every month I must go and put on at least 2-3 in the studio, probably more. And during COVID, we put on hundreds, and we couldn't even go out there and perform. So I good for the hour. I just still want to continue learning the business so that when the one song do catch, 'cause I ain't get the big hit song yet, but when the one song do catch, everything will be in a gear. And I have backings, I have good support. I have big support. You understand? So I good for the hour.
Yeah. So we on this platform and we're talking about Trinidad, which is a very important topic because it is the newest growing genre, probably in the Caribbean.
Fastest rising.
Fastest rising. Pon wasn't here yesterday, but we had a heated discussion, on the word, on the name, on the stigma that comes with the
KG, please
the
allow me
old
to
brand.
interject one
Yeah,
moment.
go through.
We're talking about each one of us here. KG, I would love you to tell those who are listening in person and online a little bit about how you got introduced to Trinidad and your role and function.
Well, for the ones that don't know, I was just an artist, doing the music, coming up. Ria and them will know, we rapping, we rappers, battle rap, that kind of vibes. Pon and them will know them think the same way too. And I guess we were just trying to find different ways to break through because we as Trinidadians know how hard it is to break through in this industry. Sometimes it's feel impossible, and getting older and older and older, I realized that everything that we was doing just wasn't working. Nobody wasn't helping, nobody wasn't really lending a hand. And I kind of take the initiative to kind of just say, what, KG, let me rock back a little bit, and the little knowledge that you learn over the years, you probably could give it to the younger ones. So I just started to buy equipment, buy camera equipment, studio equipment, that kind of vibes. And any little youth I see that had the talent, and not just the talent, but had the drive, I would automatically just go to them and be like, let me help you out a little bit now. We just started to shoot videos for artists in the inner cities for free. He wasn't even charging them, First time I see Swanee, he had the look, he had the chains, he had everything. And that was the first time I saw that in the Trinidad industry because I came up in a time where it was soca, we was looking up to Marshall Montano, Bungie, Destra, and it was a clean image. People would look one way in the industry. They would tell you to dress a certain way, pull up your pants, don't look a certain way. And when I saw Swanee, I was like, this is real, this is the reality, this is how my friends be dressing when I see them. So I say, if I put the camera on him, he done have the image, If I put the camera on him, maybe people might gravitate towards it, and so said, so done. It was almost nothing, no effort, and Pun came into the play, and Pun started to push the vibes, and he created the mix. It was Trinidad, simple and easy, Trinidad. Yeah, man. But thanks again, my darling, that little like you say. But back to my boy Pun here, as I was saying. What was I saying before? But what I was on? Oh yes, I said yesterday was day one, and we went into the topic of Trinidad and the name and the stigma and all these things, and people get a little heated, and we went into that discussion. But DJ Pun wasn't here. How we could talk about Trinidad and the stigma of Trinidad and Pun here. So you here today? I want to hear your views on the whole
on Trinidad,
the whole negative stigma on Trinidad.
Well, like many other things, you wouldn't please everybody, and that's how the world is. It's like which story does sell the most, which rumor does spread the quickest. So you would really see the newspapers front page, some kind of positive something. There's always some ministry thief, some couple billions, or somebody get murdered, or some accident, or some bacchanal. And it's like the tabloids are just trying to paint these narratives and pictures to sell the stories. So every little bad thing happened to somebody in Trinidad, because Trinidad is not the streets. All them murders we're hearing, that is not Trinidad. Trinidad is a genre of music, like dancehall, like soca. Trinidad is our dancehall. But somehow, every little thing happen in the hood, they will try to blame it on Trinidad and say Trinidad this and, So, we just had to keep doing our part to show the good, because they don't want to show the good. They only want to show the bad now, boy.
Answer a question. What is the good in Trinidad?
First thing, it created an avenue for plenty artists who wasn't getting that avenue. That's the first thing that they're not even seeing. Plenty of the youths who trying to do music could have been trying to do other things what their peers could be doing, which mightn't be good. But they're still trying to make a way for themselves through the music now, you know, and I wish everybody would pull together and try to nurture and help the youths. And sometimes it's not even more the youths alone, it's helping the household because, you know, if the head of the family not happy or not financially stable, it will affect the children and the children will go astray. So we can't just blame Trinidad and blame the youths. We have to see the solutions to really get the thing where it should be now, you think?
You think that it have hope?
Yeah, bro, it have real hope, bro. I now come from Belize. I drive around and it's like Santa Claus reach, bro. In them islands out there, you see the bad stigma Trinidad have in Trinidad. Trinidad does not have that out there in the world. I could tell you because every single weekend I outside and everywhere we go is real love. You know, so we just had to do our part and keep showing the good now, boy. You know, they can't talk bad about this forever. Sure about that.
I know it wasn't here yesterday, but I was saying that, you know, Trinidad was, and you just said it too, Trinidad was created off of, I would say, the rebellious, the artist that wasn't getting chosen, that had to find a way, you know. You think that we should sing more positive music in the Trinidad? It has some men that say Trini good, and I know you don't like that.
Yeah, nah, we burning out that straight.
Yeah. Why we burning out Trini good?
Because if it have Trini good, that means Trini bad is a bad thing. So why you go do that? I remember when Plumpy, My Journey, had No Drop. Big positive song, real forward, real love. Then you come with Prince Swanee, Brother video, real love. Jelano, Rion, Jazzy, these fellas dropping positive songs with real love. But they still want to get this thing a bad name now, boy. When, like, they're not even seeing that when they get this a bad name, it's affecting them too, you know, because them is Trinis too. So the more they say, Trinidad this, Trinidad that, people go in and say, oh, Trini. You understand? Yeah, bro.
Yeah, man. I know Johnny Bravo, you know, he want to talk too much. He tell me he want to talk too much. But Johnny Bravo been a man around the industry, around the artists, protecting them. You know, that kind of vibes. What is your experience in the Trinidad industry?
My experience, like what Pun said, is not what y'all think. They expressing out themselves, what they see, they feel, all and above. And sometimes, yes, they have their parents, or sometimes their father don't be around, or he's locked up, or he's dead, or he's just a deadbeat dad. But the thing is, they look up to us. Like Pun, KG, Rion, Jazzy. I can mention more. So they just lashing out, you know? And I see it, I mean, I'll give an example. During COVID, the streets, I'm not gonna lie to you, I got paid 3,000 TT just to talk to 2 youth men for half an hour. Just to talk to them, reason with them, what they should do. I even tell them if you need help, go talk to Pun for like advice, streaming, everything. You know what I mean? It's amazing how these youths and them look up to us. You know? And that's it.
Yeah, man. We have any questions in the crowd? Let me take some questions now. You have a mic? You have a mic for them?
Good afternoon to all attendees. Good afternoon to the panel.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, man.
I have, as I said with the previous panel, multiple questions, but I'll try to kind of encapsulate it into one question, right? On the topic of whether good or bad, you have a lovely philosophy there on Trinidad being a dancehall representative genre, so it is not necessarily something bad, right? However, that intellectual philosophy that you carry may not seep through to the youths listening to the genre, because the lifestyle they lead may borrow from a lot of the content that they listen to in the music. And myself, coming from Lavantil, a community perceived in a certain light with a negative stigma, I had to battle a lot of stigma in different circles, right? Not to be too long-winded, but the question I'm asking to you is, do you think, and I heard Jalano say already, that when he was singing positive music, he wasn't getting the forward, he wasn't getting through in the musical industry? And he said suddenly when he started to sing a different type of content, he started to see his way. And what I've learned is that negativity is easy to spread. So what I want to know from you and anybody else in the panel is, do you think that positivity could be part and parcel of all the content in Trinidad to help shape the dancehall genre? Or do you think that it has to be along a certain line of violence in the majority, I mean, so people could accept it? Because they say art imitates life. But my father also taught me that life imitates art. So there's a relationship between the music, what is portrayed in the music, and what young men and young women see and decide to live in their life. So again, the question is, do you think that positivity could be borrowed and inserted in different areas of the music to make it more palatable to a wider audience?
DJ Pun.
Yeah, well, personally, as I said rightfully, negative spreads faster and sells quicker, you know? And even when you said, Jelano said that when he sang a certain type of music, he got a quicker reaction. And we know this because as I did that song, Jelano What and Want, that was the first biggest song, and we knew that with the genre right now, if we drop that, he would gather the attention. And then from there, he could drop tunes like Jam Me Beg You Please, and you know, after, when they get that exposure, is when they could put all the messages and sing the positive songs as well. So for us, it's just strategy, because that's selling. Positive songs harder to sell now, boy, so you gotta come up with more strategies or how to get the song trending, because nobody wanna hear that, because tabloids not selling that. Tabloids selling violence and corruption. So plenty times the artists might think that is the way, and if not so all the time, sometimes just sit down and use strategy and say, boy, how I could get this song to gather all the attention without showing things that, you know, would get a bad light now.
I'd like to add to that as well. So for those of you who don't know, I am Jelano's manager, and I would also like to share some insight on his behalf. He also apologizes that he couldn't make it today. Now, before Jelano even released What I Want, he had a reggae song called One Love, right? A very conscious song, very beautiful song. He took that song to certain radio stations to try to get, you know, some interviews, some airplay and whatnot. And a certain radio station told him that now, well then, wasn't the right climate to promote that type of song, because it was summertime and that's not the content that they're looking for. So how do we, I should say, expect artists to continue to be motivated to go down the positive path when they approach, let's say, a radio station, because the average artist obviously looking forward to get airplay first before they look forward to even getting a booking or being able to travel. So being told that your positive song about one love is not palatable for the radio station right now. I mean, not even a gospel station. You understand what I'm saying?
Saying nothing about Jesus, they don't want to hear it.
Right? Now, what I can also add to that is we tend to place all the blame on the artists. I'm not saying that the artist should not take some form of responsibility, but I think I also did mention this yesterday. We all, everybody in society needs to take responsibility, from the parents at home who are not paying attention to their kids the right way and only pushing a tablet in their hand or allowing them to do what they want to do or being their best friend, encouraging them in the wrong thing. From the teachers at schools who are not genuinely teaching and educating their students. They are just going to collect their salary, and they don't have the care like some teachers, had the care for their students like before. I'm not saying no teachers like that, obviously some. From the DJs, because we have a crime problem in this country. It's no secret. But yet still, when you put on your radio every single weekend, you tell me the kind of content you're hearing from the DJs and the parties that play in the music to the listeners of the music. You all have the power as well to make positive music trending and viral and cool. As Jolano said yesterday, certain songs of his have over 1 million views, over 3 million views. We don't have more than 3 million people in Trinidad and Tobago. He is not watching his content 3 million times. The people themselves have an opportunity to push positive content out there, the way they repost something on Instagram, the way they share something to their story. So stop placing the blame, and as Pon said, work towards finding solutions. We identify Trinidad, the Trinidad movement is something like a revolution of music, right? We're spending 5 years, because it's not now it came out. So we spend the last 5 years complaining about something, and look at where some of us are here today. So I am very appreciative of the fact that some people decided to finally come together and say, you know what, we really need to put persons like Pun, Jazzy, Johnny Bravo, Rion, KG, myself, Jolano, Kelly Beats on a stage. And I'm only hoping that more of this can come so we can get to listen to the youths more and try to guide them the right way.
Yeah, man.
Any
more questions?
Yeah, but that's not, if I could say something on that as well, right? Because I guess, like, as an artist, morally, I just kind of like fight with myself for that sometime, Because I just sing all different genres of music. Trinidad is just a genre of music, if you understand. But even in all the other genres of music, I might have different ways of expressing myself, and then I go study, boy, if I put out this, I wonder what will happen, you know what I mean, kind of way. And I'm sure a lot of artists just go through that same thought process in their head, you know what I mean, because what's trending right now from the society like that badness music. I who trying to put out 80% or 90% good music, my music ain't trending like everybody else. It not making the same amount of income like everybody else. So I had to stick with my kind of core fan base or whatever. Now I have gunman music, I could Lego real gunman music and start the trend to the same way. I just sit down with myself and study, well, I wonder what is the impact it might have on the society. At the same point in time, I wonder to myself, but why does I just can't create? Why does I can't just create music and they understand he's an artist? Right? You have different styles, you have different genres, you have different whatever. Why can't, you know what I mean? I had to lock it down to the positivity. Like, I'm not a positive person every day. And I, as a person, just use music as a form of expression, as a form of therapy, as a form of not telling Jazzy Blaze, I get one yesterday. I go sing a song about it. But if somebody get me vexed, I might not go and say, but I will go and just sing a song about it. At the end of the day, when I put out them 2 songs, they mightn't run towards the one about romance. They could just run towards the one about the aggression. And that is the society that would accept that music. So I know we'll still even pull back on playing out that song. But that song is what the society want. Understanding that the entertainer now still had a fight. Because not just that is what the society want. They're beating that in the society head too. All on the radio stations. I will go and drop a song. It will play on the day of the interview, right? And we'll have a nice discussion about it. And then when I leave the radio station, it's not in rotation. right? But then they were vexed with me now. If I come and put a little one gun junior, so because that day I was feeling angry and I write something just due to expression, and then that tune catch. But then when that tune catch, they go in and beat it. But why when I come into the radio station and I get my artwork ready and my bio ready and my everything ready, and I was working on this positive song for 10 months, and I bring it to you, why I wasn't beating that song? You understand what I'm saying? Because I don't know if we trying to make positive music cool again. You understand? Is the radio station trying to make positive music cool again? Because every time we come and we bring that music to you, you ain't beating that. And really and truly, if the youths and them hearing positive music playing on the radio station over and over, that's like the goal. It's trending now all year. Like we started saying some positivity, but what trending? Badness. And we're pushing it over and over. We self, not just the artists, because we are expressing positive, negative, girl tunes, tune to get your money and build your dreams, tune to deal with the society, tune to deal with the ghetto, tune to deal with whatever, and at the end of the day, we're beating the society like that. And I can't do nothing about it at the end of the day. I know, as I said yesterday, I know bringing 10,000 guns in a container. I know bringing in all the drugs in the country. I know stealing millions and billions, but that is the society we living in. So sometimes that's where I always had to fight myself to not express when I living in it. You understand? So I'll express it and fight myself not to put it out. But now I'm losing out on income. So now I'm starting to go and sell soup on a Saturday somewhere on the corner because I was always good at that. But if it is as you two who don't mind taking the risk, then I will just sing wherever. And when I take the risk, who knows? I might be out there singing songs with Burna Boy. You understand?
I will get a question, you know. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hello. Yes. Good afternoon to the panel. I think I might have two questions, but the first one stems from yesterday. The comment was made on the panel that, you know, there was a time in talking about evolving taste, particularly among young people. There was a time when, you know, you wanted to go a fet, and now they want to go zest. So I want to know from the panel, what do you perceive? And Johnny can answer this too. Johnny knows the first time I went to a zest. It was last year. No, sorry, it was during COVID, and there's a reason why I'm asking this. I'm going to give some context. It was during COVID, and Tommy Schmurda had a birthday party. I don't know how many people know about that. Here somebody sucked their teeth already. But it wasn't the one where the young people got caught. It was the one the night before. Yeah. And I remember when I was coming in the morning, I said to him, I said, Kevin, what is going on here all year? You're supposed the police come, But I do want everyone to answer if they possibly can. What do you consider the difference between fet and zest? And why is it that you think that young people, as you're saying, you know, they want to zest? Yeah?
I think that is a very good question.
Zest is just zest, dancehall, right? That's the type of music associated with zest. A fet is where you hear soca, right? So that's just basically it there.
And not only that, I would say also the zest culture is like a party might be 4 or 5 hours long.
Yeah,
and zest will go on and on.
Zest go till 12 o'clock.
It don't stop.
Sun up.
Yeah. People reaching the party 5, 6 in the morning.
It's have a place in Port of Spain called Cassava Peace. Right? There's a community center inside Cassava Peace. That is the zesting capital of the world. The zesting start Friday night and finish Monday morning. People just go home, bathe, come back, party.
Drop the train
Cassava Peace. The zest capital of the world,
My philosophy of zest is a vibe. You understand? It's a vibe. It's a different type of energy. Fets nowadays don't have the same vibe and energy like long time. So of course, as Jazzy said, incorporating the dancehall a lot, because you could hear soca in a zest. You know? More like, you know, this soca, that song's more dancehall infused. Yes. You understand? So we don't discriminate over here, you know, within the zest, right? You could get any type of genre of music. It's just about the vibe, you know. Nobody judging you. You could dress how you want. You could go home, sleep, come back. You could do whatever you want in a zest, right? And you're hearing all the most explicit music there is.
In the rawest form.
In the rawest form.
Are we drinking punch?
Yeah, heavy.
Yeah.
And if you realize too, in a fete, sometimes the fete, it's alright, you know. But when you need to steam it up, you just have to get a little zesty.
It's non-stop pace.
It's a little
Your
switch up
head
the
going
vibe
on rock.
sometime, you know what I
Let
mean?
me get our next question now. You know, let me get some questions in.
Hi, Mr. Rome.
Big up,
Good
man.
afternoon, sir.
How are you, sir?
Yeah, man.
All right, so this is for the panel. I love Trinidad music. I'm a fan of Trinidad music. And I hear any cries of the violence in the music. But I'm a man grew up on badness music. You could not tell me nothing about Bounty Killer and all of this music that I grew up on. Never pick up a gun in my life to do it. And I understand in terms of the music aspect of it. But the problem we having is where the badness not staying in the music. So for the panel, I not trying to tell the men stop singing badness, you know. Because as I say, I would be hypocritical to say that because I grew up singing bad tune and loving my badness music. In your opinion, how can we keep the badness in the music versus letting it come out as what we see today in the crime?
These youths and them who want to sing badness, a lot of them want to involve in the badness itself too now. They want to sing badness and they want to go out there and do stupid thing too same way. That's why a lot of them get caught up, either dying by guns or they get locked up in the jail. Right? So the guidance had to come from the elders at least. At least try somehow to talk to the youths and let them know this is just art. They come like walking into a museum and looking at everybody different painting and appreciating it for what it is.
Yeah.
I'm an artist. I mean, I don't favor it too much. It's not, I wouldn't say I don't favor it. I wouldn't dwell in the badness too much because my image for children just different now, boy. But I grew up listening badness just like you, but I never go and do no stupidness. Well, too much. Right? But it all stems from home. If you're not doing your job as a parent at home, and if they're seeing else, well, if they're seeing otherwise, if they're seeing the big brother coming home right through one set of money and he walking away, and he going out there and distressing people when the day come, it's obviously. And of course with the representation of the different numbers, that is them our next problem too now. So people just choose their own fate. I could still jump in a maxi and travel, nobody don't even know who the hell I is. And I sing real bad man tune out here. And they are the most viewed, imagine that, from the positive music. But it all stems from home, room. Everything stems from there.
What I would say too is, you know, we have a responsibility as the elders in the industry same way, right? And just being in the Trinidad industry, I'm sure DJ Pun could attest to this too. We get a lot of stigma on us because when certain things go on in the Trinidad, they're pointing fingers at KG, they're pointing fingers at Pun, because they're thinking that we probably promoting this type of behavior. And I could say that these are personal decisions, you know. I know Pun for sure, no artist can come in your studio and call out no numbers.
Sure about that.
No
From the start till now,
real talk.
nobody can come by me and promote our vibes.
Yeah.
Like just the other day, that artist, Emmanuel, your talent, he said you will come and do some work. I say, okay, cool. Next day I see you online, knocking it on this, knocking it on that. So he say, Pun, when I go come and record? And I say, bro, well, I can't go to you no more.
Yeah.
He say, why? I say, well, I see you online promoting this thing. Here now, well, I just sell my song. I say, yeah, but where I come
sell
from,
your soul.
we don't have to do that again, no forward, bro. And the man upset with me.
Yeah.
But we just can't promote that now, bro, you think?
I know.
Yeah, but that's our next thing. That them doing that thing can never get forward from that, right? All right. Why? Because that is what glorified right now, right? Gang lifestyle is what is they're glorifying that because they're seeing money coming from it, they're looking like success coming from it, they're looking at people in the communities living like that, right? Meanwhile, these are little creatives, they're not bad from nowhere. They never pick up a gun, they never sell a pound of weed, they never do nothing. Right? But the influence rate is the same here now. They're telling themselves, well, in order for them to be successful, they have to be just like these people who is wrong, right? Now the little creative might go and drop a positive song in the radio station and do get play. Come back now and reach on the block. And the boss man say, let me hear what you have. Boss man might push the positive song to the side too, same way. And pick up the bad tune and say, I'll finance that for you. Let me shoot a music video for that. Let we go in and organize and get your marketing and your distribution. Now the little youth man will have loyalty to who? Who it is paying money in any pocket, right? So that is where the music now could easily start to connect with the badness. And then they will start to see success. Because with the platforms from the country, why inside Napa do have a show every single weekend for all the creatives to come out and explore and show their talent. Like how some of them get to come out yesterday in Scotch and show their talent. You see how much artists was backstage, willing to come on the stage and do something, but they don't have that. But in the community, it have a lesson later. And we go and pay 1,000. So where the youth man going and go. So if you do what the music to really connect with that type of lifestyle, then we need support to start to come from different organizations, the corporate society, and let the ministry really create platforms for them so that then they will see success coming from a different form. And then they wouldn't watch Trinidad as Trinidad have all kind of thing inside it. Trinidad have all kind of topics and things to sing about, you know. But when we see success coming from the badness music, that is what the youth and them going and see.
Correct.
You see, I know we know kind of some way. We know we can even express ourselves 100%. Me and Jazzy in the studio sit down studying well how we could change this thing, boy, and get them to sing a little more positive thing. Cause we are not like to be a light for them because they're looking up to we same way. But now we stifling myself too because you understand what I'm saying. So
no lie.
You don't really have the platforms, and that's why I say yesterday, sometimes when a corporate entity come and step into your life, they show you how to take yourself from being a gang leader mightn't show you how to take yourself from being a little youth man with the creativity that you have and turn it into something else, you know. But somebody else, a corporate organization, might be able to say, well, all right, you know you're representing us as a brand. So you need to treat yourself as a brand. And this is how you would carry about yourself and whatever. And that is how we had to start to work with each other. I just always say, it's Carney I come from, and I plant sugar cane, and I cut cane, and I pick cane, and plant cane over and over. When you look at it, it's just a real sweet, raw product. But when refined, when the tractor man come, and the handman and them come and start to cut the cane and they load it up and they make tons and tons and they put it inside and they carry it in Carney 1975 Limited. They refine it and they make so many different products that valuable to the world. You understand what I'm saying? And you will get sugar and you will get rum and you will get the stock for different things. You know what I mean? So that is just like how the music is. It's just a real, jet, raw product. But who refining it? Nobody refining it. You understand?
And I just want to add in, you can only choose one. You choose Badman, music, the life, or music. You can only choose one.
You can't choose both.
You can't choose both.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, some of them don't even know what they're choosing, Johnny, if you understand what I'm saying, because some of them want to get a better life. But when they really go in the community, some of people out there not living like half of them living, and them just seeing success through that. And you can't make success just look like that alone now, but you have to make sure that they understand how to work and be brands and build themselves so that they can help other people be brands and build themselves, because really and truly that life a gang activity is not going to go anywhere, and you're not bad, you're a creative, you could use your music and your talent in a different, you understand what I mean?
Correct.
So if they, as I say, as the same way, real point, if it is you want it, you pick up a gun and you decide to live that kind of gang life, then that is what going to come back for you. Or you could stick to your creativity because nothing is new under the sun. Right? This badness music can be here forever, at the end of the day, and it have different times for different things. You know what I mean? So
yeah, man.
Johnny, I would like to ask you a question. So I would have explained how I got involved with the Trinidad, because those who know me for a very long time know, again, I used to work on radio with Ivor George, reading news and so forth, and then I worked at 2 financial institutions for a considerable period of time. And when I left corporate life, and was home a lot, my neighbors and so forth would be playing the Trinidad music, and that's how I started hearing about Trinidad. But in terms of actually getting involved, being an artist manager, I am here to say this gentleman to my right, Mr. Johnny Bravo, is one of the main reasons why I am involved in Trinidad. And I would like to ask him, and I would love for him to explain why did he think someone like me would be, I don't know, an asset or someone who would be able to help in this particular movement.
Okay. I was discovered by Trinidad with this young artist, I'm going to lie to you, Prince Swanee. When I was working in Chinatown, I'll make it short and quick. In Chinatown, the streets was an event. They ended up calling me. I ended up to go see her. And after that, they want this young artist to perform in Chinatown in 2017. Then after that, the kid explode from there, from Chinatown, sing Brother, Brother. Then after they sing his popular song, Go For Them. Video done by KG, of course. And the star was born. Then after that, I heard he was looking for a management. So Gaza G was there. I ended up saw Gaza G. If y'all don't know, Gaza G is one who managing Prince Swanee first. So I introduced to Prince Swanee to Gaza G, and that was it. Then I realized from there, a lot of, artists approached me, like K-Lion, Rebel, rest in peace, 2K Zelly, a whole lot. So I needed help. So I know Delicia a long time. And Delicia was, like I said, she said she worked for corporate and 91.9. You know what? She ain't doing nothing. She'll go with the entertainment. She'll go with the artists. I said, you know what? What are you doing? She ain't doing nothing. So I told her, yo, when you think about become an artist management. So I introduced her to 2K Zelly. And from there, she just did a great job in being consistent what she's doing, like marketing, get their bios, explain to them everything. So I salute her for that. Yeah, then and I was just started to grow. Then she ended up met Jelano, and everything was magical from there.
Yeah, man.
Now, the reason why I asked that is for persons to understand that this is a fairly new genre. We cannot do it by ourselves. No. The youths that we are working with aren't like the average youth who probably were brought up in different environments. It may take them a lot longer to understand something. They are vulnerable, they are impressionable. If they're already brainwashed to a certain sector of society, having one conversation with them or pretending to have their best interests at heart, they're not going to take anybody on because they're already focused on one thing. It's a psychological effort. It's really a psychological effort. It's not just about money or hype or rank. We are dealing with a very serious problem here. Social media also has the biggest part to play because no matter who you are, once you have a presence on social media, the urge is there to always have a good image, to get likes, to get reposted and so forth. So to an impressionable youth, a vulnerable youth who is on social media and seeing what is getting attention, you understand? There's also a pressure on that individual to go on social media and say things they shouldn't be saying, sing things they shouldn't be singing, represent certain things they should not be representing. Again, who is guiding them? They may not have the proper guidance in their communities. So just like Johnny Bravo would have approached me, please, I am urging persons, before you judge without understanding, try to take a moment and step back and figure out a way that you can lend your expertise.
Yeah, man. Any more questions?
So,
a lot of questions. Let me get the. Sorry. Happy? How does any voice?
So here,
Where?
we don't have much time.
Yeah, man.
But we hear the same thing over and over. And I want to kind of change, well, not really change, but we're trying to address an issue that is deeper than the music. The music is just really, as Jolan, Rihanna was saying, you know, or whoever it was, music is life, right? These artists that singing badness or whatever, there's nothing new about it. Biggie Small was doing it, right? Everybody was doing it. Everybody does it. That's right. And reality is, we in the movie song right now. What do you think is the biggest? What is the biggest shows on movie song?
Action.
Action, right?
Yeah.
So my thing is, you know what? We on a point of this, you know, it's just badness and whatever. The reality is that go and sell, and that's what been selling, right? My concern with, if you want to call it a genre, and Pun might be the best man for this, but is it a genre? Is it a subgenre, right? Is Trinidad a subgenre of dancehall, which I think it is? But in that subgenre, there's so many different variations of what the Trinidad is, right? My thing is the stability and the sustainability of this subgenre. And let me forget about the badness, that deeper than the music. We here to talk about the music, right? And the social issues is one thing, but I find we just keep continuing that discussion about, and I didn't want that to be what this platform was about, right? It really is to explore the genre itself and explore the business of the genre and explore how we going to get a Sean Paul or a Beanie Man or, you know, in the genre that can sing happy music, right? Is it that Trinidad means it's got only gunman tune? It's not, right? So that is what the platform is here for, and I want to be able to strike that kind of conversation even though we're out of time, right?
Well, I think, let me just cut in one time. I think there's no balance in the Trinidad or the dancehall genre, if you want to call it. There's no balance here.
Right, so here's the thing. So you all keep saying on stage, and you said yesterday, you know, we need help and whatever. But the reality is, you have to kind of help yourself, right? And we're in a situation now that you keep blaming the government, you keep blaming everybody, you blame everybody but yourself, right? It's about survival, right? And we have to find a way to survive, right? So the discussion really and truly, even though we're out of time, is how do we sustain and grow this subgenre, right? And not make it become a next has-been, right? Because, you know, you had done it up and Daddy Ozzy and them fellas back in Kiskadi Caravan, which to me is Trinidad. Ambush and Superchild and them was Trinidad, right? General Grant was Trinidad. So Trinidad been here. You'll just change the name and wrap it up in a new gift paper, right? So I want to, you know, put it on the panel and the industry itself, right? Let's find ways to really, you know, build commerce. Because that man singing, the most talented men in the subgenre can't travel, they can't go to the airport. And that is a problem, right? That is a problem. So, I mean, I applaud Pon and all you guys there for what you've been doing for the industry. I mean, but it's time to stop blaming the government and this and that, and let we just do that.
I agree with what you're saying,
I'm going
Happy.
to say one thing, Adi, please.
Sure, go ahead.
Pun.
Yo.
I think that, I listen to Happy talk, right? And I hear these same things a lot, you know? Especially with people outside of the Trinidad industry, right? I personally think, and you tell me if you have the same view, you think I'd have a disconnect with what really going on in Trinidad, because to me, I am Happy talking, but I say to myself, it has so much hit songs in Trinidad, like Prince Swani, Catch 22. It have so much different songs I could call that have 5 million views, 8 million views, internationally recognized. But probably people like Happy and them just don't know. and all they see.
No happy on them, no happy on
No,
them.
I'm just saying, because you see person asking the
I
question,
just the
right?
voice of God, you know?
Right, you know? But, right, but I think that it have a disconnection with people thinking all Trinidad music and all Trinidad hit music is gunman music. But we know personally it has so much international. So Prince One, you have a song with Burna Boy.
Yeah.
You understand? Prince One, you have a song with Kodak Black.
Jelano has a song with Marshall Montano.
Jelano have a song
He
with
has a
Sizzla
song with Sizzla
Kalonji.
Kalonji.
You understand? It has
Ravi B.
Ravi B. It has so many different songs.
but
So when
right-
people say that, it's confused, man.
No, well, here what going on.
Yeah.
Some people just don't want to see Trinidad do good. That is the fact of the matter. They don't want to see it do good. So anybody who out there saying it's a violent genre, they are wrong people who do want to see it do good. Because I know myself, I record more good songs than violent songs. My biggest song is a zest song. My biggest song is a zest song, not a badness, you know. They would never glorify that. As Pon do one.
Listen, Pon. So here we're going. I grew up in the time at Akiskidi Caravan, right? And that was a collaborative effort amongst, and we had a bigger man like Robert Amaro, right? And they produced the album a summer. And it was just goodness, right? So I think for you all to change the narrative, or you collectively have to come and change the narrative.
Well,
bottom line.
The thing is, we here to connect dots now, boy.
Correct.
And the dots is not we alone, it's we and everybody else. So the fact of the matter is, and I was telling Dime this earlier, the other day, Matthew Dayson come and check me and say, Pon, I know what all they do in this Trinidad, but my son going Fatima, and he and all his little Syrian friends love on this Trinidad. So hold on, so here what I'm saying. We seeing the impact it have. And it's a scary thing because without all of us here, all them youths still go and love Trinidad. So why not everybody come together and let we make this thing enjoyable for them than sit down there and say, huh, that's violent, boy. You understand?
So here the new campaign for summer. Trinidad is good. Right?
Nah.
Yeah, we had to go there.
Nah.
Why not?
Trinidad is Trinidad, bro.
Trinidad is good.
Yeah. Trinidad is Trinidad.
Just to put, just to offer a solution, I'm here also to promote my business initiative, which actually came about because of my involvement with Trinidad. So I came up with a program called Music Business Principles due to my experience with the soca industry and the Trinidad industry, understanding that no matter the industry, no matter the genre, we are lacking foundational music business standards in our country, more so with the Trinidad youths. So I am here to share that knowledge with everyone. Eventually, I hope I can also get this support, because what I'm trying to interject with upcoming artists is teach them personal development, career strategy, marketing, PR, and media, financial planning, which affects almost all genres, again, and understanding, navigating different documents. So that is a solution, Hoppy, which I came up with because of my involvement and seeing the lack of understanding for persons in different communities who may not have a Pun to call, or a Delicia to call, or a Johnny Bravo to call to ask for help. There may be somebody who have no connects to anybody in the industry at all. Mr. Dr. Tal?
Piggyback off of Hoppy there, because I almost asked, how you see the future. So he kind of touched on it, because I too am similarly concerned. So a little short story. So there's a genre in Barbados, which I guess you could consider similar to Trinidad, which you all probably know some of the artists. We call it bashment. Everybody know bashment? So bashment on the other side. When I say the other side, people talk about Trinidad violence. Bashment is a lot of sexual, charged music. It's right, like bashment. And we just say we're going to a bashment too. But we ain't going 48 hours like Holia, right? But, because that walk-up thing is a different vibe, right? But here's the thing. There was a time when bashment was real big. right? To the point where like Stiffy was coming here, and Stiffy used to be working, God rest his soul, Drew and Patrice, when he had the caravan. They didn't have no party that you ain't seeing Stiffy, all right, Squazzy? Right. And some of the other songs that still play that you know, hyper songs, and I could quite a few. And now we've come to a place where, you know, you're hearing some of them lyrics. When I see it come up on social media, I'm like, what? Them fellas gone on a different kind of thing. And in the absence of doing certain structures, even though they're operating within crop over, you can see where it's not really exporting. So they could travel, but nobody want them, right? I'm saying all of that to say that I feel sometimes recommodification is useful. And this is why I asked the question about zest. So we're connecting back to that now. Zest, when I ask zest, everybody get excited. Zest is part of your brand. You can have a zest festival. Oh, you mean all of we come in? And that is the way in which one can penetrate mainstream without becoming mainstream. That is a way of saying summer, Trinidad is good without having to say that. 'Cause I ain't above that neither. That sound real off. But zest fest is a something. You understand? Right? So sometimes we have to recommodify. And that is what Bashment didn't do. Bashment just is like, what happened to him being stuck in that whole thing of trying to argue away violence, and still within there you have people in the genre still promoting and pushing that kind of music. That's what has happened to Bashment. Right. You know, people in Barbados get fed up with this sexual thing, and it's like them still going crazy because they have not sought to recommodify. And it is affecting our festival. Because people rather go other places, they always coming for crop over, you see? So see within the challenge, the opportunity, and that is my suggestion.
So Air Committee and Scorch and so forth, after the Soca and Dancehall week, we might come up with a zest fest soon, no problem. No
But
problem.
I really want to touch on what I just said, the disconnect, because we want to end off this on a positive note, right? Yeah. And to me, observing the society of Trinidad and Tobago, they really think, as I say, Prince One, he just do a song with Burna Boy. Nobody ain't talking about
They ain't
that.
highlighting that at all.
Nobody ain't talking about
As
that.
he get locked up, they highlighting that.
They talk about that, you understand? So do you really think it have a disconnect?
And as I say again, we need to collaborate, you know. We trying to reach out, but it's like who to reach out to, because nobody really picking up. You dig? So once again, Hoppy, I know you are in connections, you don't know what's going on. You can link anyone away, let me get anything popping, because you know we have every kind of team song in Trinidad. Badness, reality, love, sex, everything. So why not help us produce more of the good music by supporting the good music too, you dig? Bring some artists on Scotch Radio, get them an interview. You can't interview soca artists alone, you know. Trinidad artists too, give you a platform. You know?
And I think it's because I see the stigma that just relate Trinidad music with gangs every minute. And then corporates have to stay away, everybody else have to stay away. And we still there trying to push it, but we still need people to give that level of support and give us that platform where it is we could kind of tell these stories for real instead of the newspapers and MYOB and all of these non-credible things and then all kind of thing about, you know?
Like
as
what?
soon as somebody gets shoot, Trinidad this, Trinidad that, like
Really?
that's not what the genre is about.
Yeah, this night at that time, Bravo called me to go and do an interview on Slam. I said, okay, what's it about? The crime and Trinidad. So I tell myself, I doing this thing so long. I put out so much good music. I went all over the world, BET, Capital. I went all over the world. Never got an interview. But you want me to come and talk about crime on the radio?
Yeah.
Why? Because I might get more listeners. You know, so we need a balance. We need support from corporate Trinidad.
Yeah, because saying putting on a zest fest or whatever, you know, that's a really great idea and stuff. But I'm sure me sending a sponsorship letter and Hoppy sending a sponsorship letter will get two different responses.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
But
I always now saying,
But that's what we're saying.
corporate thinking everything is gangs, because the narrative that is being put out there, every time they say the word Trinidad, as I just say, Prince Swan, he do a song with Burna Boy a couple of weeks ago. Everybody silent.
But watch
when
now.
somebody doing the gang thing, they talk about that.
KG, hear this now. So, how it is now, Marshall just throw Marshall Monday and bring him Bounty B to sing people dead and all kind of thing.
Oh.
Yeah. You understand this thing?
I remember being 12 years old and going fully loaded in Harvard.
Yeah.
That is clash.
Hoppy them clash.
That is Hoppy and them days. Hoppy and them used to throw fully loaded. I was 12 and you could have sure go there and hear proper dub plate whole night. Right? Now, you will go a party long time, them days, and everybody in that party could sing every genre of music. Any song play, I sure somebody could sing the words for it. Nowadays, there is no balance. That is just my big thing. You'll go a party, you'll hear one set of music over and over, and then when that DJ change, the next DJ come in and play his first tune where he feel he gonna hype up the dance with, but the DJ before done play that song already. That is just to show you how much they're limiting music. They're not spreading it across the board, and they're not balancing it. So to me, if people start balancing the thing a little more, chances are some of us like myself would get a little play. That is just
So I have a question for
guys,
Rome.
hold on. Delisa, we run out of time. We want to just take the two. There's two questions that they have been asking. The hands up.
Yeah, man.
But before we go to, I just want to say, I've had Just Fest ideas since before COVID, but it's very impossible to book artists for Just Fest, right? You know that, right? Because we're going and get Keyman and Plumpy on the stage, right? Anyway, let me just take these two questions from Amy and Salis in the Red.
Yeah, man.
I control that event, sure.
All right.
Coming soon.
As they say, Salis in the Red. My name is Kid Volt. I'm an upcoming artist from Sangre Grande. I'm currently in Youth on Stage competition, and I'm grateful to be here to get this opportunity to meet all of you creatives and all of you inspirational people in this game of Trinidad, right? My question is all about opportunities. You know, what you all willing to do for the youths in Trinidad that not known, all right, but by a lot of people, but they have so much potential. When you see them on the street, you be like, youth, you know, you have the potential to be the next thing or the next this, next Swanee, the next Byron, the next KG, next Pun. Where is like the opportunity? How far you all willing to go to, you know, help a boy out, and help an artist?
Willing to go the full distance, bro, God. And I know you're asking that question for everybody, but I know my boy Kid Volt know how the thing does go, you know. Trinidad was formed from that type of energy, you know, with us just helping, because that's what we're passionate about, just helping the youths. You know, we have an open door, a shop have an open door, all that we here have an open door. You know, the youths and them could always send a message, but the number one thing is being serious and being passionate, because we all are committed to this thing at a different level. We fight in the fight. Trinidad ain't easy. You know, just being in Trinidad is a daily battle, and we still here fighting the fight, so you know.
And we just want to let you know that you ain't going to be the next and nobody. You're going to be the first of yourself. You understand? Yeah, yes, for sure. And I sure about everybody here, because I see everybody here go above and beyond. You see, time is one of the most valuable things out there. You can't get it back, it's priceless. And the amount of time and energy I see Pun and KG and Jazzy and Dime and Bravo spend helping these youths and them out here, educating them as much as they could. Nobody really knew how to pay them for that. And they don't even have to spend the time on it either. Some people like me, I like to watch HGTV. I might just put that to the side and put a youth man in my studio where it is I take my money and my resources to build up and make sure he come inside and he have a place where he could record, but it's not I remember to the genre of music going on sometimes to the youths where this is most likely this, and by extension by a few others, the support that they could get that is coming by the hundreds. So it's not like Pun could deal with them all or KG could deal with them all, but we just give as much as we could. But we own life as well, and we own struggling careers and Trinidad genre.
Good evening. My name is Amy. I'm an upcoming singer-songwriter as well.
Wonderful performance yesterday.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Bad.
Sure.
Bad.
My question is, the general perception of the word, the term Trinidad is bad instead of Trini being good things coming out of Trinidad and the genre itself, right? And we tend to think that Trinidad is just about the guns, the drugs, etc., etc. And we can't deny the influence and the impact that it have on the youths, my generation, the generation coming up after me. My question is, with this influence that you guys as the forerunners, the producers, and the different stakeholders in the industry have, the influence that you have on the youth, what are you doing in the communities to reach the youth with the real life issues that they are facing outside the glitz and glamour and the hype with the music?
Good question.
Who
I
answered
answered
that one
already.
first?
For my business, I'll give others an
question, yeah,
opportunity. My solution is music business principles.
Yeah, well, everybody know Panelist going all the hoods and help as much artists as I could now, boy. So I've been doing that long before Trinidad, I've been doing hip-hop before Trinidad. We used to help all the rappers. Before that, we used to look at all the reggae artists. But just right now, Trinidad is the thing that catch. So artists know they can link on, get advice. If I see you have extreme talent, I would even help and support and invest in you, But I want all artists to just reach out and make it worth the person's time, Show some effort and really convince us that this is what you want and not just for the fame or for the glamour,
Real quick, I want to follow up that same question. I've been doing this a long time. I don't know if a lot of people knows, but in the U.S., when I was in the U.S., I used to play pro football. And we had like the New England Patriots, like Willie McGinnis, Ty Law. We used to go out, like the Boys and Girls Club. Like the kids don't have no parents or this and that. We used to take them out and, to the movies or whatever. And they feel appreciated. And when I came back home in 2000, I had a cousin, and rest in peace, he passed away. He did something bad. He did an armed robbery, and he ended up St. Michael Over Boys. And he was getting picked on by the kids there. You know what I did? I went and spent like 300 TT. I bought him snacks. And back then I was real fit. I was fast, strong. I used to race every kid there. There was one kid almost beat me, but he didn't beat me. But they just want attention. And I want to give an example. Like, we got a lot of entrepreneurs out here and celebrities, so-called celebrities. Y'all know who I'm talking about. We have like the cricketers, the soccer players that's called football. We have the soca artists, even the reggae artists. I don't think there's nothing wrong if y'all, let's just go like, say Michael for Boys, take a child out to the movies because they are neglected. Take them out. Take them to see a nice movie or a kid's movie, whatever, or Bad Boys, you know what I mean? Just for example. And if you take them out and you bring them back, they feel real good. Be like, yo, I went to the movies with Johnny Bravo or Puns or Hyper Hopper. Wow, I felt great. Their mindset will be different. They'll be more constructive. They're like, okay, yeah, trust me. And just keep in touch with them.
And I can relate with that because as a youth, I ain't gonna lie, at that point in time I was getting some trouble. I come and get locked up and thing. And the policeman who was dealing with me at the point in time, his name was Constable Seeley. And Constable Seeley, his son name was Karen Seeley, and I didn't know Karen Seeley was Sonny Bling at the point in time. So at that point in time, he had to go and sign my book in the station, but he make sure I'm on and I went straight up by Boom Champions and go and wait on this man to finish work, and then Sonny Bling sit down with me in the car and take a drive with me and listen to all my music and started telling me, well, this could work and this can't work. And that was an important point in my life. So even as an artist now, I try to give back a lot. So I just do MYDNS, Ministry of Youth Development and National Service. I go to all these schools every single week, 3-4 schools, and speak to all the kids. I go to the women's prison and I help them write songs, I help them express themselves and use music as a form of therapy. And I always try to give back in that kind of way, and that is what we just all kind of do, when it really comes to the youth, because each individual out there different and the wants and the needs different. So what we could give to them would be different. That's dependent on as much time as we might have, as I say now, but we just all like really give back a lot. I could say that for sure for each one of all of us.
Same here.
Right, so I know they want to wrap. So this just in closing, right? I want to just give you all a little bit of insight because of the positions I would have held in the industry. Meaning, you all would know how on Boom Champions started lit. So on the radio station side of things, and then also being the president of the Promoters Association, I would hear from the promoters. I'm going to give you all a bit of insight of what's happening on the industry side with the Trinidad music. As I said from jump, I'm a fan of Trinidad, the music itself. However, as a result of the violence stigma that comes with the brand, the radio stations, well, the Trinidad government came out basically to say, to put a stop to the violent music being played on airways. But before that, a lot of the radio stations took a stance where they were not going to be playing the certain Trinidad music because of the messages that were being sent. That's one. So it already had a barrier to entry in terms of reaching the masses with the radio station. However, the Trinidad genre broke through that, through social media, through YouTube. The numbers that Trinidad hits are bigger than soca. There are Trinidad artists hitting millions of views that soca artists can't reach. But what the Trinidad artists not seeing is that the promoters are afraid to put them on the cast. So, I can't speak for the entire Promoters Association, but many, many promoters who want to do that same idea all they have in terms of having a zest fest, in their mind is a death fest that they do want their brand attached to. You all spoke about corporate support in the genre. Corporate don't want to attach their name to something that could end up in violence and in murder, right? So I say in all of this to tell you all that I support the music, but what we need to happen is that the artists, I only know some of these men, only know it, only know them personally, and I would ask you all, if all you could talk to these men and say, fellas, here what's going on? All you're not going to be able to get your visa, because people saying that the Trinidad promoters or the Trinidad radio stations are the ones who stifling these men from getting shows. But all you're seeing it happening regionally, where other islands now saying, we ain't want no part of that. They're going to ban you from coming in the country. So if you are artists, yeah, you will make money from streaming. But we as artists, no, I'm an artist myself, a lot of our money, the main source of income, fellas, is from what? Performances. And if the radio station want to play your music, the promoter's afraid to put you on a stage because they're afraid of what take place in the fete or in the zest, then you're not going to get the opportunities to perform and make that income. You're not going to get your visa to travel. You're not even going to get booked in the other islands. So why asking you all is that all you know these men personally is to pull them square and say, oh, fellas, could we have some kind of truce in this thing for the music itself to survive? Because I can tell all you, the music will only end up surviving, from where I see it, on the internet. But in live performances, it will end up getting stifled because of the fear of what has come with Trinidad music. And I want it to thrive, and I want to go out as Zest Fest, and I want to feel safe as a citizen, an average patron. That I could go as Zest Fest and feel like if 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 ain't going and show up here and flatten the place. Right? So I will ask all you men if that could happen, if we could make that happen. It don't have to be in the public domain, you know. Or they could pull everybody in our room and say, yo, let me squash that now.
Yeah. Well, remember the other day, you had called me and asked me a question.
Yeah.
And I told you, well, from my standpoint, I used to do entertainment. So the gangsters who war in each other, you don't say, Pongo go and say, hey, pull on all your guns. I have no involvement in the activities. They don't see me as one of them. You know, we just do music. But what happening now, these youths living in areas of high crime. So they involved, whether it's not them, the family, the friends, they will think about what around them. So it's for us to really just curb the little handful of ones who you say getting bad. It's not all, you know. It's probably only one artist so far got flight restrictions. But it's have 100 more artists out there now, boy, you know. But we had to give them the chance still and nurture them and teach them the right thing because they want to ban local violent music, but they're still playing Jamaican violent music. They want to say, K-Man can't sing here because he's singing violence, but they bring in skank to sing gunmanship. So what they want them to do, we have to help them and teach them and show them the right way because most times we do the wrong things on our own and then they want to chastise them now, boy. So I know, you know, and everybody else here know it have potential, but is if everybody want to come together and help the thing now, you dig?
Now give my round of applause for my panelists. It was nice. Yeah, man. Trinidad to the world.
Yeah, fully.
Yeah, man.
All right, we would like to thank you all for the Trinidad panel. We will like you all to come off for us.
All
We
right.
are not taking a break, actually. We are going straight to the next panel. So we're just going to switch across now. Yes? Thank you.
Give my cue when we're ready. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome again to another installment of our panelists discussion inside our Caribbean Music Conference this week. My name is Rome. I'm going to be your moderator, and on this panel, it is titled Soca Storytellers, Insider Stories That Shape the Landscape, Come for the Lessons, Stay for the Gossip. So, in this panel discussion is going to be a no-filter discussion. So we're going to hear some of the stories that were in the industry that you may not have known unless you were a part of it. And now some of these things are going to be revealed. So with me here we have world-renowned soca artist, the man who gave it the backyard jam. We have Farmer Nappy with us. Y'all make some noise for Farmer Nappy. Next to him we have Romy Rome, Jerome Antoine, a DJ and music producer himself. Let's give it up for Jerome. We have Mr. Scorch himself, Mr. Kwesi Hyper Hopper Hopkinson, one of the men who put this entire music conference together. He's also a DJ, a mic man. Well, you get DJ Hoppy? Nah, well, more a mic man than a DJ. But yeah. And event promoter himself. So let's hear it for Hoppy. Then we have Terran Calendar, also known as Jaiga, previously Super Jigga TC, who is a radio announcer and a soca artist himself. So let's hear it for Jaiga. Followed by Martin Raymond, who is a music producer and a musician in himself. So let's hear it for Mr. Raymond. And Mr. Carl Beaver Henderson, music producer, musician, the man behind Marlon Asher's Ganja Planter. Let's hear it for Carl. All right, so gents, today we're talking soca stories. And one of the topics we had was intellectual property. And we were discussing things where, on one of the previous panels, they were talking about the story behind Who Let the Dogs Out. And we told that it was written by one person, somebody else jump up and say they write it, and then when they did some backstory into the whole thing, they hearing that it actually didn't originate from Trinidad and Tobago. But I know that, Carl, you were privy to some knowledge into that scenario. So let's get the backstory on from your point of view as to what really took place there.
Who Let the Dogs Out? I was the first person to hear the song because I had first option in producing it to start. So when they say the proverbial shit hit the fan after the song with all the lawsuits, I was caught smack in the middle between both sides because I used as a reference to verify the date, the place, the time where the song was actually quote-unquote written. Because Anselm had come to me to produce the song. What happened the year before, he didn't have a successful season, so he was looking to do a comeback hit, you know, the carnival cycle, to get him a hit. So he presented me two songs. He presented me Who Let the Dogs Out, and the other song he presented me is When a Dead Bury Me Close. I listened to both songs. I said both songs are, you know, potential hits. But I advised him to take Who Let the Dogs Out to go to produce it in North America because of the Who Let the Dogs Out, who, to me was a North American slang. To me, I consider it a slang. Because those who remember our Senior Hall show, that's how he used to start his program, his, you know, late night show with the who. So I said, advised him. It hadn't really caught on in Trinidad, so I advised him to go to produce it up north. He took the advice, and then I subsequently produced When a Dead Bury Me Close, which propelled him back up into the market. But when Who Let the Dogs came out, it was a whole lot of stories after that. Because it was even beyond the Baha Man and his producer. Halfway through the case, how I got caught on both sides was, halfway through the case, Anselm did not realize that he was still under contract with publishing with Amar Studio Song Basin. So they jumped onto the case too. So I had to be caught testifying basically on both sides to verify, because I first heard the song in the lobby of Amara Studio. When he thought he was out of the contract, his timing was out by, I think, a month. So it was a very messy situation. The bottom line is the lawyers made all the money. The lawyers made a hell of a lot of money, and it was eventually settled, from what I understand, and moving forward, Anselm was all right, but the bulk of the money was already made at that point in time.
And then, well, the rest is history. You've seen as a worldwide hit.
And I slunk quietly back into the shadows.
On the topic of intellectual property, I was hearing as well that at Farmer, you had an experience with that as well, when it came to the tune that we know today as Dollar Wine. Check Farmer mic there, up here. Right, you on.
Use this one. Good afternoon, teacher and everyone. Thanks for having me. Basically, at the age of 18 years, well, I say 19, at the age of 13 years, I got the opportunity to sing with Charlie's Youths. David Rod and Tambo. So, the first year I got to sing with them, they try me out in a party, and then the next year, they say, here what? We're going to hire singing for the carnival season. So I did it about like 3-4 years with them. And, David and Tambo used to be in spectacular for Marshall in the tent too. So I used to play percussion for Marshall in the tent and then go and sing in Soca Village with Charlie's Youths. But Tommy Joseph had a joke. Cent, 5 cent, 10 cent dollar, right? It was a joke. So the year 1990, when Byron Lee Beaver, you might know the song Bacchanal in the City.
Yeah, Junior Byron sang
it. Byron Lee had that song, and that year I sang on Caribana. That when the Caribana used to be on University Avenue with Charlie's Roots.
Right.
And that day I brought Marshall to sing with me on the truck because I was in the band with Roots. And I brought Roger George. But in Ecstatic, remember, we was in Ecstatic, and I was doing a little freelancing with Roots. So we used to have like a dance called Snuffleupagus.
I remember.
Right?
Yes.
And then now, on University Avenue, when I sing it Bacchanal in the City, I say, here we're going on, we have a new dance, and it's at a cent, 5 cent, 10 cent, dollar, and the whole avenue going on until you see Tambo and David and them, because we start going up on the truck. Instead of that time, bands used to sing with all the musicians under the truck, but we used to be on top of the truck. And we had the whole avenue go doing Dollar Wine. However, that year, fastly, I went and get married. You know what I mean? And Colin Lucas was with Song Revolution. But Song Revolution that year ransomed him in Canada and said they're not going back home. They're staying in Canada. You understand? Because the band really used to go out on tour when Colin going.
Because he was working on the port.
Yeah, Colin was working on the port. He had a 9 to 5. The rest of band members didn't have no 9 to 5. So they say, we can't go back home. We had to stay here. So he ended up going and joined Taxi.
Remember that.
And that was his introduction into Taxi Dollar Wine. And when Cut called for it, the lady say, family, we leave that. So it was left alone, but up to today, it has always hurt me. Because that is my idea. That is actually Tommy Joseph. They say a thief from a thief make God smile. Because I really take it from a joke Tommy Joseph was doing it in the tent, and I bring it on the road.
But was it the same format? Was it the same cent? Was it the same
10
melody?
cent, dollar, the same thing. Cent, 5 cent, 10 cent, dollar, so the same thing. It was actually came from Tommy Joseph.
So you never approached Colin Lucas?
Well, Colin, you remember, he's a little youth to Colin, and I grew up underneath Song Rev, Firefly, Roots, Chandler. I grew up with all of these fellas and them, right? So I used to be sitting down in Colin car to go Song Rev shows. So when he come, he approached and he had the attitude, but I get big now and I could stand up to him now, he thief the eye. And Happy bring it up really and truly. Is David rather give Happy that story in the studio, and Happy came to me with it. I wasn't talking about it, but no.
I never hear that. I never hear that before.
Yeah. Thief.
So now it's now public knowledge.
So
it's public knowledge, but at the end it was hidden.
So I'll tell you, David was in the studio with me, and he was like, he said, I think we was talking about things like how songs, when somebody miss the opportunity to sing a song and the next man get the song, and back in the day people used to be taking, here's something like, I think he also mentioned moving to the left and right.
That was Steve Seeley,
right?
Yeah.
Right. And he say, well, Farmer Nappy used to be in the band too, and he was singing this thing called, sing this cent, 5 cent, 10 cent. And then the next day we hear Colin gone with it. Right? So I asked Farmer.
Yeah, that's true.
Farmer.
But at the end of the day, sometimes that wasn't the opportunity for you. But at the end of the day, you don't just say, I was a youth and he was an established musician.
He was
just
a big
like
man, yeah.
Beaver and them, you know what I mean? It's an honor being on this panel with Beaver and Mice, because I really look up to these fellas and them, because Beaver them.
I think for those who we should introduce, I don't think you really introduced, so I would let these guys introduce themselves, because I don't know how to do it. Maybe Farmer, you should do it. You introduce them. Let them know who they are.
Beaver and Mice had a band called Fireflight, right? And in them days, they used to just like the Commodores, and Beaver keyboard, the drum here, Beaver keyboard here, and Mice keyboard here. You know what I mean? The stage used to look different. So, and at the age of, again, 9 years, going and play Old Mass in Arima Tennis Court.
You was 9 playing Old Mass?
9 years playing Old Mass. I was always
wrong,
you know what I mean? And playing Old Mass, and I saw the two bands I saw first. The first artist I saw was Carl Jacob with this whistle.
Yeah.
With this three-way whistle.
The Brazilian whistle.
Latin percussion whistle. And then when they done play, when we walked down, there was another band with no tent. And the stage set up different. And then I started to see Beaver jumping high, and you know what I mean? It was amazing. And I always say, I had to be in band thing now. So these are the fellas I saw first and knowing that I'm gonna be part of this.
Yeah. Legends in the music industry.
And let me just Farmer is like a decade and a half in front in terms of telling these stories, right in front of me. From when I get baptized in the thing. I get baptized in the soca in 1999. Like dip in the water and love it, right? Talking about these stories about something is not for you. For those of you who are familiar with Merchant was one of our greatest songwriters. You understand? Colonel kind of following his footsteps in terms of somebody who dominated the carnival space. Merchant was the man, when you sign up on the road Carnival Monday, every truck that comes down the road, he write all the song. So every song you hear coming down the road, he write it. There was an artist that had a very popular song, you might know him, called Designer, who sang ra-ti-ra, ti-ra, ti-ra, ti-ra. The story of that song is Designer them used to go by Merchant studio and lime outside. And you're begging for a chance to get a tune. And those days you're writing scores. Right? So when Merchant pen a tune, Merchant pen Rati, do all the scores and throw it in the garbage. He said, that tune there is garbage. Designer went in the garbage and pick up a song from the garbage bin. This is how bad Merchant was. Pick up a song from the garbage bin. And the garbage song was one of the biggest songs of that year. And it's a literal garbage I'm telling you, because them times, it's not like now when you do a tune and you could put it on the drive and people could email it. Them time it scores, a man writing it out with pen and paper and scoring it and thing one time. So he in the room going, and I got that story. And this is when, as I'm telling you, there was a man who used to do Calypso Showcase, who I considered my mentor in the art form. Alvin Daniel, who I call had the Bible. The Bible was all the stories of soca, which was then I inherited the Bible from Anvil Daniel, right? So that is where my journey started. And in that Bible, have some stories that, trust me, you will hold your head and scratch it because of everything that used to go on in this space. So that's spinning off of what they was talking about, how pharmacy, he had the dollar wine. That is one of 100 stories. You know how much men hum thing. Long time you couldn't hum nothing, no way. You could ask Ronnie and ask Super. And then Preacher. Preacher was the hum thief. If you stand up next to him and you go, tomorrow he's singing it. You ain't getting me. So that is how the thing start. And in our culture of soca, there was never really any rules. There were certain rules of engagement, but I want to speed forward and let's talk about something that a lot of you mightn't understand. One of the things that I always have to speak on every time I get the opportunity. I know everybody know the name Marsha Montano. And why I'm saying that is because everybody, you misunderstand why people do certain things. And you know the famous saying, hurt people. Right? So a lot of his actions in the past, we know the philanthropist now, the cool guy, the yoga champion, the Uma, good. Yeah, but there was a period in his life when he was bad like that. Very arrogant and people couldn't understand. But one of the things people always overlook to give him credit for, he's a trendsetter in many things, not only performance, but a lot of the back page things he made comfortable in our space. For instance, I will always give him that respect. If it wasn't for him, all now we still getting dressed on that 10 getting mosquito bite. He's the man was instrumental in making us in this space understand what backstage supposed to be, what a rider supposed to look like, what podium's supposed to be, and all of these things that we live comfortable in now. We live in a space where soca really come a long way. Like for me in particular, as I said, my outlook on soca when I was coming into it, like watching Beaver and them, they used to look like old men. No disrespect, you know what I mean?
Disrespect.
But long time when you hear soca, right? And I talking about, this is not too far away, this is like in 2000, in the late 90s. We could attest to this. We come up the same time because we come up in the DJ world, the sound system world. We were influenced with dancehall culture. There was a period in Trinidad and Tobago. Farmer could attest to this. All of us going in the club, there was never soca sets in the club, And this is just the other day. You could have go to Nuts, Bass, and you will never hear 10 minutes of soca. Now, you can go on a boat ride and not hear soca, which is a great thing. But there was a period in our life when it didn't used to happen. And me coming into it, I always used to look at soca men as old men. Because soca is the only genre around the world have no identity. If you see some men coming here now and everybody have turban and cane in the hand, who's them reggae men, boy? Ice gold and green down. See some men coming here with real jewels and snapback, there's hip-hop men. What how a soca artist looks? We have no identity, but back in the day, in the kitchen and them days, they was well-dressed. And because they were well-dressed and our society operated, we believed that they were old men. Because we as youth men didn't want to wear no shirt jacket, no suit and no shirt and tie, you're looking old. So that is how my passion for the art form really started. My passion was trying to make my peers understand how cool it could be, because I was fortunate. Just like how farmers started early, I was fortunate to hit the road from an early age. At my 19th birthdays when I Won Me was discovered, I was basically discovered by George and hit the road. I toured with Iowa for 13 years. And that is when I got my appreciation for wanting my peers and young people to see how soca could actually be hip and cool. For a long time in Trinidad, soca was considered old. It was something for old people. It wasn't accepted by youths because you didn't see, it was something they spoke about in the panel yesterday. You never saw wealth and success and prettiness in soca. Soca never had that.
Well, let me jump in here to ask you as you have the floor, Jaiga, is that we're talking about soca being old, right? And an old man thing. A lot of people complain that soca, in terms of the genre of music, is one of the few genres in the world where men is boss when they're in their 30s and 40s.
Yeah, again.
And we don't really have young artists outside of probably Nyla, where you have somebody who come in their teens and boss and making it big. While when you watch the other genres like pop, even when you watch dancehall, what's this boy named Raja Wild? How old is Raja Wild? He's probably 18. Right. 18, how many soca artists we have really boss when they were teenagers and progressing now? And why I reckon that at you is because you all had something good going. And I want the backstory. I said, what happened? You all had a platform called Soca Star, Synergy Soca Star, that created a lot of artists who we don't know. Right. What went on there?
And they were all age. When I met Voice, people could attest to this. We went and handpicked. Voice was playing pan. Voice was Irfan Al's backup pan man. That's who Voice was. Voice didn't have a voice. He could have sing, but he was shy. You understand? He used to play pan for Irfan. Right? And Voice was always talented, but they were all young. We used to pick them in schools. I remember, you understand, television production is all about what you see, right? Like I always say, people see the book and not the chapter. So when we finish the show, you let's look at the finished product. Beaver could attest to this. We used to walk out there and handpick. I used to be driving around Trinidad and looking for little boys singing all over and little girls singing all over. Yeah. Pause. No Didi. Right? Meaning, we used to go around looking for young talent across Trinidad and Tobago. You understand what I'm saying? So no. On a real though, on a real, what you're saying, Rome, you're correct. And that was, again, my passion. I always felt as though there was a lot of young people who wanted to do it, but you know the problem we encountered? There was no mirrors. They weren't seeing themselves doing it. And what Synergy TV did at that time was show young people themselves. Because all the shows was geared towards youths. So you were seeing yourself on TV. You were seeing people who look like you. You have to remember something in the dancehall space, right? They see themselves. Raja, while seeing what's the next one? The Skeng and the Leng and all of them. Right? He's seeing them and they're looking like him. In soca, it doesn't have that. You're not seeing young people gravitate into it. And that is what Soca Star was. Soca Star was the platform to let young people see themselves and feel excited. And there's a lot of things that happen. Like, I'll give you a story real quick. There was a year, if I can imagine, Marshall ended up in the papers for driving a range down Pier 1 with no number plate. And they say he getting on like he's a law and all those things were strategically planned. I went to buy. We wanted them to own things that we're not accustomed seeing. Because by nature, George and them in buying European, they're not flashy people. But understanding the market and the demographic we were trying to target, I forced the people who had the power at the time to do cool things so the kids will see it and they'll be like, nah, boy, I want to get that. So we were very flamboyant in the way we did the show, but the back end of Soca Star was also very important. There was a lot of mentorship going on, a lot of things behind the scenes that people didn't see.
No, but that's why I'm coming to what happened to Soca Star. Why did it fail?
Soca Star never failed. Soca Star never failed. What happened to Soca Star in changing, handing over the baton and trying to, evolution is something that has to happen. I did it and controlled it. I'm one of the 50% producers of Soca Star, and it got to a point where I did it for 8 years and was looking to change the face and how it was done. And at the time, the vision that we wanted to turn it into and the players that was involved, we couldn't come to a resolution, and corporate wasn't supporting it the way that I believe that they should. At the end of the day, these things cost money. You understand? We were doing things that should not have been done at that time. Bro, in 2005, 2006, we was using David Dome stage, you know. Beaver could tell you the kind of bills we was paying for Soca Star. One Soca Star production was $1.2 million back in 2006. Do that inflation now. That's a $3 million show you're talking about. That's in the production and presentation. And that is the kind of things which, I don't want to talk about that, but that is one of the reasons why it stopped. But I believe that if everybody who's involved and all the key players involved continue doing what they're supposed to do, there are always young people who are willing, you know, it's just to give them that opportunity and put them on a platform to let people see what they can do. You think?
Oh, Piano, you want to jump in there?
No, well, I was just... This is
your voice big.
Yeah. No, that's on what you were saying there, because I was like, why they stop Soca Star, and I can understand it. And the importance, I think we took it for granted, the importance of Soca Star, the importance of Soca Monarch, you know, and the importance of, well, in my time was Party Time, right? And if I go back to Party Time, and what Party Time did for that generation of, I guess, myself, to Marshall, Montano, and that age group, was they set a standard.
Give you incentive.
Yeah, but they also set a high standard of performance, right? And I can remember, well, you all, and most of you all wouldn't know what Party Time was, but Party Time was this show was on TTT when we only had one station.
No choice.
And it was a show throughout the summer where you had lip syncing, open dance, and open category, right? You could come sing and whatever. And it was really the only platform for youths at that point.
It was like America's Got Talent.
Yeah, basically.
Pretty much.
Right? Pretty much that. And what happened, and what when you fast forward 10, 15 years, when it was concluded, you realize the importance of what that platform was doing.
and you would have had Marshall would have gone on party time and performed when he was begging soca to be recognized as youthful genre, right? You are showing Winchester. You would have people who would have come up on it like myself, and we won party time. People wouldn't know this or remember, but winning party time for us was like winning the World Cup.
What group were you?
We were Votely Tog.
Yeah. What's the name?
Votely Tog.
Oh,
Votely Tog. They must be dancer boys.
No, I judge you. That means
Yeah, you would have judged me.
Wait. I didn't Hoppy was a dancer boy. Hoppy you could dance.
Yeah.
You mightn't be able to dance now, but you had a two-step back in the day.
Yeah,
Remember, you're practicing hard too in a row every day, jamming.
But what I want to say is that in those times, right, party time was really and truly like American Idol. In Trinidad, it was the biggest thing, and when you won that or you were on that, you were like a star.
You were like a Grammy.
Yeah. I remember when Hot Dog and they didn't win. They did, the boys. Hot Dog Hot Dog and them was the first boy band in Trinidad, right? You don't like to call themselves Hot Dog, no more Marlon Grant, right?
Facts.
But they were like the first when they walked down Frederick Street past Convent, girls going crazy. I watch it for myself, right? As a youth man, watching that and saying, nah boy, I gotta go on party time, right? Because them fellas had girls screaming. Like you swear Michael Jackson walking on the road and you're seeing girls running down Hot Dog and Ronnie, right? But what I want to also say is that the level that we were performing at, let me tell you, practice, rehearsal. Andy Stevenson, you all would have known like the local Michael Jackson back then. He was the leader of Votely Tog. I was like 13 or 14. I was pretty young. I was the youngest in the group. But they have us in the back of Nelson Street somewhere in a gym, right? Some karate gym we used to be practicing. I just have to think my mother was aware where I was really going to practice and thing now. Because I was a youth man from Diamondville. What are you doing there, right? But we in the back of Nelson Street, right? And you sweating for hours, getting that routine right. And when you watch party time, the competition was so high and the creativity was at a level that if you bring back them tapes, I think all burned down in TTT, or most of them. So that's why we really don't have much of it around. But when you watch the performance level of party time, the dance routines, everybody in sync, like it was phenomenal. And I realized 10 years after, everybody was in there. So the CEO of Caribbean Airlines was on party time. Jeff Tricks, Gavin Madeira. Yeah, he was a party time man.
Yeah, party time influenced a lot of people. And the same thing I said earlier is about mirroring.
Jamie Thomas, the gospel man who died, rest in soul.
Yeah. He was big on party time is where he was.
He was party time.
He was party time.
So let me bring Mice in the conversation. Mice, you would have been there back when a lot of the Calypsonians and the soca artists would have been starting off their careers. You would have seen these things. What ages were these guys when you would say they really boss on the scene?
Well, let me backtrack a little bit with a couple of stories.
Yeah, go ahead.
Right? So Farman Happy is correct. The first time I saw these guys was when they were 8 or 9 years old. The first time I think we met Marshall was at a Fat in Palms club in San Fernando.
Yeah.
That's when Fireflight was now starting. And they were just about 8 or 9. It was great to kind of see them come up. I was fortunate. I got in the industry very early. He was my mentor, by the way. He kind of recruited me when he started off when I was like 15 years old.
They tried to say Beaver old.
Lazy man, right? No. Lazy man,
I have to give respect where respect.
I am the old.
Beaver, you party with Moses?
Methuselah. I am the oldest one standing in the industry right now.
Beaver basically had onto me when I was 15 years old playing guitar in Fatima.
I was stalking him in school, watching his talent.
And he kind of pulled me in.
Wow.
Don't say like you're something like that.
No. Epstein. I was stalking his talent.
Epstein, don't say like that.
I was stalking his talent,
Yeah, so I joined in Fireflight when I was 17. I had to come and ask my mother permission. That was a whole story we don't have time for. But it's a couple of quick stories. One about one about Who Let the Dogs Out.
Right, yeah.
And one about Dollar Wine. And then if time, maybe one about Farmer. And then they're all kind of connected. So, by the way, most of my students who know me, I am Mr. Filter. So, I do have court clothes, so I tend to be a little diplomatic. But we're talking about a Grammy for soca. And up to the other day, Rawatama had a big article in the papers talking about we need to get a Grammy for soca. And I had to call Colin and remind him that one of the first soca tunes to win a Grammy was Who Let the Dogs Out. And in fact, Who Let the Dogs Out won, I think it's either the second or third Grammy in a brand new category called Best Dance Recording. I can't remember the exact year. And Anselm Douglas could give you the story because the Grammys tend to happen around Carnival time. And I'm probably the only person in Trinidad who's be taking on the Grammys when everybody else partying. So, and that year the Grammys happened on Carnival Sunday night. So I am home watching the Grammy, and when I hear that Bahaman won the Grammy for Who Let the Dogs Out, I call Anselm, who was driving on the highway on his way to a fete, and tell him, Anselm,
just won a Grammy.
Your song just won a Grammy, and the man nearly crashed on the highway. He had to pull aside.
Did he get a Grammy as well? No.
At the time, I don't think in that particular category, the songwriter itself didn't, like I said, the participation didn't get the actual Grammy. It was just like Best Dance Recording, but technically that song won a Grammy, and Slim Douglas is a Grammy winner. Under the new rules now, you don't have to have a Grammy statuette.
So soca has won a Grammy.
So soca has won a Grammy.
Yeah, soca has won. Soca has won a Grammy. That is one. Another thing related to Who Let the Dogs Out, and we'll expand on this a bit more in the panel on Friday when we talk about intellectual property.
Right.
I was there for the recording of Who Let the Dogs Out, and at one point in time, they wanted people to come and do the who on the record. So we pulled in some people who was liming in the studio, including a good friend of mine from London who shall remain nameless. That's who I am. He came down there, he did the who on the record, and when everything got big and lawsuits started flying, he sued Anselm and he collected a piece of change because he's the man who barked on the record. He never got paid.
He's a real dog. He's a real dog.
Yeah.
No. But a lot of people in that case, the cockroaches came out their holes, and where there's a hit, there's a writ. A lot of matter of fact, Anselm's brother-in-law and all sued him for writing a concept of something, And there was people who were just in the studio at the time, people were hanging out. And in this case, he never got paid. We just asked him, hey, we need some people to bark on this record. Yeah. He came downstairs and went, who? But when millions of dollars of US are in play, is a different story.
Everybody wanted money for their back.
Yeah, he collected a nice piece of change just for barking on that record. So we'll discuss split sheets, what you call these, waivers, etc. So you want to make sure these days when you're in a studio, you have everything clear. You don't want to be covered.
And be careful who's in the studio with you at the same time.
Right, just a quick story about Dollar Wine. Well, I didn't know that part of it. But the amount of cool stories I heard from David Rudder, if we have time, there are about two more whole thing.
That we're here for.
Stories. No, but check this one about Dollar Wine. So Dollar Wine was a huge record. That blew up. I was living in England at the time. And I remember Dollar Wine blew up out of Jamaica Carnival, at least as far as England was concerned, because you're getting these reports about this new song blowing up in Jamaica Carnival. All the tabloids in England, talk about the Sun, Evening Standard, Daily Mirror, literally every day there was writing about this new dance coming out of Jamaica with this thing called the Dollar Wine, and it was building up a certain level of hype. So the next move, a good friend, Adrian Joseph, Smokey Joe, he was hoping to sign the record, but it got signed by, I think, Polydor or Polygram. They had to sign the record. But they had no idea how to promote the record. And they say, let's call Smokey Joe, because West Indian Trinidad DJ, another one of my mentors, he will know how to do it. And to understand something, people like to talk about fight down and radio and thing here in Trinidad. There's nothing compared to the rest of the world. You try getting airplay in England or France or New York. So back then, you have to understand, there was like one main radio station, BBC Radio 1. That's the only station that broadcasted across the whole of England. And every week there are about 1,500 to 2,000 new songs released. And to get an appointment to see the program director at Radio 1, you can only call a phone line between 8:15 and 9 on a Tuesday morning.
So can you imagine a man pocket.
Right. However, but understand how big Smokey Joe was. He said, you want to go for a turn, and he just walk inside Radio 1. No appointment needed. So all big record labels trying to get appointment, he just walk in there and say, right, I have this new song called Dollar Wine, and program director, whole panel, 3-4 people sitting down, he say, yeah, Smokes, we've been hearing about this song, you know, we're hearing quite a lot about it, you know. Play the record, so I have a little turntable there, put it on, play the Dollar Wine, so, nice track, you know. And say, but here what? Right now, there's only going to be one song of this summer. It's either going to be your guy with Dollar Wine, or there's a little record called I'm Too Sexy for My Body by some guys called Right Said Fred. And right now, we're going to go with I'm Too Sexy. So Smokey turned around and said, well, why? And I said, Smokes, you know, the weather, soca and calypsos are kind of, it's a sunshine genre, and the weather hasn't been too good lately. And Smokey get up and say, what the hell you tell me? You mean I could only sell records when the sun is shining? And I say, tough old world, Smokes. And years later, I had the opportunity to actually work with Right Said Fred, and I gave them that story. And they kind of fell over laughing. It's a bit morbid why that happened. Something's going on in the background, and they send their apologies to Colin Lucas Smokey, and I'll send their apologies personally.
What you're saying there too is something that I see living out in America without papers to travel back home. And it's something that I laugh about, because you see, when you're not minding your business would not mind you. And I like to move it. Yeah. I was around him, stuntman, he's a Trinidadian.
From Belmont.
Right? And my ex-wife, uncle, that is his brother. And in them days, you know, you will see him he will be in a limousine and driving down Flatbush and giving people ride. Right? And then you will see him coming on, because I still live on Legion Street, and he will come on Legion Street with the limousine with beers in the back. And no disrespect, quote, the white man will be standing up at the corner, just standing up there, and I will come up to him and say, stunt man, that man that's standing up there, you know you paying him $200 an hour? Oh, F you have no papers to travel, right? So he came with a situation where, like, you ever heard the one-hit wonders? When you're not working for them no more, you don't mean nothing to them. So in the house that he had in New Jersey, watching over Statue of Liberty, all studio, everything, well, you know, the bill set up, so you have to go back Brooklyn now. So, you know, he started to see where he could get money, because you're on a hype. You're on that hype, right? So he end up doing so, and he end up selling his rights. Because Reel to Reel is the producer, so he sell his rights to Reel to Reel. Bam! The song had 4 movie deal with Madagascar. So you understand, when you don't mind your business will
Yeah,
not mind you.
I remember I had an interview
Nothing.
on Boom. With,
And right now
with-
he's
with-
in
with
Miami,
him.
he's still with a big thing, Matt stuntman with the half a shoe. His mind's still there. Now another example, I get a lot of experience I get ready to singing in Soca Village with David Rudder and Charlie's Roots. And that time, it didn't have no friends with people there that used to be close to the stage. And when 4 o'clock reached, you know the police in Brown coming on with his stick and saying party had to finish. And a man beating the thing. Give me one more. One more. So the police say, well, all you could play with the equipment, mash up, or whatever, that is all your business. They play until 6 o'clock. The next year, David Rudder come with a song, one more, officer, one more, before we go down the road and damage somebody. So, Carnival and the spirit does be there. So somebody could say one thing, and you could get a big song of it.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
these are the experiences that's always...
Well, I've seen it happen a couple of times. Yeah. Actually, the first year we toured Fireflight, we were in Canada. That year, first of all, we were complaining that, you know, because we were out there we used to tour not like you guys back and forth weekend. When we go outside there, we go on for 6 weeks, 8 weeks at a time. So after doing Montreal, coming into Toronto, we started complaining, boy, we could do with a cold carrier, boy, these American beers we don't like. And then all of a sudden we started to see guys with somebody with a carrier. And then Steve Seeley started to say, what, right? And then you start to see a Vincentian flag, a Grenadian flag. For the first time, the flags come out. It was on University Avenue. And rhythm going. And then Steve is the one at that point in time. He say, anybody from Grenada, Grenada flags went up. Anybody from St. Vincent, St. Vincent flags went up. Right? All those who have a Carib in the hand, put up your hand. Carib went up in the air. Right? So he identified the country as the beer. And then we started to see schoolmates that we hadn't seen since school days. Right? And people started to identify schools from Belmont and this and then. And all of a sudden, Steve said, boy, long time, boy, we ain't felt like this. Whoa, long time, boy. And the chant, he started to build up a chant. Who was sitting on our truck at the time was Arrow. The next year, Arrow's big tongue was, long time, we ain't felt like this.
Raise your hand if you
Raise your hand if you want to jam. All that was happening on our truck. Raise your hand if you want to jam. Raise your hand if you have a Carib. Raise your hand. And Arrow crafted all the dialogue from the truck on the road. Because actually that year was a crazy year because we had just come from Montreal Carnival, wrecked Montreal. It was Firefly first year on tour. And the reputation spread. And we had busloads come from Boston, Washington, New York, because the word of was Firefly across the place. But the promoter who brought us up refused to give the Caravana committee a date because the band was so hot, he kept all the dates for himself. But somebody on the Caravana committee, which I would not call the name, no, I can't call it, was responsible, was in law enforcement and responsible for liquor license. So what they did is, every night before booked engagement, they would cancel our liquor license. And the only way we could have got to perform is to go into a hotel which already had a previous liquor license. So people who come in to see us at a particular venue, people who come to see us at a particular venue with an empty hall. So everything busts until the road.
What you saying there, right?
Mm-hmm.
I feel the room between me and you, right? Jaiga and this guy and Happy not supposed to be on this panel here today. Because these are gentlemen talk, big people talk then. No disrespect to all, you know, because they really don't know what really happening. Right? And no disrespect to nobody, but it's my mouth. My mouth is the problem. Now, you say something, right? Jaiga says something too just now there, right? And we have to really acknowledge Marshall and KMC to extent changing things here.
Mm-hmm.
Because long time ago, we used to go on tour, and we go on tour from March to September. And we stay out there. We perform this week, and we get $250 a show. And the next week we don't have to perform, we spend back out that money right here. So we used to come back home in September with us 2 suitcases of clothes that women will buy for us.
From the dollar store.
Women will buy for us something, right? Because I see a bass player wrap up a chord about 15 times in the paddock, you know, because his wife there and this woman who come from the States with the clothes he wearing are the same backstage there. Because, no, serious, we used to come home with 2 suitcases of clothes. And then we used to get a little money. When we used to get a little money for Christmas, is going to Miami Carnival. Because we just used to go for 4 or 5 days and stay in hotel. But other than that, on tour, we in basement, staying by people place. Sometimes you don't have no food to eat. And they want to say women will buy clothes first because when we perform, you will meet this girl or whatever, and then you start to stay by her. So she start buying clothes for you to come on. So there's a real thing.
So when as soca artist, you see somebody after Trinidad Carnival and they outside there, it that
no? Well, what
paying their way
go
to
down? It
go
changed now. It changed now where, and we have to give respect to Marshall and KMC for hijacking Roy Maraj around the Savannah day. Because what go down is, the promoters and them now, their money is this certain amount of money, and they will want to give you this. So we start to say, well, how much people coming in your party? How much are coming? So we not take it, we want this amount of money for the night. So, and then now we start going on tour way, promoters start hiring us from Trinidad, where they will take us to wherever and bring us back to Trinidad. So that now will help you know. Remember, it's US you're dealing with, so you're going out for a weekend. Instead of staying there and spending back the money, you could come home. So it's different now. But long time ago, it was not like that.
No, because why I was asking that is because I think a lot of the artists now don't know what you all would have had to go on through in the past for it to develop to where it is now.
What happening right now is they have to educate the artists. And what is our biggest problem right now is competition among all the artists, because everybody, like as Jaiga say, everybody want to drive the Range Rover and the BMW and the Benz, which should have no toilet and bath in that. You understand? At the end of the day, between me and you, is like you could have a monster hit this year, and everybody weaving for you and loving you, and next year you have nothing. It's like that is ready and made. Is what's happening at the moment right now. So we need to educate the artists them to know how to invest your money, because this business have no pension. Jaiga work in the radio station. Happy have his business. You work in the radio station, and you have musicians like me. Works no way. So we have to make it right now. I'm into real estate, because this, at the end of the day, is when you finish this, and what George teach me, bricks doesn't rotten, cement does get hard. It have a lot of band members who in the past with Beaver and them right now, they're running, they're pulling bull. Some of them there, they understand this and that is we.
But let me put you on the hotspot as you had the mic, Nappy, right? Is that it's something that I mentioned in the past that I have seen, and we're talking soca stories here, right? I have seen it happen in hip hop, where we would have an artist breakthrough and they have others coming up under them. I see it in dancehall happen where you have artists breakthrough and they're looking to boss who is the next one. So asking you, Nappy, not you personally, but from what you have seen.
No, it don't have.
Have you seen that happen in the soca industry?
No.
That don't exist.
We scrap and barrel.
Yeah.
When one crab go up, the next crab pull down.
All right, I can go back.
Hold on, look, let me just say that. True, but he mentioned a name just now, and as I said earlier, there are some periods when you have a platform, you need to make mention of certain things. KMC is a name he mentioned. I can speak on KMC because Farmer don't say we shouldn't be on the panel because we choose what, as I said at the beginning, he had a decade and a half in front.
Making joke, boy.
I know, but a decade and a half in front of my stories. I made mention of that in particular, so you'll understand timing. Farmer started at a tender age, and he have all the legend stories of the Tamboos and the Rudders and the Charlie Roots and the Ronnies and the Chandeliers. And when I came into this space, I came on the tail end. Or when I met Farmer was a full band person, still young full band person, but I get on the tail end. And in that era, when KMC, Maximus, KMC, Maximus, Gallin, all of them are trying to get in. Right? This was the period where they were trying to bust through the gate. KMC is one of the few men. He had a knack for storytelling, and he also had a passion for young talent. I have personally seen KMC hold the hands of rare little artists and try and bring them through the gate. I remember them days I climbing pole in America. Well, right now the things change, so I might get locked up now. I was one of the first men to do pirate radio in America. Farmer could attest to that. Right? Them time I climbing buildings in Brooklyn to try and run illegal station to play soca. Bashment radio I started, right? Them times KMC calling up the road and saying, TC boy, we have a man here. We have this one. KMC single-handedly bring over 50 youth men on the forum to do this thing. I talking about hold their hand and bring them.
Blazer is the biggest.
Blazer is one of the biggest. He had Jungle. Yeah. He had, names going on. KMC is one of the men speaking on the fact that people didn't bring. There were artists in soca that extended hand.
I think, people kind of hate on Marshall too, but Marshall did also do that. Right, in a sense, might be for his own benefit, but at the same time, when you are the biggest cock in the pen, right, and you don't understand, hey, I could feed off of crumbs, right, and take advantage of that. That is your problem. Don't complain because, as I was telling them earlier, you gotta see about yourself. It's about survival, right? But what Marshall used to do is put platforms for you to eat your own food. He don't necessarily have to give you food to eat, right? And that's what I think a lot of people in this industry, or this in life in particular, always feel like you gotta get this big handout. I had to help you in that kind of way. You understand? I trying to survive on my own.
No, but well, I
Right?
disagree with that a bit, Oppie. Is you too? Because it come back to sometimes you will hear somebody old people say, but when I was small, I used to have to go through this and I used to have to walk 20 miles to bring a pigtail bucket of water and put it on my head and whatever. I only have it nice, only just turn on a pipe and whatever. So what I'm saying is, because you went through that hardship to
No, but that's not
struggle
what
to
I'm saying.
meet
No,
where you
hold on.
reach,
That's
it
not what I'm
don't mean
saying.
that I have to go through that. You
That's
can
not-
help
that's-
out
Yeah, but
another
listen to this.
artist.
Listen to
what I
this.
said.
What is he trying to say is, and I kind of understand what he's saying, and I believe it too. What we have a problem with in Soca and in our space is not understanding your role. Men need to understand their role.
Correct.
On a team, everybody can be Jordan, bro. Everybody cannot be Jordan. If you don't know your role, that is your problem. If you know your role, like I learned something, how you call Iowa name. I will always speak on Iowa. People could vex at him, hate him, or whatever. I know what he did for me. One of the lessons
Why
he
you tell
always...
them what I do for you?
Huh?
Why you tell you what I do for you?
We'll get to you there. So, all right, no. Let me get to his story. Hold on. One of the biggest advice he has ever given to me, and I'm saying this loud here in a space, I've said it before on many other platforms. I don't know if he ever heard me say it. I never had opportunity to tell him to his face. This is the person responsible for me public speaking. Right? Radioactive days, right? I'll give you a quick story. With Tobago, remember Great Fete in the days of before. We go to Tobago. No. Before that, this is a Signal and Chinese laundry. Right?
Who just busting them files, boy?
And
Douglas.
And hold on. Kwesi got chicken pox. Right? Got chicken pox. With them time radioactive, we booked 100 times for the day. Radioactive was the SHIT back in them times. So we sitting down in a room in Tobago trying to decipher who going and hold the dance. Because Kwesi used to be our main MC. Radioactive was a crew, a man thing. Everybody have the role. Kwesi was the mic, it had DJ Dane playing music, John Boy, we had an A team and a B team. Where Kwesi and them go, we had Piper doing production, we had men, we had a whole squad of men. So everybody decided, boy, like TC, you gotta take this one for the team, boy. And let me tell you something, I frightened like that. This is Tobago in them days, it's 20,000 people on a beach, bro. I'm not accustomed going on stage and holding mic on that front. You see, going in front there and watching people was the hardest thing. And one of the advice, I don't know if you remember, he said, Dan, it's easy. I know he can't talk properly, right? Yeah, but you know, he's always sound like he wake up in the morning. TC, how you doing? When you go there, just look at one person. Look for a girl who looking real best, and just talk to that girl alone. Don't study the rest of the party. Even if the booyer, just talk to she. If you get she to smile, you bust the dance. That's the best advice ever. I now use it when I do in platforms, doing public speaking seminars and teaching young people how to speak one-on-one. And you in a room, it could be 1 or 20,000. You zero in on one person and have a conversation with them. The laws of attraction in the mind, class 101, everybody's zeroing to why it is this person smiling, why you engaging to that person. And that was one of the best advice I ever gotten, and that has lasted with me throughout the years. So I gave you all a little big ups there. Right? And going to George now, what George always told me, it is more important to be on the payroll than studying what people getting paid. You know what I'm telling you? And that is the problem with us in this space. Everybody always studying how much farmer gain, how much this one gain. I had opportunity, me and farmer, going all over. I DJ for farmer, sing alongside farmer, do okay, and huh? You understand? And at no point in time you ever have to stop to study. I wonder what this man get. I remember I always make this joke. I laugh at myself. I went and do a Toronto carnival with George. We went and them time, you know, all I know I was a dog. I was going Caribana from 8 days before, and I was singing everywhere in a bar mitzvah. I was singing here and all and suddenly they sprinkle water and the people here and all. He don't care. The Tuesday morning we wake up in the hotel and it's time to get paid. Right? This is me just DJing, you know. All I doing is this. Adam are watching it because you eyes are on paper wait for all it to do all they doing now. Right? Pressing play. The Tuesday morning, when I get my salary in conversions is upward of 80-something thousand TT dollars. That is for 7 days of work. In them days, hear me, my eye get bright. I said, but George, if I get this for this, and all I do is press and play, I need to sing a two-tune, boy. That is where the mistake starts. That was the first mistake. Watching where you're not supposed to watch and not understanding your role. The kind of headache comes when you looking to go and start to sing your own thing because now you're in charge of yourself. You in charge of yourself. So going back to what they were saying earlier, what Hoppy is trying to say is if you don't understand your role in this business and you don't know how to play a role, you cannot expect somebody, you can't want to come into a team and say, you watching Jordan putting up all them numbers and doing this and getting sneaker deal and you find you should get a sneaker deal, so it must have a Jordan 1, 2 and use Jordan 3. No, bro. That's not how it works. But if you get placed in position and opportunities are there, you will survive. And great leaders make leaders. Hence, Marsha Montano, Farmer Nappy. Farmer's been wrong, going wrong for people say all kind of things, but Farmer, by the end of the day, he's just a different individual, a different personality, but he's a Dan in his own right and was able to sustain. Look at the kind of years he talking about here. And he's still here and have 957 apartments all over Trinidad and Tobago, and he's a multi-millionaire. He talking about this and that and who looking at bribe him. He about 4 European pack up in a yard. You understand? But he deserved that because he put in the time and he was around greatness. And I always tell people, when you see a friend doing good, do not be upset. It just means that greatness is amongst you. So embrace it and support your friend who's doing great because that means success is next door. You know what I'm saying?
Can I say just something on Farmer Nappy? I need to, even though he's younger than me, I need to give him some respect because some things that people don't know of our personal interaction. There was a time Farmer was out of industry for a while, correct? He disappeared, and he's another one that needed a hit to come back. The song that brought him back was a song called Chippin'. He came to me, Father, you was the only one who could help him with his contract and stuff, and he want management and stuff. So I was all set to handle him. Then the song took off, correct? I couldn't find him for a couple of weeks. When I eventually found him, I say, you set me up or what? He was a little ashamed to come back and tell me that Lady and Marshall called him back in to handle him. I got pissed off for about 5 minutes, but then I realized the story. That's where his roots lied. And I will not ever get mad at him for going back to where people helped him the most.
Facts.
And I respect his allegiance to whom, and I will always give him my respect.
Yeah, man.
Give respect to Farmer.
Yeah, man. I know they're queuing me to rap. Is it that you're rapping to go to questions or you're clocking?
Hold on. Before we do that, right? Huh?
Jerome.
Jerome. As Farmer say, Jerome is supposed to be here, you know.
I guess.
I don't understand why Farmer say I ain't supposed to be here.
They bring me here to share my experience of what I've gained and what I've acquired around me, like Farmer, Happy, Screws, Benchy, you know. I want to say all you gentlemen and the work that you all have done have inspired my generation of creatives, producers, artists, right? We look to your stories to see how we could learn to add and do things that could sustain the industry as a whole, you know? So these stories do go a long way. I listen to Hyper with Party Time, Gigant Soca, all these ecosystems, you know, what we realize through the years is what creates a lot of impact and bring forth artists and substantial ways of developing the entertainment industry, right? We want to continue that. We still look to the elders for guidance. I don't think you'll ever stop learning. I think that is something we want to continue to do. We also want to encourage us to Farmer. We need somebody young with the old. We need to sit down amongst the big boys and get blout and get licks. You know, we gotta take that and we gotta develop that thick skin.
All right, so guys, I know they want us to wrap up. And just so that you understand why, this was actually one of my, I wanted this discussion, this panel, this feature into this conference, only because, we have so many untold stories, and bridging the generation gaps is what I think has been missing for a little while. And you have men like Beaver and Mice, right? Pelham, all those guys, to come into Farmer and Marshall and them era, to myself, come down to Romy Room. And it's just connecting these dots and these stories. Sometimes the stories, hey, oi, we talking, boy. So the stories, you don't want stories to always repeat themselves in the negative now, right? But I specifically wanted this panel in particular because there's a story that was being told by Mice and Beaver before we wrap up that I just think we wanted to touch on the true history or origins of soca music is why I wanted this panel, right? And they have some interesting insight into what happened. And if we could just do that really quickly, right? I was just here to be a moderator or something. I wasn't really here to, I was just saying, invoke these stories. But,
intermediary, okay.
Right?
All right, let me jump into it. But before I jump in it, oblige me just for 30 seconds. A friend of mine told me recently, sometimes when you're doing something and you're doing something right from your heart, you're creating history, but you do not realize it in that moment in time. At this particular moment, history is being created by this conference. And I would like to give Hoppy congratulations. Please do. And congratulations to you and your team. And I would like you all to spread the word. If you notice there are too many empty seats here, spread the word that this could continue next year and the following year and the following year. Because right now you are creating history. Congratulations, my brother. Leave it as that.
I appreciate it.
All right.
Tuesday and Friday, we can still fill these seats, right? Just remember to spread the word.
All right. So quickly, the story of soca, we could discuss this for another week, but I'll try to bring it as brief as possible. I have completed a three-part documentary on the origins of soca. Still to be released, is completed, just timing for release. To understand the origins of soca, people said the talk has been Shorty invented soca. Then somebody else says they invented soca, and this one said they invented soca. Understand that you cannot invent a genre, because if you say Shorty invented soca, who invented jazz? Who invented dancehall? Who invented rock and roll? Who invented blues? Who invented soul? Who invented It has never been done and cannot be done. A genre of music is a movement of change. The movement of change from calypso to soca started with musicians. And to understand why that happened is because Carnival, which is still controlled by the Roman Catholic Church from Boxing Day to Ash Wednesday, we are still mentally and emotionally controlled by the church rules and laws. That's what Carnival is. So back in the 60s, I guess I'm the oldest one in the room, maybe some of you might know that. When Ash Wednesday reached, nobody could even hum a calypso in their mother's house, right? You would get licks like nobody's business. It was against church rules, so your parents would beat you for singing calypso during Lent. But the musicians who played the calypso all carnival season, you cannot remove calypso music from your DNA like a soca switch. Impossible. So when they started playing after carnival, especially the backline drum and bass, which is the rhythm of calypso, no matter what they played, soul, funk, whatever music, pop, rock, calypso always came out. So year by year, you always find that the calypso is kind of seeping out of carnival. So that movement started to happen in all the pop shows and funk shows and stuff. then the other side of it, it wasn't just a concerted effort. The other side was our Jones on stage as musician playing calypso during Carnival was to watch, quote unquote, the white foreigners try to dance to our music. They were always out of time because calypso in those days was doop, 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 doop. And a North American or European, it is hard for them to dance to that, they always see pictures of them out of time. So we were considering, again, change that doop, doop to the straight kick, which they were familiar with, right? And that was also part of it. So while all this is happening, musicians experimenting. Robin and myself in Last Supper, we were experimenting with that. Robin more technical than anything else. We were using Indian instruments, dolak and stuff in Last Supper, Black Ball, and a couple of the songs, Trinidad Boogie. Pelham Goddard was involved with Husey in St. James. Boothman, Rockefellers, Comets with Arthur Marcel. So it was a whole movement of music being changed.
What year this was in particular?
Oh, this started happening from the 60s, bro.
Right.
From the late 1960s onwards. But while experimenting now, there were 2 studios developed in Trinidad. KHN Studios in Sealots, the other one, SEM Studios in Mokarapo. I was running the one in Mokarapo Road, and the rest of them were in KH. And experiments were going on both sides. Lord Shorty at the time, who was, as far as I'm concerned, as big as Michael Jackson in the world, Shorty was down KH. So while all the experiment, and everybody wanted to do their own new thing, Shorty wanted to do his new album, but he had problem with them negotiating his publishing. So he left there and came by me in SEM Studios, where he was allowed to keep his publishing. All right? And the whole soca thing started. It was never really named properly. Everybody was developing. And then I think it was Endless Vibrations is where he officially named it soca. And if you notice, till today, he and his family still calls it S-O-K-A-H, soca. S-O-C-A came, No, it was not he was correct.
No, his spelling was correct, but they printed it wrong.
No, they never printed it wrong, because what happened is that KH, the marketing team for KH Studios, was just developing a whole movement along the same musical lines when Robin Imamsha did La 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 Titi sing a sweet soca song. SOCA was the sound of the Southern Caribbean. So, same musical movements, but people, the perception of name calling was different. Because if you remember that era, for those who are old enough, there was the sound of Philadelphia, then later the sound of Miami. Cities started having their own sound, right? So when K Studios was presenting it for the foreign label for distribution, they said, this is nice, but you have to identify what you're doing. And they identified it as the sound of the Southern Caribbean. And so when Shorty announced his SOKH, they jumped at they were doing SOC at the same time. And they jumped and they published it newspaper-wise. And that is when the argument started. But I will not ever take away from giving the credit to Ras Shorty as the godfather of soca, because he's the man who planted that flag, marketing and public-wise, to take it globally. But it was a movement from the musicians. It was never the artists up front. It was the musicians who started making the change a decade before. Huh? For whom?
When you say you wanted to keep his publishing, right?
KH would have had their own publishing company. The different studios,
Yeah.
record labels had their own. They were a record label. and
So
a
where that soul of Calypso thing came from?
No, the soul of Calypso thing was coming from the musicians. The same thing we were doing. So there are times, I might have called it soul of Calypso because it depends. Soul and Calypso.
So it's supposed to be soul and Calypso.
Yeah, it was never official. All right, you have to understand, like, we were producing stuff, and it sounded slightly different. It depends how far to the left or the right it swung. I might have called it for this production. Next week, I would have called it something different. But there was never an official name until Shorty planted that flag And
No, but
KH planted that
if
flag.
Shorty was saying soca, S-O-K-A.
I can clarify that
Yeah, yeah,
very
come in, wise.
briefly. A couple of things. I was a youth at the time. I was about 11 years old at the time when all this bus. So I kind of go in by my memory, and we still do a lot of research on it. It's too long to do it short. One thing I like to put out there is, in my opinion, 2025 next year is the 50th anniversary of soca. Soca already started with a record called Endless Vibrations in
Officially.
1975,
Yeah.
officially. Even though Shorty was experimenting back with Indran in 1973. But the public, that word soca, really got to the public's consciousness in 1975. One thing that's kind of hard to appreciate at this distance is, for younger people, is there was a time when reggae did not exist. You see, after 1970, the whole energies there started changing. And I think between 1973 and 1974, this new genre of music called reggae came out of like nowhere. I mean, and really started with Bob Marley's Natty Dread album. This researcher, Kim Johnson, told me he remember coming back to Trinidad in 1974, raving about, hey, there's this new guy called Bob Marley, this new style called reggae, and all his friends were like, what stupidness is that? And the next year when he came back in 1975, everybody was, everywhere he went, that's all the youths were listening to. So in terms of Calypso, felt they were now on the back foot. The Calypso was losing the youths. And speaking of stories, the story I heard from Mangal Patasa, as well as that Shorty went to a rehearsal, I think with some band, and when he went in there, they were playing reggae. And he asked him, why are you playing this? And he said, I'm Calypso dead. The youths only want this type of music. So Shorty's idea was we need to find a way to, Shorty's mission was to retain the youths, as well as he felt the other problem with Calypso was post-1970, Calypso had become almost kind of more African, in some ways was already alienating Indian community in Trinidad. So Shorty's idea was a music that could, in his own words, from Shanti a couple of years later, the idea of creating a music to unite the people as one. That is the mission of soca music that younger soca artists need to know. Soca is not about jump up, bacchanal, jump and wave. That's actually a Calypso thing, that's laugh way. You understand? But the mission of soca music is to unite people as one. But at the same time, there was also, I think the musicians were experimenting with how do we make Calypso more marketable, because they felt they were losing the young audience, and internationally reggae came out of nowhere and was
They had competition
was
to
taking
the-
over the world, and Calypso had now lost its shine. So people were looking at a way of modifying the sound. So from a production point of view, which is where what KH was doing come in, how do we change the sound of the records to make it more palatable? And what they were doing was mixing soul, or American funk, with Calypso. So there's a movement which was soul and Calypso.
But which came from the bands 5 and 10 years before.
So when that whole thing with soca came out, and particularly with Shorty's, that first record, Endless Vibration, which to me also had kind of R&B influences. A lot of people were saying, but Shorty, you doing soul and Calypso. And Shorty always made a point that no, what I am doing is not soul and Calypso, but the soul of Calypso, going back to the roots of the music, including the beat, which is a traditional African hand, a doom 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 doom. That's a traditional African drum pattern, and he felt the root of the music was that marriage of Indian and African. So, very briefly, what Shorty's vision for soca and what soca ended up being is like two different things. And the part of the story we do, which is why Shorty kind of distanced himself from soca eventually,
And went to Jamo.
including with his spelling. Yeah. The part we don't have time for, which Beaver touched on briefly. Let's fast forward 20 years after that. Power soca, the jump and wave thing. That's, all respect to Super Blue, that started in 1980 in the Fets with Carl Jacobs and Steve Seeley of Firefly.
Yeah.
Those are the guys that started that.
I honestly
and
feel
Super's
that
the man that pulled the whole thing together.
I honestly feel that the fast soca and the jump up thing really comes straight from Antigua with Burning Flames and them. How I believe.
We don't have time for that.
No,
we'll talk.
Yeah, the next thing.
We'll talk.
I want to say two things that are very important on this panel here right now that I need to see. One of these stuff is my music for the past 17 years have been producing in Barbados. Right? Enough respect to Barbados. And the reason why I just go Barbados is because the 16-year-old, the 15-year-old, the 14-year-old, when they come in a studio, they reading music. People like you, Beaver, and Mice, all you need to teach the promoters down, the producers down here, Because again, is my mouth. I just call them the laptop producers. They don't know the key of the song, right? 2 chords and it's like Fruit of the Loop. It's like games they're playing. You understand? Putting this together. They don't know music. And we need to educate the producers and the musicians to learn music.
Well, that is why MICE is teaching at UTT. Those are the courses, but people are optional to choose to go to school. Simple as that.
And the next thing what I want to say is learn the business, because in the Caribbean we do have a publishing company.
What?
In the Caribbean.
What?
Do we have a publishing company? Because
There's several publishing companies right here.
But where? Because what happening?
You can call Cut and find the whole list of publishing companies. No, you can't call
Cut because Cut is not taking care of us.
No, in other words,
I don't believe in Cut no more.
Listen to me. You can call Cut to find the list of publishing companies.
See what does go on between me and you, right? Is like right now I believe, right? Because we performing, right? What is the business side of it? The business side of it is like nobody not educating the business side, because our performance is to get a hit song, to get a work permit to go and make money out there. The business side of it, the publishing.
Discussion is Friday's discussion, so we could talk about that. Just to give you an extension to what you asked about. So we talk about calypso to soca and this and that. Again, I think I brought up a point earlier on, if not otherwise. There has been no discussion about chutney soca. Chutney soca, I'm one of 3 people that started. I know we extended time, I apologize. But this needs to be said because we always keep leaving it out. 3 of us in a room. The concept came from a gentleman called Moheen Mohammed, who had the biggest record distribution in the Caribbean at the time for Indian music. That is right after I did the album, Om Shanti album with Shorty. So I did Om Shanti with Shorty. And Moheen Mohammed came to me directly and said, Beaver, these are his exact words. Beaver, the Creole and them taking our thing and calling it soca. Why we can't borrow some of the Creole and them thing and put it in our music? He brought a gentleman from India called Anup Jalota, who became like the Quincy Jones of Bollywood eventually. Brought him down here, introduced 2 of us, and put, say, 2 of y'all in the studio, brought Harry Mahabia's band, and said, y'all come up with something. That became the first Mastana Bahar pageant album with Sundar, with all the original major chutney stars. And that was the start of Chutney Soca. Story yet to be told.
But that's, well, I mean, we want to wrap up, but it was so funny that you all will see that soca started where Shorty was saying he wanted to bring together the Indian and the African population in Trinidad and Tobago with one set of music called soca. And it's funny that you had to come and have a whole next genre of soca called Chutney Soca. Which was trying to do that same thing, yeah? But gents, I want to say thank you.
Some people been trying to ask some questions, so I just...
All right, so you allowing, well, you added them, so we allowing questions. All right, cool.
Thank you, Kwasi. All right, so a lot has been said about the soca industry, and I think we all appreciate that part of soca's explosion had a lot to do with certain support platforms. We know the festival ecosystem would have been one of those important ones. But what I want to know more about is from the standpoint of other support creatives. How do you all view the role of the DJ? And how the DJ has evolved? Because I mean, you have DJs nowadays, like soca stars themselves. I mean, calling no names, but they have them. Right? So how do you all perceive the role of the DJ over time, and what has been their impact to you on the growth of the industry now, right?
Let me just jump in on that one real quick. I will always give DJs a lot of props because DJs are very instrumental where that is concerned. And we came up in a time when DJs, and Beaver and Famo know too, DJs couldn't go on top of stage like they do now. Back in the days when you go to like a brass festival, DJs used to be under the stage or behind the stage. They were never seen. And it took DJs changing their vibe and understanding that, listen, we need to sell differently And a lot of DJs in the earlier times started coming out and performing. And when people have the argument about DJs singing, I think it's a natural progression. It's evolution, right? Because if you look at it, right, there's so much producers in other genres who would have started doing something else and this eventually evolve into that, like producers.
Dr. J.
And it happens. It's just a natural evolution. If you're doing something, you try to do it to the best of your ability. One of the triple threats in the business is like, if we're talking, they say he mad now, Kanye West. Kanye West is the only individual on the earth, right, who was able to his success as a producer and his success as an artist is to and fro. I'm talking about he did everything he could do in producing and he did everything he could do in performing. And it's a natural progression, and it's very, very important because the DJs have a role. Because if take for instance, Farmer Powder song. Yes, he could go and perform live, but you always want that extra oomph. You need Adam to play it on a boat ride. You need this one to play it here. You need that one to play there. We ain't talking radio here. Take radio out of the conversation. But just out in the street, it needs to be played. DJs need to go out and play it. What I have seen happening though, over the years, in our time, you were as good as what you have in your crate. And those days, we had to buy it. We used to have to go by the record store and you're lining up to try and get the song. Now it's so easily accessible. Everybody, like he say, the producers is laptop men. It's our real DJs out there that's buy a MacBook and feel like that DJ and they cannot play.
But Jagger, we have a DJ on the panel, and Napi was asking in terms of his involvement. I want to bring him in here.
Before we go and take Jerome, I just want to touch on what he's saying and what the question is about the DJ's role. The DJ role, and not only with soca, but just in general, is actually to explain the music. What the DJ does, especially when you have an argument, especially in dancehall culture, plenty of these songs in dancehall, I remember growing up, I didn't understand what the hell they were singing, right? Dancehall used to have so much gunman tune, and the song is so sweet, and you didn't realize it's corn them talking about, right?
Maru Fly and all kind of things.
Watch me, all them work on and know what with me and all them kind of tune from back in them days, right? It's like you bubbling with them tune, right? You're grinding on that thing on that tune, but them tune is corn the man I'm talking about. And it's only until you hear a DJ come on the microphone and start talk the argument,
man, right.
You realize, wait now, is that? Same thing with soca now. You find the DJ now explaining some of the songs, because some of these songs now, you don't really reach, because you only listen to the beat sometimes and you're hearing it in the party and you're just whining and they're not explaining what the song is about, right? Until the DJ started to put the argument on it, right? And that's the role of the DJ from ever since. And we adapted that into soca, the dancehall culture, and now everybody, every DJ have a mic man, right?
Right.
To do that, so. Romy, I don't know if you want to...
Yeah, add into that, yeah. So the DJ is the salesman. So he now has to sell the product, which is his song, right? He has to find ways to make it palatable, to make it enjoyable, to translate the message, the language, what Hyper is referring to translate the languages, the jargons, the urban literature. The DJ will now have an understanding of how to relay that to the audience, where the audience could now say, oh, okay, right, there's what we're doing, there's what we're involved in. Yes, so the DJ have a very important role to play. You really need to network as artists, creatives. You need to network with the DJs and the different platforms, different persons who would introduce your music. I think that is very important as well. As an artist, you can't just say, well, I have bling, I have money, I have whoever it is, and expect DJs now to just pick up and run with. I think we in a time now where everybody had a network, regardless.
I want to touch on something else really quickly, because even with in soca, you find that there are times where you say, well, back in the day, now it's a different time. The gatekeeping of soca is no longer how it used to be back in the day, right? And you have all these platforms to hear, and it's a gift and curse now, because there's so many platforms that you think you get lost. The DJ now is have like
the most influential DJs will come and actually play the song, and then explain the song, and then play it back, and then and next DJ, because DJs critique DJs.
And they listen to other DJs.
Right? And when a DJ come and he dance, he critiquing the DJ. I'm having real shit, right? Yeah. You understand? But when he hear next DJ playing a certain song, this is a new farmer, I never hear this one, but it's sung in that kind of way. Right? I remember, prime example, go down, this carnival. When I hear that song, I say, but wait. That is Carl and Carol rhythm. Right? I had to call now man on the station and say, hey, go and look up, what's the name of the song? Fix It Up.
Fix It Up, Carol and Carol, yeah.
Right? I said, go and look up, Fix It Up. Play that song, and then play the thing, right? And then I say, yeah, I want more specifically, go down in the middle of the tune. The sweetest part of the tune is the instrumental part down like 2 minutes something. Play like nearly the end. Play from there and then bring in the song. And then they started doing it on the radio. And then like other people started hear it, and that's what's going on. Other DJs started hear it, the song played, and oh, that's the song. And you understand, that's how it went with the DJ.
So because it's called a Lucas TV or $5 $10 song, you take.
No. You see, I'm glad you say that, because I went to Carl Jacob years ago and wanted to do over Fix It Up, because Fix It Up to me will mash up our all-inclusive, right? The problem that I had is when I see the record label called ICE, that is Eddie Grant. So touching Eddie Grant is like, it's kryptonite.
It's
and
like
at the end of the day, between me and you, what I do, right, is I like trouble. So I went to Neutron, and I went to Neutron to just work with them and say, yo, it have a song I want to do very real bad, you know. And Neutron, wait this boy, and I pull it up. When I pull it up now, Neutron, he didn't know the song. But in the end, I said, take the instrumental, hear the instrumental in the end, because long time ago, at the end, you will have about like 20-something bars, right? But what happened is the song, God sent the song because Carl Jacob, bass player, was Ansel Ford Perez, that is Neutron dad.
Yeah.
No, yeah, this is a story where all this little pay me right now for all this kind of thing. Right? And he is the one. He is the bass player. We bring, let me go down the road and sit down on the stool and love up. Boom, boom, dong, 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 boom, boom, boom.
He was the original bass.
That is the original bass player,
For
Chandelier.
Chandelier.
So when I doing this song now, when I doing this song go down,
yeah,
right? I know it would have confusion in it. So I said, Neutron, here what to do? You have to come on this song with me, you know. So Neutron came on this song. I did not believe in this song like that way, you know. As I coming back in the airport in November, GB called me and said, yo, we're going to release this song go down. I said, what song go down? Because I know it is in the no, he said in the center. I said, what is in the center? And he tell me, well, the go down song. I say, oh, yeah, sure, boy. Because all that cock up your foot, and I said, but that's singing too old. But when it came and it hit, right, I honestly was shocked about it. But what I learn about it now is, when you watch Sly and Robbie, the producers, them in Jamaica, and all them Jamaicans and them is taking back the old music before and writing new stuff on it. Why can't we do that? Why can't we take our music from before and write on it? We cannot do that because our music before, all them Calypsonians do not own their master. It is owned by other people, and the other people look like when I watch like the end, like, okay, if all you see Baron Christmas album, right now Julian Promos in New York is eating all the food from there because Baron don't even get money from that.
Don't run, Angela Hunt, don't run. The minute I bring up Julian Promos in the last panel, she started fidgeting in her seat.
No, she will run because I'm a mouth. You understand? Because at the end of the day, and okay, Julian Promos, okay, look like Rootsman. Rootsman die, may he rest in peace, and then where's his music? Somebody else own his music. Now, to own back your music, they say you have to record over your music and them things. So the young artists now own your masters. Don't go on this rhythm thing and everything. Rhythm and this and that rhythm. Rhythm is a Jamaican thing. Right? Long time ago, we used to have a singer. And see if your singer can match up. It's like you bring out your big dog. Let me see if your big dog can match up. Everything is a rhythm now. Right? Let us go back to a song itself, a tune. And own your masters, because all the Calypsonians, before you know that the master is either owned by Charlie's Records, Ice Music, or
Bees, Ghoul.
yeah, they don't have the master. And at the end of the day, it's like these sales and them, because of internet now and the sales and them now, these older producers is not even giving the artists them a dog cat or something. I asked Baron the other day, I say, yo, your Christmas album, they may be burning, is over and over, it's selling. You get, no, I don't get nothing. That is hurtful.
One sec. We continue in the conversation, but I just want a quick announcement for anybody that wants to take part in Angela Hunt's songwriting workshop. You can leave now to go and register.
Well, look at you right there.
You can leave now to go and register to start the workshop, but we'll continue this seminar.
It's supposed to start at 5, but
yeah.
I mean,
no, it's happening in the VIP cinema outside, but we continue in this
starting
while
in
that
the
is
next.
going on, right?
It starts in the next room, right? So if you want to go there, and if you want us to continue, we can. I know some of you.
So Farmer, well, right. So those were the songwriting camp we had in across there, to make sure we get that started. Farmer, and touching on what you were just saying, was there any bacchanal come out of it with the song? When the song became a hit? Because we realized when tune become hit.
When the song become a hit, people like George Gonzalez and them from 105 and then start to call Carl. Now the first thing what Carl gave me the opportunity to go ahead and do the song, right? But I came off a boat ride, and when I came off a boat ride, I got a WhatsApp, Farmer, we need to talk, because when we came, all of us was on the hype. Then we never go to him. But one of the things I was not going to let anybody do is go and register the song without going, because I was the driver of the song, bringing it to all you. So we went to him. We sit down. Oti, I think it's Oti Meres from Cut.
Yeah, Oti.
He was there, and when I finished talk, he watched Carl and he said, Farmer, come prepared, because I know what could have happened. They could take everything from the song. Everything they could take. But what go down is Carl Jacob protect us by making sure and tell Eddie Grant, ease them up, that is maturing on them. Because they was going to come at us, because Eddie Grant came at, what is his name, with Dr. Cassandra, with, he's getting,
right.
Is he calling these guys and say, he's getting,
right.
Is he calling these guys and say, thanks very much?
Right.
Come on, let's
for
be
a
real
song
with
that
this.
probably wasn't going to be played that much in
No,
this
well, what
time.
going on is they bring it back to life. It's playing, it's a classic.
No, what I'm saying is...
No, it is a classic.
But here's my take with them.
If Young Brother didn't do it
If
over.
Young Brother didn't
What go down
do
here, what
over
they did?
that
Here what they
song.
do? They put rims on the car.
Right,
And they
right.
paint over the car
I'm not
nice.
saying not to give
And
the
Eddie
people
Grant is
the
driving the car
rights.
now and not even gain the fellas and them nothing.
Right. So I'm saying that...
But it's still Eddie Carr. That is the problem.
No,
right?
no. So I
it's a
am saying
catch-22.
because a part of this conversation is you had to make sure you have your splits, you had to make sure you have your rights, you had to make sure you go through the right channels in terms of sampling. But what I'm saying is that for artists nowadays, because I've seen, as I'm saying, a lot of artists now digging into the old music and trying to refresh it and bring it back. But a lot of the new artists will tell you, sometimes they're afraid to do that because of the barriers that put in place. And what I'm trying to say is that for the older heads is to allow the artist to remake your music and give you your fair share and give the artist a fair share too.
All right, but that's easier to see from your view, right? When you picture Mice and Beaver and them who, everybody, most of them here know what Mice and Beaver did, right? And imagine, let's imagine they broken to break open, right? And watching these men take them music and their works, right? And they're saying, but wait now, what's going on here? And furthermore, they ain't have get a call up front and say, hey,
right,
Mr. Beaver, sir, I like what you do here, and I want to know if I could borrow it. Because you come like you just take a man can't go and drive and put on the rims and put on tint and paint it, and you driving down the road, the man can't watching the man, but with that dynamite car going on the road. That's what happening. Right? And you ain't call the man to say,
right.
Let me
Remember
borrow your
what I
car.
was saying, you had to put
That
the right
car park up there for
protocol
the
in
longest,
place.
why they ain't driving it. I have no car to drive.
Right.
I want to get out to drive. I can borrow your car.
Right.
The man might tell you, well, yeah, I ain't doing that with that guy.
So what I would like to know, Happy, with that, and I think we'd have to get somebody in terms of intellectual property rights to explain it to us, is that...
Well, that's Friday.
Right. And I would like to hear that, because what I would like to know...
Credit and compensate your sources. Simple as that.
I would have liked to know if in the case where somebody who want to remix, let me use the example with the young brother and them fellas. Let's say, now I don't know the backstory as to if they got clearances before they release the song or what. He said that they did call. The conversations happened.
But Eddie Grant and them don't give...
Right.
When the project was done and was ready to release, and the conversation started back, he pressed pause. I just want to say what Farmer is trying to explain is the conversations of old and now needs to be better. The splits will always be there. Like Farmer, bro, I have a personal experience with Tambu. Personal experience with doing a song and doing it as a tribute. I'm talking about accepting zero monetary compensation. You ask for zero from upfront in your contract, but there's always people in the back of our room, brother, trying to eat. So I end up paying $65,000 for a song, to use a song, to do a campaign, right? All because it was supposed to be a tribute. What he did is the right thing, which I did the same thing. You go by the producers, you talk, and a lot of the producers, the old heads, no disrespect to Beaver and Pillam, them same thing said. A lot of these men produce songs and don't own it, They produce it and it was sold. So they might tell you, yeah, go through now, man, boy, Jags, boy, we love you, boy. Go through. And then when you go through, you get a call from our weird number with 1447. You're like, but who's this?
No, and serious.
And when you answer, they say, yeah, hello, I'm trying to get Jiger. Is this Jiger? Yeah. Well, we saw that you did. Who is this? It's because the real owners of the material, brother, calling to get the coins.
So again, it come like this. A man, woman, no outside woman buy my car, right? And the car and she name, but park up in the yard for the longest while. And he say, go ahead and drive the car.
You drive the car, you drive it, and then you girl call you. Oh, why you in my car?
Oh, you driving my car?
But what I want to know is, let's say you come now as a new artist, and you don't know who to get the rights. Let's say I want to use a grassroots artist who are upcoming man. He hear an old tune, an old soca, old calypso, and he come and he remake this thing. He do some kind of mixtape on YouTube, and he come and he sing his thing, right?
Bacchanal.
No, but you don't register the song with cut or whatever. And the song blow up big on TikTok or something like that. Because there are plenty of people doing remixes of songs.
He had nothing to get. He would have nothing to get.
So he had nothing to get in terms of royalties from his song. Can this artist now get booked to perform the song and make money from
it?
it?
And that is where the bacchanal
But
starts.
you can get bacchanal for that.
Because here what happens.
So could these men come now and say, well, I have to get some of the money you're making from
Here
that?
it goes, right? You remember, what they see is, like I said earlier, people see book and a chapter. You do that same thing saying there, right? And all of a sudden, remember, you say grassroots artist. Let's say the artist's name is Cup. We never hear about Cup. But Cup sing over, Come Dig It from Marshall. And all of a sudden, everybody saying, come into Avala, Cup, come dig it, come into this place, Cup, come. And if Marshall Holmes say, but who is Cup?
Yeah.
This man, granted, no royalties coming, but that my work is what getting you jobs.
Yeah, but there's a catch-22 to that, because you can sing a song in its entirety.
Live.
No, you can record a song in its entirety, exactly how the original.
Yeah, a cover version.
It's a cover version, and
That's
you can
different.
put that out. You could put that out.
That's a cover.
Right? Yeah, that's when you receive anything. And you can perform it. Them Jamaican do all the time. Sanchez.
Perfect example of that is Jam Melody with Ribbon in the Sky.
How come if Jaiga did over Tambu's song as a cover version, why you pay that money?
Because it had people in the back end.
No, but you didn't do the whole song like how
You modified the song.
I modified
You
with
modified the
rhythm.
song.
Because it was the same exact song, no change of words, no nothing.
No, you changed some words.
But I called you too. I spoke to everybody
I
around
think you
that
changed
track.
some words and you changed how you changed some words in it.
Yeah, the only word I changed was he had said taxi, and I say Uber.
Yeah,
That's the song current.
So you make back that 65,000 from that song?
No, you can't make back nothing on the song.
It's
the
an
song,
adaptation.
You can't make back nothing. It's an adaptation I did. But the point I'm trying to make is if you don't have the right conversations, you can end up in them. Luckily for me, it was okay. It could weather the storm. But you're just talking about a grassroots person. You're talking about a youth man could put himself in some problems. And people coming at him, and every time you come off a stage in a dance, you see a man with a piece of form and wanted to sing and trying to get in front of a judge. To now take back everything you're working for. They say they believe that they're entitled to every cent. Because every time a promoter hire you based on that is the song that they're using to hire you, that the only song you're singing when you go out. You take my thing and making bread. They could come after you. Granted, they wouldn't get no publishing, but they could come at you if they're vindictive that way, if you're making that amount of noise. Remember, young brother and them thing going, you know.
Well, I want to bring in Mice on that because he and Mice agreeing with it. So, Mice, you think that would be the scenario? Because here's what, a lot of young artists listening to you guys now, right? And a lot of the artists will be thinking those same things, to dig up in old songs and come and remix it and come again. And then studying publishing and all of that. Them just studying if they can make money off of the performance.
The simple thing, as we say, learn the lesson from Anselm Douglas, Who Lets the Dog Out. Watch that video on YouTube. Where there's a hit, there's a writ. Simple as that. The young artists need to educate themselves. You can't just take somebody thing and say, we'll figure it out after. The minute it becomes a hit, people will come after you. You best always try to negotiate up front, find out who owns what. Even someone, it could be grassroots from the street, make sure there's somebody on your team that knows this.
And
this
it's cheaper to negotiate before the fact than after.
Right.
I just wanted just one thing quickly. I'll do backtracking quite a bit to the DJ comment. This is for the record. Soca stories. I realize a lot of young people don't know. Until about 1984, the road march was determined by steel bands. Mm-hmm. And it's only around, the brass bands kind of even came in more like 1980. So it's only from about 1984, DJs suddenly started to come into play. So steel bands had about a 40-year run, from about 1944 to about 1984. Right now, we in 40 years later, 2024.
DJs run the game.
Mm-hmm. DJs had a 40-year run. Maybe a change is coming. That's all I'll say. Who knows what the change will be?
Also remember that Soca Road March is not the one in Port of Spain. Everybody believe that Road March is one in the Savannah. And I'll get a quick story about him and my friend Peter C. Lewis. Peter C. Lewis thought he had the Road March in the bag. The year Tilly.
Thought make a man do?
So much so that he rent Hilton for the weekend. He tell himself, well, boy, at home I inside. Ash Wednesday, I waking up in Hilton, Road March is mine. And come Carnival Juve morning, into Carnival Monday, a old man by the name of Shadow. No, I'm talking about call. I'm talking about where it started to trend. When Shadow started.
That was 2000?
Stranger.
2001?
2001. Stranger.
And I will tell you why that happened. It's because
it had Sheila and things singing Stranger all in South and Tobago.
No, before that happened, that energy started because of a song I produced called Now Leaving, won the March Calypso Monarch. When Shadow thought he'd have won the Monarch hands down.
Mm-hmm.
And because he came second, no matter who sang what, the sympathy went to Shadow. He's going to win Road March with any song.
Add into that, right? Remember when Tambu was in the Monarch and they come last with I don't mind your practice, the culture, right?
Yeah.
They feel, you see Trinidadians just feel sorry for you.
Happened to you.
Right? Yeah. And then after you come with Free Up. Remember the first song and the one Road March here with it. You understand? Because of that. But the Shadow song.
Same thing with Teja. They get Teja it again. That's it.
Why you say that? Nah, man. You're too disrespectful.
No. I'm not agreeing with Atya. They ain't get Teja nothing.
You see what going on with Teja's song?
Teja ain't supposed to win Calypso Monarch.
Teja's song had jump, wave, sing along in it. It had melody.
He was supposed to win Calypso Monarch, no? Teja shouldn't have won Calypso Monarch? You mad.
Teja win it. Other than that, if Teja didn't win Road March, the song that really win Road March is Go Down in the Center. Because that song played the most on the road.
No, well, I honestly believe though that we have to add something new, a new element, because there are songs that people love more on the road than what actually win.
Yeah, but I not because road match is not road match.
Yeah,
road
that's
match
a
is
whole-
really stage crossing match.
crossing match. It's a whole different thing.
That is
But
what
I'm not
that
agreeing with Quasi, and I want it on record that Tisha didn't deserve that. And
On behalf of Quasi, we like to apologize for his disrespectful way. And what you just said there.
No, I am not saying
question there,
I
a question
not
there.
saying the man didn't deserve the win. No, I won a lot of money because people was telling me that Galen was going to win. I said no.
Nah, Galen could beat
right.
him. He could beat him. That song was in people blood, brother. It was in people blood.
But a lot of why it happened to was that people felt like he get robbed in the Calypso Monarch. Are we not going to let him get robbed again?
I don't feel he get robbed in Calypso Monarch.
I believe he get robbed.
No.
And I was saying, I was saying,
You don't
big. I was saying it in big.
You don't feel much should have winning Calypso Monarch.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that.
Yeah, but if you believe Teja get robbed, then you don't believe.
I am saying Teja get robbed. That is all I'm saying in the Calypso Monarch.
Calypso Monarch was fair.
He had 2 tunes. Calypso Monarch is still 2 tunes.
Nah,
No, one.
It's only one.
Yes, you see?
Okay,
Come on.
There's only one. All right, let me
You ain't
get
watch it. You ain't watch it. You can't talk if you ain't watch it.
Let me get one from Dr. Atul.
Okay. I'm going to shift and ask this now. The diaspora. So, we talk about the carnival chaser. We know the carnival chaser, right? These folks who are running down carnival. That's the term we use, sorry.
Right. Running the circuit.
Yeah, I follow about 2 man. I don't know what's the job, but I mean we're figuring it out. A lot of them can work from anywhere, and so they go from carnival to carnival to carnival. And when I go to other carnivals, I am noticing them increasingly, and they really do love soca. So my question is, in your own personal, and it could be a story, when did the diaspora become important to the export of this music?
Well, all right.
Especially, sorry, one more thing I'll add, because Nigeria is saying from day one, but I
From day one. Trinidad has always been has always been the dress rehearsal for the world.
Right. So then I accept that, and I know all of you can speak to that, but especially now, because we are concerned about carnival's survival. Trinidad and Tobago's carnival product, which is very much hinged on soca. But this soca, like it having a time elsewhere. I mean, Bermuda carnival going on right now. I see Aaron and them up there, like them having a time in their life like they never see carnival yet. That particular carnival will be one where you see a lot of the carnival chaser. So I suppose I'm more asking the question in the context of no. How are you seeing the diaspora?
I think that conversation, you have to weigh in on economics as well.
Right.
Economics have a big part to play with that. And the fact that we have to understand that in life, as I said before, is evolution and change and trends. And the trend is cool now. Carnivals are cool. Internationally and globally, carnival is cool. Hold on, wait, again to that. Carnival is cool. We have party lovers. Lovers of soca is our next conversation. There are people who love to go to soca events but don't necessarily love soca. They need to attend to say that I was there because it's cool. It's cool to have a Gucci bag. It's cool to wear Balenciaga. It's cool to wear the badge of a carnival chaser. To say you could afford to go to here, and everywhere and be a part of the show carnival. The economical side of it for Trinidad and Tobago is what we've been talking about for years, for eons, the fact that we're very costly to come to and enjoy yourself dollar for dollar. In other words, like Trinidadians can do it because they're here most of the times, and then too, we are operating in a space of privilege. Trinidadians believe that they're entitled to certain things. Like, I don't understand how promoters survive quiz and they must have it hard because you automatically believe once you hear you should get a ticket to go to a dance. No, and what happened here over the past couple of years, what I have observed and seen, the patrons are more stars than the people performing. So when you go to an event, back in the days, you go to an event, men come in to sing, you're happy to see them, you wave, you're happy, you're glad. But now, it's a case of the person on this side of the stage feels as though they are bigger than this side of the stage. So they operate in a different mind space.
For example, the Ibiza Soca Weekend, right? Going down next year. I understand that. When I watch that, I see people jamming left, jamming right to soca. And they're quite young. And I'm seeing on the Uber soca is the same thing. There's this so even though I hear that and I respect that perspective, because you do see that here a lot in Trinidad, it's like they're just there because they want to say they were there. I am seeing within that diaspora this kind of fervor and energy. So I'm just wondering if any of the panel you'll be noticing this. How is this connecting for soca as an export? Not so much as the genre now, but in terms of the industry, and we know it's pinned to Carnival, you know? So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, yes, it's been to Carnival, but like I can tell you in the right now, in like Uber and Ibiza and all these things, if you watch, it's always the same cast, right? You know, the cast is the same. Because again, it's a trend.
Yeah, I want to say one thing. Besides all the economics and stuff, anybody here could disagree with me if they choose to. Calypso music or soca music is the happiest and most infectious music on the planet.
Correct.
Right? So beyond all the economics and the politics of it, once soca gets into a space, it stays there. People get addicted to it. So all the coolness comes with it. Byron Lee described it a year to me once. Byron Lee didn't come for one carnival that he stayed back to start his carnival. And he said that is one of the biggest mistakes he ever made. The reason he used to come to Trinidad every year, and Trinidad was the only place he used to lose money, right? But he said if he did not come to Trinidad, the rest of his year had no vibes. In other words, his band did not function properly. The energy was never there. So there's something in all music here that spreads to the world is even beyond economics.
Yeah, I want to jump in here with Abiva because, and Dr. Tull, this is something that I saw firsthand that was an eye-opener for me. Before I became a soca artist that was traveling or being able to go on Uber and all of those things, I had the impression from a spectator side of things that when I saw artists go on tour, and this was something I want to direct to you guys to tell me if something has changed or if this has always been the case. I thought when I see these artists hitting North America and Europe and all of these things, that it was a North American audience and a European audience and a Canadian audience who was attending events until I started to travel to these events. And then I started to realize that the people who attended events were all Caribbean people who migrated to these places, so that it was not what I thought it was. And I always wondered why that was the case. Is it that these foreigners couldn't relate to the music, or is it that they can't relate to the carnival? Because you're saying, and I agree with you, that soca music is one of the most infectious, happy music in the world. But somehow, from what I've seen, it hasn't really touched the international audience like that. I want to know if it did in the past, through like Calypso Rose and Sparrow, and if those audiences were foreign audiences, or was it always a case where it was always Caribbean heritage people who went to the event? So tell me.
No, but Sparrow is something else. But if you're talking about recent experiences, talk to Kes. They're on a West Coast circuit, which is non-Caribbean.
And add into that too, because Ecstatic went to California, San Francisco for 4 years and did Reggae on the River, right? And on Reggae on the River we was the only soca band on that. And at the end of the day, it's just like what has happened with us is our music and is like the carnival. We have a circle, Labor Day, Notting Hill Carnival. We don't want to go out the box. You understand? And that's one of the things like, okay, this year, like, okay, I'm going to be out in Europe, and then we need to go out places because they want our music. We just want to go in the carnivals.
But there was, and I hope he come in because when all they do is Scotch duck work. All they doing it all over the world. But when I go to it, to me, I seeing Suzanne from Point 14 who move across there.
So what I would say, right, is in my experience, these, so the reason, one, I exported duck work in particular. Other than people who are calling for it. Some of these West Indians and especially Trinidadians, they don't get anything else. And this is like their taste of home coming to them, right? So they're coming out and you have a foundation, a base there. The issue, I think, with soca, and I keep saying it, and people, we try to disguise it, and some people get mad at me or whatever for saying this. Let's accept soca for what it is, right? And it's in the form now, in the form of where it's commercially viable, right? Soca is festival music, right? Similar to EDM, you have to be in the festival to really appreciate the soca. If you play soca to a stranger, they won't get it, just like that, right? Even trained musicians and people who in music, when you play soca to them, they still, right? And I had to take myself out of myself to understand where they were coming from. And I remember Usain Bolt, a story about Usain Bolt was, he used to come here for like all the games running in the stadium and thing. And they used to say, Usain Bolt used to hate soca, right? And the reason why I was like, that discussion happened is because he was here every year, every carnival, became the biggest soca head. And somebody was like, they can't believe the 360 this man make, right? Because he hated soca. And what happens now, you realize, even though the Jamaicans, they can't relate to the soca until they reach Trinidad, or they reach in a carnival, or in a fete, right? And they start to understand, because you have to see it, you have to feel it, you have to understand, oh, this is how, right.
We take the carnival to these places, but we still engage the foreign audience.
So, and this is just it. We take it to the diaspora, the hotspots of the diaspora where our people are, right? And it's very intimidating, I would think, for a non-Caribbean person to come into that space unless you're adventurous, right? Because it's wild, eh? I remember it's plenty, it's wildness, right? And if you, and it's predominantly black. Let's be straight, right? So you want a white man to come in a predominantly black, wild atmosphere is a bit intimidating for them. Plus, they don't understand the music, they don't relate to the music, right? So that's why sometimes we have to bring them here to experience it. And then they go back out there and they become evangelists. I see it all the time. Now, saying that this is just mainly for the North American market, I would say, right? The Europeans, and they have a different appetite, I would say, for new music and new culture and stuff, right? Even the Asians, right? Which I always felt that we should be exploring more in those zones. And, people like the Ministry of Tourism and all them things should be pumping, festivals or festival type events for them to understand the culture and, attract that audience to come back home. But that's a whole different discussion.
No, well, here why I'm saying this, right? Because I was fortunate enough to perform under the wing of Alison Hines at Notting Hill Carnival 2 years ago, right after COVID. I wasn't booked for the show. It was actually a Jamaican show. It was, I think it was Ray and Nephew. That's their big rum brand. Ray and Nephew put on a big Jamaican festival in Notting Hill Carnival. I went to that because Alison Hines was booked to perform in this thing. And the whole crowd was a European crowd. I ain't seen much Caribbean natives in that crowd. People say black people. I say Caribbean natives in the crowd, right? You pick up sense out of nonsense. And I went on the stage. I had no song that the people knew. I sang covers. I say, let me use some songs, soca songs, that because I know these people ain't no soca. I assume they didn't know, which they didn't, most of them. Let me pick some songs that could get this crowd moving, whether they know it or not. I started singing Balance and Moving to the Left and some of the old covers that I know. These people ate it up. They would swear I was Marshall on that stage. They have no clue who I was. I am singing covers. They're moving from side to side. They're waving their hand. They're enjoying it. And what I saw from that, and I piggybacking on what Farmer would have said, and what Hoppy saying, is to me, when I hear people talk about taking soca global and why soca ain't reach where it's supposed to reach is something that those two gentlemen now say. We hitting the same circuits over and over and over. And I feel what we had to start to do, and then my suggestion is my 2 cents on it, right, is where we start to, and this is where the government come into play too, where you start to put soca artists on a stage in front of a crowd that don't know soca and start to influence it. Because I see it happen with Barbados. Barbados, they have their tourism board and whatever. They bring people, they bring their Bajans into festivals, into Trinidad Carnival, and then paying promoters for the artists to come on the stage and perform in front of a Trinidad audience.
All right, but here
could we not do that for soca and put our soca artists on an ultra music festival in a Coachella, and we paying the promoter to play it because we want to expose the music to a new audience?
So yes, we can if we were in a different position and we didn't have a oil and gas background, I guess. You have to remember Barbados and these places would hold on to anything because they just have tourism, most of them, right? So yes, we could do that, but at the same time, I think the problem start, and this is why this music con was so important to me. Anything from the business standpoint, the source is the music. The music is the brown sugar in the stew chicken, right? And if the music is not palatable, we can take it anywhere you want to go. They go and spit it out because they don't like it, right? I don't think we are producing music today that is palatable to a non-Caribbean market, right? And it's evident in the youths, right? Because the youths can relate. We can relate. When we were growing up as youth, man, we couldn't really relate if we wasn't in the festival. Think about it. And it's only until they started going in young hearts and you understand, they started to understand, right? But, and I had this conversation with him, asked him, and we kind of, he get upset and he ride out, right? When I tell him about it, I say, listen, we have to bring it back, and I'm glad you used Alice Nines because it's Alice Nines' song I've played for him. The bass line in Massive Heavenly Arisen, that bass line, you play that anywhere. Huh? No, togetherness. Right? The bass line in togetherness. You play that anywhere. It's nearly the same bass line with jump. Think about all the songs in that vein. The pump, the bounce on it is almost the same. And I keep telling him, I said, that missing right now. Because all those songs and the circuit right now, when you check it out, on an international circuit, it's Rupee, Alice Nines,
Kevin Little.
Well, right? But I talk about PC things, right? It's Rupee, Alice Nines, and even Destro will get a thing, right? So, and that is the artists they know, right? The non-soca crowds, they go after them. I'm trying to figure out why. What about the music that they sang? And then they sang topics that anybody could sing, right? To me, our songs are way too wordy, too much lyrics about this that only if you're a Trinidadian, you could understand, or a Caribbean person. We're not singing broad, open topics for a festive genre, right? The EDM in particular, they have no words, most of them, in that dance festival music. Plenty of them have no words, it's just music, because anybody from anywhere, an alien could come and they don't understand the language. They understand the beat. And then when they put the words on it, it's instructional words. So think about it. I'll tell you, one of the biggest songs I play in Latin events, anywhere I go in the world, and I go to a Latin party, Nigel and Marvin Lewis, Moving to the Left, and the song, that is one of the biggest songs I played. And they go in parlance. Right? They palancing with that song. Every time I go in the Latin market, they play that song. And anyway, every day. You go on every day of the week, you're hearing that song. Right? And I think we forgot ourselves. We forgot the formula right? And I've been talking about it for the longest while. We forgot the formula to make an international hit. It's instructions. Palance was the last. They tried to kill Palance all kind of how. For international audience, Palance was the last classic, right? The other one now that was kind of probably close to it was Family the other day, right? But listen to the bongs. It's the same bongs. So for me, on the international level, we had the ingredients, we had the formula before, and we just turned back on it and started to do something else because everybody want to get clever now. Everybody want to, we need to make a Grammy. I know they want to do a Grammy. Well, I don't think anybody had the formula to really make, there was discussion earlier, you get lucky, but with your luck, I have preparation. So you can prepare yourself just in case you get lucky, right? And somebody pick up on the song. But I was telling a story the other day. There's a story. I have a brethren who called me up a day and say, hey, I come and check you. I was in LA. When he reached, pull up in a black van with a driver. I said, how you? What's going on here? He said, let me go where we had to go. This man with me whole day. I said, what, just so? Yeah, if I give you the story, a man called him, telling me he have a work for him in LA. But you had to come now, fly over to LA. He said, I can't give you more details, that's how to come now. So like, I call you, say, Rome, I have a big play for you, you had to come and check me now. Right? He jump on a plane and go on. They take him driving the hills, they say they tell him nothing. When he reached in this house, up in the hills, in Beverly Hills, walk through the studio door, Stevie Wonder. Stevie Wonder asks, and he's a Trinidadian, right? Wants him to be his hands and eyes and build music with him because Stevie want to get a Grammy again. And he was there with Stevie for like a year and a half. Nothing. Stevie Wonder, the legend, can't even produce a next song that they could, right? So, I mean, we could come in all kind of ways, and that's why, the discussions that I have, but I just feel.
Maisa, do you want to talk? I know you wanted to jump in on this.
No, I was just mentioning briefly on your comment, you're saying about building a different audience.
Right.
That's exactly what people like Calypso Rose and Brother Resistance did.
Mm-hmm.
I toured both of them for years in Europe and never played a West Indian audience yet.
Mm-hmm.
And they were mashing up the place in France, Switzerland, Sweden. There's a really joke, Calypso Rose make Fleetwood Mac bus a night, a stadium show, because she threw a free show in the middle of in the middle of Sweden. So there are artists out there working, building their audience. Not even big that people hear because maybe that's connected to Europe. We don't know. But so I didn't understand how big Brother Resistance was until I started doing shows with him out there,
right,
in Europe. So yes, there's money to be made on the diaspora, but there's also money to be made in Europe, Asia, China, etc.
You're trying to wrap us up.
All right, yeah. So we had a wrap. It was a nice discussion, gents. So I want to say thank you very much for all of your stories, all of your input, because we all have one collective agreement is that we want to see soca music reach the rest of the world and to continue to progress. And as Oppie said, we're taking it for what it is, but with the history that you all give us, I think a lot of the people who would have been looking at us
and Farmer Nappy Court close.
And Farmer Nappy Court close. So thanks, gents.
Take a picture, take a picture.